The Way to Justice. By Mallory Ford. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. Author's note. This book is book 5 in the Waymaker series, the first 4 of which are available for free on my channel. If you haven't listened to the others, go back and start from the beginning if you want to know all the background to this story. Prologue. St. Louis, Missouri. 1887. 16-year-old Jesse Prichard glanced behind him and sighed in relief when he heard no footsteps. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he wiped clammy hands on his trousers. The safe in front of him was going to be tougher than some of the others he encountered, and he needed time to crack the combination. Moonlight streamed through the windows of the bank president's office, but he didn't dare light a candle for better sight. Jack had already broken a window to get them inside, and a feeling of dread settled in Jesse's gut at the idea that it might finally be the night they got caught. Every job, he wondered if the jig was finally up. Pressing his ear against the safe to hear the telltale clicks of the lock that always sounded on this particular brand, he blew out a breath and shut out the rest of the world. As always, his attention had to be focused purely on the task at hand, or he'd miss the soft sound that would open the door to their latest treasure. It had been nearly 2 years since their mother died, and Jack convinced Jesse to come out on the road with him. At first, he'd believed his half-brother's story about being a traveling salesman, but it quickly became clear that he was nothing more than a scam artist and thief. Banks hadn't always been a focus, but after realizing Jesse's affinity with solving puzzles, banks entered the game. The dark pine floors in the bank reminded Jesse of the floors in the small cabin he'd shared with his mother over the years. Pausing to refocus his attention, Jesse took another deep breath before twisting the dial to the right. 1 spin. 2 spins. Just like always. His fingers slowed as he listened carefully for the sound that would signal he'd cracked the first number. When it clicked at number 27, he twisted the dial back the other direction. If nothing else in his life made sense, puzzles did. As a child, he'd spent hours pulling apart household items to determine how they worked, then putting them back together again. His mother had never discouraged him, only laughed and posited he might be a great inventor or builder one day. The second click sounded, and Jesse turned the dial back the other direction. It was a small blessing that mother couldn't see him now, on the same outlaw path as his brother 12 years his senior. No doubt, it would break her heart. The third click came quickly, and Jesse wrenched open the heavy iron safe door to a loud squeak that set off a string of curses in his head. Just once, could he not open a safe whose hinges had been oiled in the last decade? Footsteps sounded down the hall, and Jesse froze. It could be Jack, but it could be the marshal who'd put out a reward for any sighting of Jack and Jesse. Word amongst the underbelly of St. Louis and surrounding areas was that Marshal Hayward Potter was determined to put the both of them behind bars until they turned gray. You got it, boy? Jack's face appeared in the door even as his voice hissed through the semi-darkness. I heard men coming down the street. Grab what you can carry and skedaddle. Jesse nodded, not about to argue with Jack. The few times he'd done so early on had not gone well for him. Not to mention, Jack was all he had. Disappearing into the large safe, Jesse trusted Jack to keep an ear out for anyone entering the bank. He filled the satchel slung across his shoulder with as much cash as would fit, wondering briefly at the sound of boots shuffling across the floor and a window sliding open. Jack, he whispered behind him. Jack, I've got it. Did you find a way out? Silence. A shiver ran up Jesse's spine. Jack. This time, the silence was deafening. Jesse stepped to the front of the safe to find his brother, only to come face to face with the very marshal he'd heard put a reward out on his head. Marshal Potter stood before him, his bushy mustache hiding any expression he made. The man had to be in his 50s, but rumor held he could move like a man half his age. Part cowboy, part lawman, Potter was a force to be reckoned with. He cleared his throat and pulled a match out of his shirt pocket to light the lantern that hung on the wall. Never go anywhere without a match and a knife, Prichard. Jesse didn't respond, not surprised the man knew he and Jack had different last names. He seemed like the kind of man who'd have investigated them thoroughly. Potter shuffled his boot across the floor and narrowed his eyes. Only 16 and already lookin' at a life behind bars. For that matter, you could be sentenced to hang. Is it worth that? Working for your brother? Being his lackey? Sweat ran down Jesse's face as his heart galloped faster than a stampede of wild horses. We're partners. The lawman took a step forward with a chuckle, continuing to appraise Jesse. You mean the brother who lit out and left you to take the fall? He cleared the window just as I got here. Don't sound like much of a partnership to me. Swallowing back the lump that formed in his throat, Jesse didn't say anything more. I hear you're smart, Potter said, and people in your hometown don't believe you want to live this life. If you're willing to work hard, I can help you. The people in his hometown. The same people who'd left him to starve after mother passed away. Sawtooth, Missouri could rot for all he cared. Not even the church folk had come to check on him. Why would you do that? 2 reasons, Potter said as he hooked a thumb under his brown leather vest. First, I'm a Christian, and I believe the Lord is tellin' me to. I don't make a habit of arguin' with the Almighty. Second, let's just say I got a soft spot for a young man who's gone down the wrong path. It seemed too good to be true, but Jesse didn't suppose he had any other choice. It was either go with Potter and whatever it was he was offering, or go to trial and either spend a life in prison or be marched to the gallows. He nodded curtly. I'll need more assurance than that, boy, Potter growled. You come with me, and you'll stay on the right side of the law for the rest of your life. Your brother will be as good as dead to you. Jack. The only family Jesse had left. But then, what kind of family left you to take the fall for a plan they hatched? No, he really didn't have much choice. Yes, sir. A small smile spread over the grizzled lawman's face. I'm glad we could come to an understanding. Chapter 1. Pine Creek, Texas. October 1900. Helen Jones pulled the last batch of cinnamon twists from the bakery's oven with a satisfied smirk. She'd perfected this recipe since she saw something similar in a cookbook a few months before. Finally, the perfect mix of cinnamon, sugar, butter, and dough was in her grasp, and the smell alone was enough to tell her she'd finally done it. Callum, she called out to the dining room where her cousin sat finishing his breakfast. Come here and try this. Others might say she counted her chickens before they hatched as she hadn't even tasted the batch yet, but she could always feel when a recipe was perfect. It was a deep satisfaction that ran bone deep, and some combination of that and their smell was enough to convince her. Callum held his brown Stetson in his hand as he sauntered into the kitchen, his expression amused. Don't mind if I do. What's your latest creation? Cinnamon twists, Helen said as she felt the grin stretch across her face. Plucking 2 from the pan, she handed one to Callum and winked. Cheers. After tapping their twists together, both brought the confection to their mouths. The fluffiness of the dough combined with the sweetness of the glaze to create a perfect combination. It nearly melted in her mouth, but was just chewy enough to be satisfying. Perfect. Goodness gracious, Helen, Callum said as he took another bite. That might be your best one yet. Not even attempting to hide her joy at his praise, Helen savored each bite of her twist and pictured the bevy of customers that would arrive later to sample their latest creation. Callum plucked another cinnamon stick from the pan. What will you charge for them? Shrugging, Helen chuckled. I let Rose decide how much things are worth. I just hand her the recipe and she calculates roughly how much each one costs to make, then creates the price list from there. Rose, Helen's business partner and Callum's new bride, had run to the post office briefly before they opened. It was time for them to receive another letter from Mrs. Ida, the woman who owned the bakery, and Rose was always anxious to hear from their boss that she was pleased with the prior month's earnings. That's probably wise, Callum said with a look that betrayed how proud he was of his young wife. She runs most of the numbers at the ranch as well. I have to say, the Lord knew what he was doing when he put us together. He did, Helen agreed with a sigh. Now, if only he'd send me the right swoon-worthy hero to sweep me off my feet. Her family thought she read far too many dime novels, and they'd clouded her reality, but she didn't think so. She knew life could be difficult, but if anything ruined her for everyday romance, it was living with her parents. Her father, Cade Jones, had been an unwilling outlaw forced into his father's gang at 15 to save his sisters. Her mother, then Abigail Hunter, fled New Orleans to escape a forced marriage to her late father's unscrupulous business partner. It was truly a story of love at first sight and the power of God and the right person to heal wounds thought too deep for redemption. No, it wasn't the dime novels that gave her unrealistic expectations. It was the love stories she witnessed among her family members that handled that. Between Lucas and Edie overcoming their own pride and preconceived notions, Alex and Lily fighting the villains of his past, and Malachi and Sarah working through obstacle after obstacle, it was no wonder her expectations were high. Add in Rose and Callum's story of the most beautiful second chance imaginable, it was inevitable. You know, Callum said with a grin, one day the Lord's going to bring some man in your life when you least expect it. I hope you don't count him out just because he might not be some storybook hero but instead has a normal job, and doesn't have to save you from outlaws. If that happens, Helen huffed as the bell above the bakery door jingled, then I'm sure he'll bring me enough excitement in other ways. She glanced up just in time to see Rose fly around the bakery counter and into the kitchen. Waving a letter in the air, Rose nearly collided with her husband in her haste to reach Helen. She paused for only a moment as Callum steadied her, the corner of his mouth raised in amusement as Rose caught her breath. Guess what Mrs. Ida's done? Mrs. Ida? Had she finally signed the bakery over to them as she'd been saying she'd do? No, surely they'd have had to sign something for that to be the case. What? Rose heaved one more time before continuing excitedly. She's entered us in the Taste of the West competition from Carter's Bazaar in New York City. Apparently, bakeries and small restaurants across the West were considered, but we've moved past the semifinals due solely to our reputation in the area. Carter's Bazaar was a magazine in New York that had recently begun capitalizing on people's fascination with the West. How on earth did they hear about our reputation? From what Mrs. Ida says, they have representatives all over the country and folks in Dallas and Lehigh sang our praises. The team of judges will be here sometime within the next few weeks to sample our products. Rose's face was flushed with excitement, but Helen couldn't help but wonder if her creations would measure up. Sure, they suited a small town like Pine Creek, but could judges from New York City possibly be impressed? I don't know what to say. There's more, Rose hurried with a twinkle in her eye. If we win, we'll get to go to New York City for a week and learn from some of the top bakers and chefs in the country. Letting out a long sigh, Rose fanned herself with the envelope. Just think, Helen, people will come from all over to try our food. We might finally hire that extra help we've been saying we needed for so long. Perhaps, we could even hire an apprentice from Hope House. Hope House was the orphanage in New Orleans Helen's mother had graciously donated her inheritance to many years prior. Her grandparents, Thomas and Charlotte Foster, had moved there not long before to act as house parents and mentors to the children. In fact, her cousin Malachi's wife Sarah had also grown up there. Having the opportunity to give a job to a young woman there would be a gift, as would being able to donate to specific needs. How long until the judges come? Perhaps if she focused on the possibility of helping Hope House, it would settle her nerves a little. Helen Jones wasn't typically one to second-guess herself, so the feeling of insecurity wasn't a pleasant experience. She didn't know exactly, but within the next few weeks. Oh, Helen, isn't this so exciting? Rose bounced up and down on her toes as Callum looked on in laughter. It is, Helen replied genuinely, but it means I have a great deal of recipe testing to do. Callum, on your way back to the ranch will you stop by and tell Papa I'll stay late tonight? He doesn't have to wait on me. Normally, she walked home with Papa and her brother Robert as the smithy closed at the same time as the bakery. Occasionally, if she needed to work late, she'd just follow on her own. Will do, Callum said as he returned his Stetson to his head. I'm so proud of you ladies. He leaned in to kiss Rose on the top of her head. I'll come back after closing to give you a ride. Rose rolled her eyes playfully. Callum had come every day to drive her home since the trouble with her father's misdeeds had come out. Some in town were convinced that the notorious outlaw, Black Jack Pruitt, would return to exact revenge on Helen and Rose for thwarting his planned robbery of Pine Creek's bank. But it had been 3 months, and they'd heard nothing from him. Helen believed the fear was overblown at best. If it meant she got to spend more time around Jesse Prichard, the federal investigator who'd taken over for Rose's father at the bank, she'd be happy to accept the paranoia. Too bad it didn't. Jesse was so busy as acting bank president she only ever saw him at church, and even then he barely acknowledged her. That wasn't a response Helen was used to in young men, so she wasn't sure how to proceed. Even Papa and Robert had dropped some of their protectiveness over her, something she couldn't have imagined happening when she first learned the name Black Jack Pruitt. Jesse ran a hand through his hair as he closed the bank's ledgers, wondering how long he'd have before his dark brown locks turned gray. He felt like he'd aged a decade in the last few months, his 30 years feeling much older. "Ms. Edna," he called down the hallway. The petite, rotund woman bustled down the long hallway. "Finally looked up from those books, did you?" She smirked, but the disapproval in her gaze was clear. "You're going to work yourself into an early grave that way. This is the 3rd night this week you've still been here past 7 o'clock. Guilt washed over Jesse. "I'm so sorry, Ms. Edna. I should have told you to go home over an hour ago. Feel free to take the afternoon off tomorrow, I'll watch the front." When he was knee-deep in a puzzle such as the ledgers from Pine Creek's bank, his mind ran on a single track. It didn't help that the books were so unbalanced due to Frank Gilbert's schemes with Jack. "I coulda left any time after closing, son. I wanted to make sure you weren't here all night long. When Katie Sims at the cafe came over to make their deposit, I did ask her to send a plate over to your room at the boarding house. You've lost weight since coming here, and I won't have anyone saying we starve our men." She grinned and patted her stomach. That would simply be a crime. She had no idea how her choice of words hit him. Crimes were all he had in his future until Marshall Potter took him in and forced him to shape up. He'd also introduced Jesse to the Lord, something for which he'd be eternally grateful. "Thank you, Ms. Edna. I really appreciate it. I've done almost all the damage I can do for the day. I think just a bit more time, and I'll have the books back in working order for whoever comes in to take my place." After Frank Gilbert's sentencing to 3 years in jail for his housing of stolen goods for Black Jack Pruitt and his gang, Jesse took over to get the place in working order for whoever would take the position full-time. Ms. Edna huffed. "I still don't see why you can't just stay here and take on the job permanently. Surely, there are more young men in Washington who can do what you do." Biting back a laugh, Jesse shook his head. "If there are, Ms. Edna, I don't know that I've met any yet." Jesse wasn't the U.S. Treasury's average investigator. He could audit large banks and businesses, same as anyone, but primarily he scoured the country looking for anything untoward in terms of organized crime. He'd taken down rings in Chicago, New York, and as far west as San Francisco. As such, he had enemies spread far and wide. It was a unique combination of his mind for difficult puzzles and his unique insight into the criminal lifestyle that made him so useful. Not to mention, settling down wasn't something he ever imagined he'd do. He had too many enemies in prisons across the United States to have a wife and children, his own half-brother most of all. "You might just find some girl that strikes your fancy," Ms. Edna said with a raised brow. "I know more than one eligible young lady who'd love to step out with you. Haven't any caught your eye?" Infuriatingly, one such young lady popped into his mind, and he nearly shook his head to dispel the image. Helen Jones was like a bug he just couldn't get rid of. Once she realized he wouldn't respond to her flirting, it was difficult to dispel the scowl he seemed to inspire in her at his very presence. That would have been fine, except he wished with everything in him he could have flirted right back. In the occasional weak moment, he'd done just that and no doubt led her on. Helen was everything he imagined he needed in a wife. She could match his wit, had her own interests that made her both creative and fascinating, and enough of a temper to keep him on his toes. Not to mention, her thick red hair and bright smile made her nearly irresistible to a young man's eye. "I wouldn't get your hopes up, Ms. Edna. I have no plans to settle down." There, that much was true. A knowing look crossed her face. You say that now, Jesse Prichard, but the Lord's ways are higher than ours. Ms. Edna turned and moved back down the hall with a jovial wave behind her. Sighing, Jesse gathered up his things and followed shortly after. He'd turned toward the boarding house, intent on whatever plate they'd sent over from the restaurant, when a flash of red caught his eye over by the bakery. Helen mounted a gray mare with a cross-body bag that looked to be so heavy it almost had her off balance. She swung her leg over with the grace of a practiced horsewoman before taking the reins in her hands. Go on, Sadie. Let's go home. The gentle tone she used with the horse wasn't one she'd ever used with him. But why was she alone? Surely, with Jack still on the loose, her father or brother would escort her home. He glanced to the west and noticed the sun setting over the trees, the moon rising in the sky as well. She'd not be riding home alone after dark if he had anything to say about it. Whoa there, he said as he hurried forward. Miss Jones, do you have an escort home? Finally noticing him, she turned in her pleasantly thoughtful expression from a moment before dropped into a scowl. I don't need an escort, Mr. Prichard. I worked late tonight at the bakery and sent my father and brother ahead. If you'll allow me, Miss Jones, I beg to differ. With Jack Pruitt still on the loose, you need to be careful. After she and Rose had impulsively fought the man down long enough to result in the rest of his men getting arrested and his plan thwarted, he knew his brother too well to believe he wouldn't come for revenge. Helen rolled her eyes and feigned a smile. Thank you for your concern, but it's unnecessary. I have plenty of men in my family who would treat me like a china doll if I let them. I don't need another. Jesse bit back a chuckle, but was saved from having to respond by the sound of footsteps behind him. Oh look, Helen said sarcastically, here comes one now. Hello, Uncle Matthew. Matthew Carmichael, sheriff of Pine Creek, Texas, tipped his Stetson toward Jesse before taking in the sight before him. Nice night for a ride, isn't it? Calm as could be, Matthew placed his hands in his pockets and glanced around at the leaves that had only begun to change. Thought I might go for a ride myself. Glancing up at Helen, he shot her a disarming smile. Mind if I join you? With a sigh so dramatic Jesse felt sure Helen would have been at home on the stages of New York City, Helen eyed her uncle. Sure, Uncle Matthew. You can be my bodyguard this evening. Placing a hand to his chest and feigning confusion, Matthew furrowed his brow. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. I'm just aiming for a slice of your mama's berry pie your papa told me she made yesterday. I'll go saddle up, you two try not to come to blows while I'm gone. Shoulders shaking with laughter, Matthew strode off toward the jailhouse where his mount was tied. It was clear he'd heard plenty of their conversation, but in the short time Jesse had known him, Matthew Carmichael baffled him with his ability to diffuse tense situations. I suppose you got your way, Helen said with a roll of her eyes. For all her bluster, it was clear she wasn't too upset about the escort. Whether she was more nervous about the threat than she let on or just liked being fussed over, Jesse didn't know. Be safe, Helen, Jesse said. He didn't often use her Christian name, but wanted her to understand his sincerity. I'd hate to have to come rescue you from a nasty band of outlaws. He turned on his heel just as Helen's jaw dropped in surprise. He'd seen her reading those dime novels any chance she got and knew from her cousin Callum that her head was often in the clouds with their tales. As Matthew approached on his gelding, Helen well within his sights, Jesse winked at him. Have a nice night, Sheriff. Shaking his head with a smirk, Matthew passed him quickly. You as well, Jesse. You as well. He'd barely taken another 10 steps when a familiar voice called through the dusk. Jesse, I've been looking for you. Jean Watkins sauntered towards him in a flattering pink dress that set off her blonde hair. As pretty as she was, her advances toward him were annoying at best. Good evening, Miss Watkins. He hoped using her surname would convince her of his indifference, but it only seemed to fuel her. She playfully tapped him on the arm. Oh Jesse, how many times have I told you to call me Jean? Miss Watkins makes me sound like an old spinster. Glancing back at Helen, hoping she and Matthew were already on their way, Jesse nearly groaned at her narrowed eyes and quick movements as she turned and spurred Sadie forward. She'd definitely seen, and while he didn't want her to get her hopes up, he also didn't want her to get the wrong idea. Turning back to Jean, he realized she'd been speaking and he'd completely tuned her out. "I'm so sorry, Miss Watkins." "What were you saying?" Jean's grin faltered for only a moment before she fixed it firmly back in place. "I was just saying that Mama planned to make a special dinner tomorrow evening, and you're more than welcome to come. I know the food at the boarding house is good, but it can't be as good as Mama's pot pie." Pot pie was his favorite, but it wouldn't be fair to lead Jean on any more than it would be any other woman. "I'm afraid I can't, but thank you for the invitation. Have a nice night, Miss Watkins." Moving as quickly as he could so as to not be too impolite, Jesse turned and headed back the direction he came. One of these days, Jean would accept his lack of interest, and he hoped it would come sooner than later. Chapter 2. Uncle Matthew cut his eyes sideways at her as they ambled down the road, a smirk playing across his aging, but still handsome features. "Mind tellin' Emmy what's got my sunshine so long in the face?" His use of her childhood nickname broke down her annoyance a little, no doubt his plan. Blowing out a breath and impatiently pushing a lock of hair from her face, Helen wasn't sure how to answer. "Jesse just grates on every nerve I have, Uncle Matthew." "It's nothing." "Why do you think that is?" That was a good question, one she pondered as they moved further down the dusty road to the homestead on which she'd been raised. It was a road she knew as well as she did her own name. Just past town there was a berry patch on the east side of the road where deer could often be seen eating their fill. A little further and you reached Forrest Underwood's ranch, the ranch where Emma Thompson, now Archer, lived with her husband Nathan. If nothing else, thinking through each divot and side of the road before them took her mind off Jesse and just what it was that got under her skin. She knew there was some pettiness in her frustration, residual hurt that he'd not paid her any mind when he first arrived to town. Seeing Jean with him just now had bubbled up all the resentment she fought down. "I'm not really sure. Sometimes, he acts like he barely knows I'm alive." Uncle Matthew nodded thoughtfully, watching the horizon as the sun fell behind the trees. "And the other times?" "Other times, he acts like he might care what happens to me." It was confusing and frustrating. They'd had conversations in the past few months that led her to believe they might at least be friends, but then he'd put his guard back up and hold her at arm's length. Not to mention, he apparently had eyes for Jean Watkins. Jean was a nice girl, but she was as flirtatious as Helen tended to be. At least, as Helen had been. The thrill of it all had lost some of its shine in the last few months. "I'm sure he cares what happens to you," Uncle Matthew said. "But Jesse's led a complicated life, one I'm not sure he ever plans to bring a woman into. You'd do well not to jump to conclusions even if you see something that makes you think otherwise." His pointed statement made it clear he'd seen Jean approach Jesse as well. A jackrabbit hopped across the road in front of them, bringing a small smile to Helen's lips. Callum said something similar at his and Rose's wedding. "He said there was more to Jesse than I knew." "He's right, and unfortunately, neither of us have been told we can share more." He rode quietly for a moment, almost reaching the cutoff to their homestead before speaking again. "Do you think Jesse's rejection hurts your pride more than anything?" Helen bristled immediately, but had to admit the truth of the statement. "I imagine that's part of it." "You're used to being the bright spot in every room," Uncle Matthew said gently. "You're bright and personable, charming and beautiful. All of that comes with a certain level of attention from young men, Jesse included. But I wonder if you've defined yourself for so long by what other people think of you, you forgot whose opinion matters most." "Whose opinion is that?" Uncle Matthew tipped his chin upward. "First, your identity and worth is in the Lord and no one else. No man, no friendships, no skill in the kitchen can ever give you the sense of worth your Creator can. Second, it matters what you think of yourself. Have you followed what your gut told you was the right thing? Have you been true to the person God created you to be?" That sounded familiar, but it was a concept she'd always found difficult to apply. "You sound like Papa." Chuckling, Uncle Matthew continued. "I imagine so." Before he surrendered to the Lord, he defined himself by an impossible standard. He had to learn the only standard that mattered was that which the Lord asked of him. When he did, he found the peace he'd searched for his whole life. It was interesting, hearing Papa's story from the perspective of someone who experienced it alongside him. Helen's house in sight, she spotted Mama sweeping the porch just as the last of the brilliant sunset darkened to dusk. Abigail Jones was as beautiful as ever. Helen inherited her bright red hair and fair features from her, though Papa's stubbornness had certainly come through as well. Mama waved and called back into the house. The cabin had been added on since Grandma Ruth gifted it to Papa and Mama. What had once been a tiny, cozy log cabin was now a large and comfortable family home. Mama's touch with flowers had the place bursting with color every spring. Helen couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth every time she returned to the property. Papa had always said it was the first place he'd ever felt at home, and Helen understood why. She felt the presence of God more clearly on her homestead than she did even in a church service. Mama said it was because Grandma Ruth spent so many years praying over the land. Pa, the mountain of a man he was, appeared in the doorway with a relieved smile on his face. Thanks for escorting her back, Matthew. I've been second-guessing myself letting her ride home alone since we got here, but Abigail told me I was being silly. Mama playfully smacked his chest. I didn't say you were being silly, I said she'd be fine. It's been months, and we've heard nothing of Black Jack Pruitt. Still, Uncle Matthew said, we need to be careful. I'm not so sure he'll come back, but until we get word from the U.S. Marshals that Rose and Helen are safe, I'd prefer they both travel with escorts. Helen tried not to roll her eyes. This whole thing with Jack Pruitt and his supposed desire for revenge made her feel like a child. Are they even looking for him? They are, Uncle Matthew said, but he's laid low for a while, which is unusual for those in his line of work. With the money confiscated, he can't have purchased that land in Colorado he wanted, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's hooked up with a band of outlaws and is running with them until he can rebuild his posse. Which is why, Papa said as he stepped off the porch and helped Helen dismount, we need you to be careful. He kissed her gently on the head. I don't know what I'd do if he came back looking for you. But anyway, Callum said you had big news for us and it was why you had to stay late today. What is it? Spirits lifted, Helen launched into the explanation of the contest Mrs. Ida had entered the bakery into and the prizes they'd earn if they won. It's an incredible opportunity to learn from some of the best bakers in the world, she nearly squealed. The insecurity she felt earlier tugged at her heart, but she forced it down. It didn't do a lick of good to focus on unpleasant thoughts. A wide grin spread across Mama's face. That's wonderful, honey. Congratulations. We're so proud of you for even getting this far. Patting his stomach, Uncle Matthew smirked. Anyone who's tried your cinnamon rolls knows good and well they're the best in the state. If those judges know food, you'll win. Helen beamed, picturing herself in New York City alongside the most accomplished pastry chefs of their day. Pine Creek had always felt unbearably boring to her, but she'd been so focused on creating and perfecting new dishes that she hadn't stopped to dream. Now all she had to do was make that dream come true. Jesse moved down the street the next morning, getting to the mercantile foremost in his mind. When he arrived, the bell above the door alerted Emma Archer to his presence, and she looked up from where she refilled candy jars with a wide smile. Good morning, Mr. Prichard. Can I help you find anything? Please, call me Jesse, he replied. And yes, I think you can. Where can I find the ink? He'd run through that which was stored in the supply room at the bank quickly with all the balancing he'd had to do in the ledgers. Emma nodded enthusiastically and pointed toward the back of the store. Of course, it's just down that aisle there on the right-hand side. Holler if you can't find it. I will, thanks. Jesse waved and headed the direction she pointed. The ink was easy to spot, next to the notebooks and the couple of ledger books kept in stock. Found it, he called. Deciding he'd better grab as many bottles as he could lest they run out again, Jesse picked up an entire case. Will I short you if I purchase all of these? Emma looked up at his load and chuckled. No, we've got another case in the back. After she added his purchases on her notepad, she looked up with curious eyes. I trust things are finally getting back to normal at the bank? Finally, Jesse replied with relief. It had been a blessing that the U.S. Marshals had agreed to the Treasury's request to bequeath some of the stolen money back to Pine Creek, to refill folks' accounts. It had taken some time to get approval, but once it came, everyone breathed easier. I believe whoever comes in to replace me will have a much easier time than I have. Disappointment flitted across Emma's features, but she quickly masked it. So you're really not planning on staying? We'd sure love to have your experience running Pine Creek's bank. I know Nathan's Uncle Forrest has been impressed with the way you've handled the hand you were dealt. Jesse had only met Emma's husband and his uncle a handful of times, but both men struck him as fair, honest, and to the point. This has always been a temporary assignment for me, but I can see how Pine Creek can grow on a person. It can, at that, Emma said as she counted the bills he handed her. It's hard to believe our little town might just be on the map soon with the bakery making the semifinals of the Carter's Bazaar competition. He'd been mildly distracted studying the wall of candy jars behind Emma, but Jesse's attention popped to her then. What competition? The last thing the bakery needed was more attention with Jack still evading capture. Jesse was certain he planned to return anyway, but on the off chance he'd left Texas, national attention on the young women he considered responsible for losing his posse would no doubt draw him back. That, and the increased business they'd undoubtedly receive. Oh, it's so exciting, Emma said with sparkling eyes. Apparently, Mrs. Ida entered them in the competition ages ago and hadn't heard back. Recently, the organizers wrote back and said that the bakery had garnered such a good reputation with surrounding cities and their partner publications, that they'd be sending a judges panel soon. Rose was in here this morning telling me all about it. She and Helen are thrilled, though Rose is a little nervous about the possibility of a full spread and photo in the magazine. She's not as fond of attention as are Helen. Of course they were thrilled. No one, not even Helen's father or uncles, seemed to be taking the threat as seriously as he was. His jaw tightened at what that might mean for her and Rose. It does sound exciting, he said unconvincingly. He took his change from Emma's outstretched hand. Thank you for your help. Emma eyed him with confusion, but he turned and left the mercantile without another word. She's not your concern, Jesse muttered to himself as he moved down the boardwalk with his crate of ink bottles. Maybe, if he told himself that fact enough times, his brain would finally get the message. For some reason, the feisty redhead with the quick wit had gotten under his skin, and not solely because he loved to ruffle her feathers. He could almost hear the words of Marshall Potter echoing in his ears, despite the fact that the man had passed 2 years ago. Don't go borrowin' trouble from tomorrow, boy. Take all that worry and give it to the Lord. He knows the outcome anyway. He knew the words to be true, but memories of Jack's fists as a child, his utter lack of remorse for anyone he harmed, it all curdled in Jesse's stomach. He'd never known Jack's father, but Ma always said the apple didn't fall far from the tree. The man had been gruff and angry, with a chip on his shoulder the size of Texas. The first time Jesse realized his childhood hero worship of Jack was misplaced was when he was 5 years old and Jack was 15. A girl in town had rebuffed Jack's advances, uninterested in a boy of his reputation. Jack came home fuming, vowing that she'd regret it. The next day, Jesse woke to the news that the girl's father's hardware store had been burned to the ground. It sat separate from other businesses, but the livery and hotel had still received a bit of damage from the smoke. Jesse didn't even have to ask if Jack had done it, the satisfied grin on his brother's face was enough of an answer. Ma was as scared of Jack as Jesse was, particularly when he'd surpassed her in size at 13. From that point until Jack left home at 16, he'd been the one in charge. Jesse had regretted joining Jack out on the road from just about the moment it happened, but he'd been an angry adolescent who'd just lost his mother. If Jack worked to instill anything in Jesse, it had been that those who wronged you deserved their payment. It had taken the work of the Almighty alone to change that way of thinking, but Jesse shuddered to think what his brother might have planned for 2 women who thwarted his plans. And if he spotted them in Carter's Bazaar? It would definitely push him over the edge. Chapter 3. Helen Jones, if you don't hurry up, we'll be late for church. Mama's voice rang out the back door of their home and carried through the woods to where Helen foraged for wild edible plants. Coming, Mama. Helen glanced at her basket. She found the early morning the best time to forage, as many of the wildlife still slept and hadn't picked through the meadows yet. Her basket held autumn sage, meadow garlic, wood sorrel, and mulberries. As she trudged back to the house, ideas for new confections using wild flora from the woods behind her home floating in her head, she thought of Grandma Ruth. Ruth Hammond was a firecracker of a lady. She'd passed when Helen was still a girl, but her knowledge of the land she loved and the filling and healing bounty it contained was matched by no one. She grew herbs every year that not only flavored their favorite dishes, but also healed their bodies when necessary. She'd taught Mama most everything she knew and had begun to do the same for Helen. Mama carried on her education as she grew, and Helen learned even more from Edie when she returned from medical school. Goats bleated as she passed their pens. "Good morning, girls." Helen reached out a hand to pet one of her favorites, Lucinda. Lucinda was well past her milking years but was such a sweet animal that neither she nor Mama could bear to part with her. The goats were another gift from Grandma Ruth, the soap she and Mama made from their milk, keeping the family comfortable in times that would otherwise have been lean. In the years since Helen and Rose took over the bakery, she hadn't been able to help Mama as much with the goats, but they still brought her great joy. The back door opened once again, and Helen waved to her mother. "Almost there, Mama." Mama nodded with a grin and a shake of her head before moving back inside the house. As usual, Helen helped load up the baskets that would contribute to the church's weekly picnic and climbed up in the back of the wagon with her brother. "Finally decided to grace us with your presence," Robert teased with a smirk. "Have you been gallivanting with the wood fairies again?" "No," Helen said with a chuckle. "They stopped talking to me around the time I turned 10. As a child, she'd spent hours in the woods pretending to be on all sorts of adventures. Robert teased her about them, but it never bothered her." Robert shifted in the wagon bed, resting both arms on the edge of the buckboard. It seemed impossible, but he'd grown even more in the last 6 months or so. Helen glanced from Robert to Papa, the largest man she'd ever known. "Have you surpassed Papa in height yet?" Papa scoffed from where he held the reins. "He's doing his best, but I've still got him beat by an inch or so." "True," Robert said, "but I've still got some time to grow, whereas you're likely to start shrinking soon." "I prefer the term settling, young man, and that just means you'll have to take on more work at the smithy when it happens." Robert grinned, and Helen knew the idea was what he'd dreamed from childhood. "Whatever you say, Papa." The rest of the trip passed in companionable chatter, though Helen couldn't help but wonder how much longer they'd all be able to ride together to the little white church on the other end of town. Robert had been talking about moving to the apartment at the blacksmith shop since he turned 18 a few months before, and Helen had pondered the idea of moving into the parsonage cottage with Rose's sister, Violet, now that the girl's mother had moved out to live with Rose, Bonnie, and Callum. Rather than ponder the thought, Helen picked up the dime novel she'd tossed in the wagon the night before and lost herself in the pages while Papa and Robert talked shop. She'd read this one before, as she couldn't seem to purchase the books as quickly as she could read them, but it was an old favorite. The pages were dog-eared and had stains where she'd attempted to read and bake at the same time. It didn't matter how many times she read the exploits of the lawman hero and the beautiful young teacher he'd come to rescue, she loved it still. "Helen," Robert said with a wave in front of her face. "You might want to put down the novel and pick up your Bible, we're here." Jared back into reality from her story, it took Helen a second to get her bearings. They had indeed parked in front of the church, and Robert hopped out of the wagon. He held up a hand to help Helen climb down, a smirk on his face the whole time. He didn't understand his big sister's love of books, but it didn't stop him from picking one up whenever he saw a new one in the mercantile. Robert was quiet and stoic around most people, but he was incredibly thoughtful with those he loved. Leaving their baskets of food in the wagon bed until after church, the family made their way inside. After a quick greeting to her cousins and their families, Helen took her place next to Mama just as Alex stood to greet them. "Good morning, all." His and Lily's son, Hunter, broke free from his mother's arms and ran up the aisle to his father. With a laugh, Alex picked him up and continued his welcome. "I hope you're all as eager to be in the house of the Lord as Hunter is. Let's bow our heads in prayer." Mama rose to take her place at the upright piano as Alex prayed and proceeded to lead the church in a few hymns before Alex took the pulpit again. That time, Uncle Jake had hold of Hunter while Lily held their new baby Lottie. She'd been named for Nana Charlotte, but the nickname suited her well. Just as Alex took the pulpit, the back door opened and Jesse walked in. Behind him, Jean Watkins followed. Uncle Matthew had told her not to jump to conclusions, but it was tough not to when Jesse spent so much time around a girl of Jean's personality. Realizing the irony of her thinking anyone to be flirtatious, Helen did her best to squelch her annoyance at the sight. She wasn't entirely successful, as Alex's sermon was mostly drowned out by questions of whether the two had arrived together or simply walked in at the same time. Was it something scandalous, or had Jesse found himself a sweetheart? She'd been working under the assumption that he didn't want to court anyone at all while in Pine Creek since he didn't plan on staying, but what if he just didn't want to court her? Tears threatened, but she blinked them back, all the while, her frustration growing. Some logical part of her brain understood that she'd jumped quickly to a conclusion that may not be accurate, but Jesse had the unique talent of stirring her up no matter the circumstance. As inconspicuously as she could, Helen turned just enough to see that the two had indeed sat on the same row, beside each other no less. It might have been one of the few rows available, but surely Jean's family would have made room for her if she'd wanted to sit with them. As the service continued, the angry flush in Helen's face grew to what she was certain was noticeable. Somewhere in the back of her mind, Uncle Matthew's words from the other night echoed. She knew she was putting her identity and worth in the wrong hands, but her irritation drowned out the words of wisdom. She'd put many of her would-be suitors down easily in the past few months, hoping she could convince Jesse she was more than what met the eye. It seemed to have done no good, despite the times he'd looked at her in a way that caused her to hope. With a huff of determination, Helen crossed her arms over her chest. Mama glanced at her with a raised eyebrow but didn't speak. If Jesse was willing to pass her over for another woman right here in Pine Creek, it might just be time she returned to some of her old ways. If nothing else, it would make her feel better. Jesse stepped through the white double doors of the church with a sigh of relief. Finally, he'd cut Jean Watkins loose. He'd seen her in town a few times recently, and each time she cornered him to coax him into conversation. Short of being rude, he didn't know quite how to get through to her that he wasn't the slightest bit interested. Helen's face when he'd entered with Jean, a feat she'd orchestrated to be more or less waiting for him in the churchyard, had gutted him. He didn't want to give Helen false hope that they could have a relationship, but he also didn't want her to think he'd passed her over for another woman. If he were able to court anyone, it'd be her. As if his thoughts conjured her, the sound of Helen's laughter filled the air from under the old oak tree in the churchyard. It was an odd laugh, not the genuine one he often heard her use with her family. His jaw clenched so tightly he thought his teeth might break at the sight of Helen standing with two cowboys and a sawmill employee. All three looked at her like she was some sort of mythical fairy queen sent to Earth, but he couldn't say he blamed them. Between her natural charm, quick wit, and stunning beauty, he'd fallen under her spell as well. It was a draw that only increased as he saw her around her family and close friends, when the real Helen had a chance to shine. Footsteps sounded behind him and Jesse realized he was still on the front steps of the church. Callum's voice jarred him from his thoughts even as his fists clenched at his sides. "I thought she'd moved past all that," Callum said. "Rose said she'd given all her callers a polite invitation to skedaddle. I guess we were wrong." Jesse had seen her flirtatious side before, but only directed at him. "This is common for her?" "It used to be," Callum said as he followed Jesse off the steps and onto the lush grass. "This summer, she turned over a new leaf." He looked as though he wanted to say more but shut his mouth and returned his Stetson to its perch atop his head. "I'm sure it's nothing." If it was nothing, why had Jesse's mouth suddenly gone dry at the sight of Helen placing a hand on one of the cowboys' arm and laughing, as though whatever he just said was the funniest thing she'd ever heard? Why did a cloud of red threaten to overtake the corners of his vision as he spotted Helen glance his way? She was doing it to make him jealous, that much he knew. What she couldn't possibly know is just how heartily she'd succeeded. Since he'd been a small child, Jesse fought against the temper he saw in his father and his brother. The two may not have shared any blood, but Jack may as well have been the man's son for how similarly they acted when angered. Only a few times in his life had Jesse been unable to keep hold on his temper, and none of them had happened since he came to know the Lord. "Come on," Callum's voice cut through the sound of Jesse's blood in his ears. Callum eyed him warily, one brow raised. "You look like you could use some water. Let's get in line." Forcing himself to take deep breaths and count backwards from 10 like Marshall Potter taught him, he nodded. "I think that's a good idea." His voice sounded strained, but it wasn't the growl he feared would escape. The knowledge his response was completely irrational didn't escape him, as his normal temperament was all about logic and the facts in front of him. If anything, the fact that he got angry in the first place frustrated him all the more. Anyone having that power over him was a threat to the respect he'd finally earned in life, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Settling into the back of the food line, Jesse felt his pulse begin to slow. As long as he didn't look back at Helen, he could pretend she no longer flirted with every available man in town. That was, until the sound of her feigned laughter split the air again, this time, much too close. "Bobby, I can't believe you would say such a thing," Helen giggled. She didn't sound upset by whatever the cowboy had said, but if he thought for a moment it had been inappropriate, he'd lay the man out right there. Callum tried to engage Jesse in conversation, but all he could hear was the conversation taking place behind him, his ire raising with every coyly spoken word. "He's just tryin' to charm ya, Helen," another one of the men said with a chuckle. "But we all know the best taste in town." That was it. Jesse didn't care if Helen was throwing herself at them, one never spoke of a lady that way. Jesse's fist flew around and connected with the mill worker's nose before he even realized what had happened. The satisfying crunch was all he registered. That, and the sight of the man stumbling backwards as red poured from his nose. "Jesse Prichard." Helen shoved his shoulder back and stared at him with both shock and rage. "What in the world do you think you're doing?" "Protecting your honor," he shouted back. "Someone's got to." Helen gasped, and Callum put a hand on Jesse's shoulder that he shrugged off. "And just what do you mean by that?" "I mean, if he's going to imply that you've kissed all three of them, he needs to be laid out on the ground. And if you don't care enough about your reputation to set him straight, then I will." Helen's eyes narrowed as her voice lowered dangerously. "He didn't mean that I was the best taste in town, you oaf. We were talking about my products at the bakery. Bobby said my muffins were his favorite." In a nasally voice, the mill worker Jesse had just punched spoke up then. "All I meant was I was partial to her cinnamon rolls." Humiliation washed over Jesse, but it didn't replace the fury that had already unleashed inside of him. He hadn't realized it until now, but the sight of Helen surrounded by doting suitors reminded him of his mother's string of men. Before he could stop them, the words came tumbling from his mouth. "Well, forgive me for thinking you've made good on all that you seem to be offering." The second he spoke the words aloud, his anger turned from Helen and her suitors to himself. The effect was compounded as Callum pulled him away from the line, and Jesse spotted Helen's eyes fill with tears. "Take a walk," Callum growled in Jesse's ear. "Go now." Unable to look at Helen's face a moment longer, knowing she'd hate him forever for what he'd just said, Jesse took off at a near run down the creek bank. All he wanted was to get as far away from the church as possible. It had been years since he'd let his anger get the best of him, but now he'd hurt the one person he'd give anything to protect. Chapter 4. "Helen," Mama said gently as she approached with all of her aunts and female cousins, "are you all right, honey?" Impatiently wiping away the tears that threatened to fall, Helen straightened her shoulders. "I'm fine." What Jesse said was ridiculous and cruel, but his opinion of me doesn't change my opinion of myself. She was far from fine, but her family didn't need to know that. She hated to admit it, but his opinion mattered to her very much. Lily approached then, placing a hand on her shoulder. "What happened?" "We heard the end, but what led him to say such a thing?" Helen sighed and launched into an abbreviated description of the events leading up to her fight with Jesse. A glance at the men in her family some 10 yards away told her Callum was doing the same thing. He jumped to conclusions and overreacted, she said as she finished. Her anger and frustration warred with her humiliation and the utter feeling of rejection she'd felt as she looked into Jesse's blazing brown eyes. Rose narrowed her eyes in the direction Jesse had run down the creek. It sounds a bit like jealousy to me. That, and a genuine desire to defend your honor based on what he thought he heard. She paused before continuing. What he said was inexcusable, but it's not necessarily unforgivable. Rose, Helen spat, he humiliated me in front of the whole town. How could that possibly be anything but cruelty? The lump in her throat formed again, and this time she didn't know if she'd be able to keep the tears at bay. Until that morning when she'd seen Jesse with Jean, she'd fantasized he might have some dangerous past that kept them apart. Instead, it seemed he just held a particular distaste for her. I agree with Rose, Edie said. The man who ran out of here wasn't a face of rage and cruelty. It was a face of regret and pain. Mama rubbed her back then. It reminded me a little of when your papa lashed out at your aunts after he returned from prison. His circumstances were different, but I wouldn't form conclusions about Jesse based on today's fight. Talk to him, give him a chance to apologize. If he doesn't, we know the kind of man he is. They were all acting like she and Jesse had a lover's quarrel. He doesn't owe me anything. We aren't sweethearts. And they never would be. Clearly, Jesse thought of her as nothing more than a wanton woman. Still, Papa said as he approached with her brother and Uncle Jake, any man worth his salt would apologize to a young lady after what he said. He raised his eyebrow in a manner that never failed to make her feel like a naughty child. Why were you keeping company with those men anyway? I thought you'd cut them all loose. Knowing looks crossed her family's faces, and Helen studied her feet. I saw him come into church with Jean, and it upset me. I suppose I wanted to make him jealous. No use lying about it, these people knew her better than anyone. Sunshine, Papa said as he pulled her in close to his broad frame, you know how much we love you. Nothing in this world could ever change that, but you've got some growing up to do. I guess you owe Jesse an apology too. He was right, and she knew it. Yes, sir, Papa. Looking around, Helen realized not everyone was present anymore. Where's Callum? He and your Uncle Matthew went after Jesse. I don't cotton to any man speaking ill of my daughter, but I know what it feels like to feel choked by anger. They went to make sure he's all right. Shame washed over her as Helen realized she hadn't thought much about what might have motivated Jesse's anger. She knew there was more to him than she'd been told, and it occurred to her that she just might have seen a glimpse of the man Jesse Prichard used to be. If it's all right with everyone, Helen said as thoughts swirled through her mind faster than she could process them, I think I'd like to go over to the bakery and work on some new recipes. She always did her best thinking that way, and something about creating beauty from seemingly ordinary ingredients fed her soul. Mama nodded, she understood that as well as anyone. Go on, we'll send Papa or Robert to pick you up before dinner. After brief hugs to her family and turning her back on all the curious faces that still stared after her from the churchyard, Helen hurried down the street to what she considered her sanctuary. For some, the church was where they met with God most often, for her, it was the bakery. As she twisted and formed doughs and confections, she could ponder what it meant to be formed by the potter. I haven't really let you form me lately, Father, she prayed aloud as she let herself into the cheery building with light blue walls. Locking the door behind her, she made her way into the kitchen. Uncle Matthew talked about letting you define who I am, but what if I don't know who that is? What if I don't know what you want from me? There were plenty of times she acted out of immaturity and impulse, but where did the process of growing and learning end and her personality begin? Somehow, she didn't know that she'd ever be meek and gentle like Lily or boldly wise like Edie. She wasn't humble like Rose or courageous like Mama. Even Emily, at 18, was miles ahead of Helen in patience and thoughtfulness. Helen pulled down her mixing bowls and the ingredients for a new soda bread she'd been wanting to try. I've always heard that you created me for what you have for me, but why is it that everything about me seems so contrary to all biblical traits? Measuring out her ingredients, Helen continued to pour her heart out to the Lord, occasionally wondering if her prayers even made it past the ceiling. I know you use folks of all kinds to accomplish your will, she prayed, but I really can't see how you could use someone like me. It was interesting. She'd never really struggled with confidence until Jesse came to town a few months before. Her first instinct had been to blame Jesse, but when word of the Carters' bizarre competition brought out similar feelings of inadequacy, Helen wondered if they hadn't just been shovels to uncover what was there all along. Jesse paced back and forth at the edge of the water. It lapped over the rocks of the creek bed in an almost jovial manner, contrasting the turmoil raging inside him. How could he have spoken that way to Helen? Rational thought had completely fled his mind, and suddenly he was transported back to watching his mother throw herself at every willing man in town. He wasn't sure what moment exactly triggered his response, but the idea of Helen allowing herself to be treated the way his mother did threatened to eat him from the inside out. The sound of leaves crunching under boots jarred him back into the present, and his head whipped around to see who joined him. He wouldn't have been surprised to see Helen's father coming to run him out of town, but it was Callum and Matthew that approached instead. Matthew stepped forward, both hands in his pockets. "You all right, son?" The gentle concern on his face was disarming. Not since Marshall Potter passed had any man attempted to fill a mentor role for him. "Not particularly," Jesse said. "I didn't mean what I said." "We know you didn't," Callum responded. "But why did you say it?" Jesse debated for a moment whether to tell them more about his past, but decided it was best they knew why he'd reacted the way he did. "My mother cycled through many men while I was growing up, most of which didn't treat her or us very well. I never knew Jack's father, but I know he instilled in him a taste for revenge. My father wasn't any better and didn't try to keep his anger at bay when it hit. Other men Ma kept company with over the years were anything from lazy and good-for-nothing to downright mean. Seeing Helen like that, flirting with those men. It brought back memories you'd rather forget," Matthew finished. "You've got a past no one envies, Jesse, but it's up to you whether you let it control your future." Callum stepped forward and clapped a hand on Jesse's back. "I spent a long time trying to do everything in my own power, but it was only when I surrendered my life to the Lord and really asked Him to make me more like Him that things started to turn around. Until then, the hard times seemed impossible." What Callum said made sense, but Jesse had no idea how to do that. "I won't be surprised if Helen never forgives me. She probably hates me. The whole town may hate him for all he knew." "You'd be surprised," Matthew said with a chuckle. "Helen's had a few outbursts of her own over the years. I find telling the truth and letting the chips fall tends to be the best strategy with women. Do you think I should tell her Jack's my brother? It would make things easier, but it might put her in greater danger." Matthew thought for a moment. "I don't know that it's necessary for now, but it might become so. It doesn't really have anything to do with today anyway." He was right, and Jesse decided he'd keep his brother's identity to himself for the time being. "Thank you both. I'm going to go see if I can find Helen. Do you think they've gone back to the homestead by now?" He considered seeing if Pete would rent him a horse despite it being Sunday, but decided walking might give him some good time to pray before seeing Helen. "I'd check the bakery first," Callum said. "Rose says she goes up there on Sundays pretty often, and I know she bakes when she's upset." Matthew patted his stomach. "And being so close to the bakery, we tend to benefit from her frustrations." His eyes softened and he nodded. "Be honest with her. Helen has a few shortcomings, as do we all, but a lack of compassion has never been one of them." With a last thanks to the men before him, Jesse took off at a brisk stride to the bakery. As far down the creek as he'd gone, it took a makeshift path through the woods and a bit of gaining his bearings, but he made it before too long. A look through the window told him Callum had been correct, as Helen bustled around the kitchen at an impressive pace. Her long red hair was tied on the top of her head with a ribbon, her church dress splattered with flour as the apron didn't quite cover everything. She didn't look angry, though. Her expression was a mix of determination and joy, one he'd always noticed on her whenever she worked. It boded well for her state of mind, and Jesse almost hated to open the door and ruin it. Still, he had to apologize. She deserved it. His hand reached the doorknob, and he realized it was locked. Good, she'd be easy to sneak up on while baking if someone meant her harm. It took a few knocks on the door to get her attention, but within a minute or so her soft footsteps sounded. Spying him through the window, her eyes narrowed. Whether that was in anger or curiosity, he didn't know. The bell above the door jingled as she opened it, but didn't step aside to let him in. "We're closed today." Her tone wasn't icy, as he'd expected. It was quiet, like he'd really hurt her. The knowledge settled in his gut like a brick. "I know. I came to apologize for what I said. If you'll allow me, I'd like to explain what happened. I'm not trying to excuse my behavior, I just want you to understand." If nothing else, she'd know his anger hadn't truly been about her. She hesitated for a moment, but widened the door enough to let him through. When she gestured toward a table in front of the window, he made his way there and pulled a chair out for her. Once they were both seated, Helen didn't speak. She studied him with her bright blue eyes, the same ones she shared with her father and some of her cousins. Jesse cleared his throat. "I wish I'd never said what I did. If I could take it back, I would." "I'm so sorry, Helen. Did you mean it?" Her voice was thick, as though she fought back the urge to cry. He shook his head emphatically. "No, not in the slightest." Sighing, he told her about his mother and how his words had been more about her than Helen. "I always felt like my mother put her need for male attention above our well-being." Helen was quiet for a moment, and Jesse wished he could read her mind. "I'm not your mother, Jesse. I've never been anything but chaste with any man who's come to court me." "I know," Jesse assured her. "It wasn't about you, but I regret my words nonetheless." "I owe you an apology as well," Helen said. "If I'm being honest, I got a little jealous when you came into church with Jean. I suppose I wanted to make you feel the same way." Fighting the urge to roll his eyes at the thought of Jean, Jesse shook his head. "I'm not interested in Jean. I don't think it's wise to pursue a relationship with anyone here, but if I were, it wouldn't be Jean." There. He hadn't come right out and told her it'd be her, but Helen was smart enough to read between the lines. Her wide eyes, as soon as the words left his lips, told him as much. "So where does that leave us?" Her words were careful, but he spotted the hope in her eyes. "Friends, I hope." As hard as it was to be around her, it'd be nearly impossible to stay away entirely. Not to mention, he didn't really want to. Disappointment crossed her features, but she quickly masked it. "All right then," she said with an outstretched hand. "Friends." As they shook on it, he couldn't help but notice she still had a bit of flour and sugar on her hands. She must have realized at the same time, as she flashed him the grin that had all the young men in town clamoring after her. He certainly couldn't blame them. Chapter 5. That Wednesday evening, Helen's family gathered at Uncle Matthew and Aunt Carissa's in town for family dinner. Helen, Edie, Lily, Emily, Sarah, and Rose all sat in the parlor while the men congregated out back discussing goodness knew what. "Rose," Edie said from her spot on the floor where her baby Riley practiced rolling over. "How is your mama settling in out at the ranch?" She flipped Riley back over to his stomach and grinned, a game he apparently loved. "She's settling in nicely," Rose said. "She started joining meals at the big house on occasion, though a gathering of this size is still a little much for her." Edie nodded in understanding. She'd been treating Rose's mother for nerves and melancholy for a few months now, and the difference seemed night and day. "Well, please let me know if you have any questions. I'm so happy she's feeling better." With Rose's father in prison for most of the next 3 years for bank fraud and theft, they'd wondered whether her recovery would be short-lived. Thankfully, it seemed the fresh air of the ranch had been good for her. "It'll be especially nice to have her there if a little one comes along," Sarah chuckled. Having Beth to help with Eliza was invaluable. "I'm sure," Rose said before turning to Helen. "I know we work together, but I feel like I've barely had a chance to visit all week. How did everything turn out Sunday?" Helen had known the conversation would eventually turn to her fight with Jesse. He came by later that day and apologized. "We're friends, but nothing more." Living her life as openly as she did, all her cousins were well aware of Helen's crush on Jesse. "I'm glad," Lily said sweetly. "And I suppose it was just a coincidence he came in with Jean that day?" "She's a nice girl, but I don't see the two of them together." Pondering how much of their conversation to share, Helen decided to be vague with anything regarding his past. He's not interested in Jean. Apparently, he doesn't believe it's wise to start any sort of relationship since he doesn't plan to be here long term. A hurried knock at the door halted their conversation, and Emily stood to answer it. Who could that be? Since both the lawmen in town are here, Edie replied, I imagine it might be for one of them. Sarah nodded. It never seems to stop, does it? She stood from her spot next to Edie where she'd been playing pat-a-cake with Eliza. I'll go out back and get them while you answer, Em. Emily nodded and moved toward the door. Positioned as Helen was, she couldn't see the visitor until Emily invited him into the foyer. There, looking as uncomfortable as she'd ever seen him, stood Jesse. He'd removed his coat at some point, and the pistol on his hip was in plain view. Helen had never asked why he carried it, being a banker as he was, but she'd always wondered. Mrs. Carmichael, Jesse said as Aunt Carissa stepped out of the kitchen. I'm so sorry to interrupt your dinner, but there's a matter of great importance I need to make your husband aware of. It'll only take a moment. Of course, Jesse, Aunt Carissa replied. Sarah's gone out back to get him and Malachi, you're welcome to wait here. At that moment, the back door opened again and boots clapped on the floorboards. Jesse, Uncle Matthew greeted, how can I help you, son? Jesse glanced around and caught Helen's eye. He nodded quickly but turned his attention back to her uncle and cousin. If we could step out to the front porch I'd be most grateful. Gesturing to the door, Uncle Matthew nodded. Lead the way. As soon as the door shut, Aunt Carissa entered the parlor. Girls, would a few of you help us set the table? Being the few without children to watch, Helen, Rose, and Emily stood to do as she asked. They'd gotten mostly through when Emily called into the kitchen. Mama, do you want us to set a place for Jesse as well? Simultaneous anticipation and anxiety sluiced through Helen. She and Jesse had said they'd be friends, but being around him might be more difficult than she realized. Aunt Carissa turned kind eyes on her from where she pulled a roast chicken from the oven. Is that all right with you, Helen? Of course, Helen replied with slightly more force than necessary. We've both apologized, it's all water under the bridge. Perhaps if she said it enough times, she'd believe it herself. Hearing about his mother had helped her understand, but she couldn't just turn off the feelings she'd had for months. If you're sure, Robert's deep voice boomed from behind her. How in the world he'd gotten down the hallway without his loud steps giving him away was a mystery. I know he apologized, but I'd be happy to toss him out if you want. He winked, and Helen couldn't help but think what a wonderful young man her brother had become. He was nearly identical to their father in size and coloring but had Mama's green eyes. To someone who didn't know him well, his quiet nature and size might be intimidating, but all Helen saw was the funny and protective little brother he'd always been. I'm all right, Bear, she said using the nickname she'd given him as children. She'd been unable to say Robert, and it came out sounding more like Bear. As he'd grown so quickly, the name solidified. He wasn't the only one at fault, after all. Still, he said as he cut narrowed eyes to the front door, any man who insults my sister will have to deal with me. Papa approached from behind them, the rest of the men entering as well. You'll have to get in line, son. He grinned at Helen and added, but I think we can let this one time go. Besides, I already accepted his apology. This was news to her. When did he apologize to you? He came by the smithy Monday morning, Papa said. He explained a little about his childhood, and it made more sense. Besides, like you said, he wasn't the only one at fault. The front door opened then, and Uncle Matthew, Malachi, and Jesse came back in. All sported grim looks on their faces. Everyone, Uncle Matthew said loudly, I'd like you to all get where you can hear this, as it affects everyone. Helen's eyes shot to Jesse's, and she wished she knew what he was thinking. Her eyes locked on his, and an ocean of meaning seemed to pass between them. Black Jack Pruitt has been spotted a few hours away, Uncle Matthew said. What's more, he's apparently formed a new posse. Jesse received word this afternoon from the U.S. Marshals after they received a tip. Rose gasped, and Callum placed an arm around his wife. He whispered something softly in her ear, and she nodded, tears forming in her eyes. We aren't certain what his motive is to stay here, he continued. It's important to be vigilant but not jump to conclusions. Life can go on as normal, but I think it's wise that Helen and Rose go nowhere without an armed escort. If they could refrain from traveling at night, it would make me feel better as well. Jesse stepped forward then, still looking a bit uncomfortable but determined as well. Jack Pruitt is a dangerous man, he said as he pierced Helen with his deep brown eyes. Please take this seriously. I'm going to ride to Lehigh tomorrow and see if I can meet with the marshals there. My hope is that they'll send a few men to help here in town. I'm also going to call my superiors at the Treasury Department and see what help they can offer as well. Simon cocked his head. How is it you're so involved with this case? Don't get me wrong, we appreciate it, but I'm just a little curious if all auditors work this way. Nicholas rolled his eyes and popped Simon on the back of the head. You can't ask him that, dummy. No, it's fine, Jesse said. I'm not your average auditor. I'm more of an investigator, though I work for the Treasury Department. I suppose I'm halfway between a lawman and a typical auditor. They only call me in when they have reason to suspect organized crime. Rose nodded in understanding, her father's crimes the ones that brought Jesse here in the first place. We appreciate what you're doing, Jesse. Please stay safe. If he's as dangerous as you say, you're probably a target as well. Jesse chuckled dryly. Oh, I'm certain I am. But I can take care of myself. I've got a question, Robert cut in. The whole family stared at him in surprise. Robert rarely spoke up in large groups. He cleared his throat. Of course, we'll do everything we can as a family to keep Helen and Rose safe. That's a given. But I wonder if we shouldn't teach them some lessons in self-defense too. I don't know about Rose, but Helen is no Edie when it comes to a pistol, so it might not hurt to have a few shootin' lessons as well. Now, there was an idea. If they could defend themselves, maybe she wouldn't feel so much like a sitting duck just waiting for Black Jack to strike. I like it, Uncle Matthew said as Jesse nodded in agreement. Girls, what do you think? As long as I still have plenty of time in the kitchen to prepare for the contest, I'm agreeable. Helen glanced at Rose, eyebrow quirked. When Rose nodded back, Helen spoke again. Looks like we're in. Good, Aunt Carissa exclaimed. Now, if that's settled, why don't we sit down to dinner? Jesse, we'd love if you could join us. Dinner that evening passed fairly uneventfully. Simon and Nicholas had apparently taught Lily's son Hunter how to belch, a skill his mother didn't appreciate. Honestly, Lily said with a frustrated breath, I'm not sure how either of you will ever build your own families when you still act like children yourselves. Perhaps we just bring the fun to the family, Simon said. Besides, every man needs to know how to let out a good belch now and then. Their mother Beth rolled her eyes. I don't think that's true, boys, and especially not in the presence of ladies. She shook her head. I tried to instill some manners in them, everyone. I promise, I tried. I can attest to that, Malachi said as he raised his hand. She did teach us the rules of polite society. Nudging Nicholas, who sat next to him, he chuckled. In some it just didn't take. Simon stood and feigned a bow. Who says we want the family life anyway? I happen to enjoy my freedom to come and go as I please. Malachi grinned at his wife, Sarah, and their daughter Eliza. A family isn't bondage, little brother. There's freedom in knowing you're building a life with the person you love. Jesse had remained mostly quiet through the meal, doing his best not to sneak glances at Helen where her family would most certainly notice. He didn't feel he had anything to add to this particular conversation. Marshall Potter had been kind enough to take Jesse in, but he treated him more as a young man to mentor rather than a son. It had never bothered Jesse, but he did wonder what it would be like to have the roots Helen's family had. Alex, Lily's husband and the town pastor, cut in then. I spent a long time with no family to speak of, he said as he wrapped his arm around Lily. It's definitely worth any sacrifice you might make. That's not to say some folks aren't called to singleness. We have examples of that throughout Scripture, but somehow I don't think their motivation was avoiding the responsibility of family. Simon flicked Nicholas on the back of the head. Aren't you going to help me out here? Nope, Nicholas said with his attention on his food. I don't mind the idea of marrying the right woman. The right woman like Violet Gilbert, Helen said with a wink. Every time she did that, Jesse did his best not to stare. Don't think I haven't noticed you bringing produce over to the cottage on my way home from work. Nicholas's cheeks burned red. I'm just being neighborly. Violet's not interested in me anyway. Rose, who just happened to be Violet's sister, smiled sadly. Violet's not ready for any type of relationship while she carries so much bitterness in her heart towards Papa. I'm afraid the Lord has quite a bit of work to do in her before she's ready to give her heart to another person. Carissa Carmichael, Callum's mother and the matriarch of the family, placed a hand over Rose's. We so admire the women both of you have become, Bonnie too. We'll keep praying that Violet can forgive your father and accept the peace that's offered there. She glanced at her siblings, Beth and Cade, with sad eyes. We know well how bitterness towards a father can overtake you. Jesse's brows furrowed. He realized he didn't know the background of Carissa, Beth, and Cade. It was clear there was a story for them. Families didn't become as understanding and gracious as they were without weathering some difficulty. He'd have to ask one of them about it sometime. As they finished their roast chicken, beans, and potatoes, Jesse realized he hadn't felt uncomfortable here since he'd first walked through the door. After his and Helen's fight, it would have been understandable for her family not to want him anywhere near her. Instead, they'd acted as though nothing was amiss. Jesse stood as the rest of the family did, piling his silverware and napkin on his cleaned plate. Thank you so much for dinner, Mrs. Carmichael. It was the best meal I've had in ages. Then you'd just better come on over here more often, she replied. Even though Edie and Callum don't live with us anymore, I still can't seem to cook only enough for 3. We don't mind, Matthew said. It usually ends up in my lunch pail the next day. Here, Jesse, I'll walk you out. Following the sheriff to the door, Jesse paused and glanced back at Helen. She stood leaning against the door jamb to the kitchen, her arms crossed. Her bright blue eyes looked in his direction, but she didn't pursue them. Good evening, Jesse. Thank you for coming and letting us know about the wire. We're going to keep you safe, he vowed. Something deep inside him told him he couldn't truly promise that, but his heart rebelled at any other possibility. She nodded slowly. I know. Turning back to walk through the front door, Jesse stepped onto the porch and relished the cool night air. As October gave way to November in the coming weeks, he hoped the temperature would continue to grow more comfortable. Thanks again for coming to tell us, Matthew said. We really appreciate your help. I want to be involved in the ladies' self-defense lessons, Jesse said. It'll make me feel better to see them improve. Matthew nodded. I thought you might. I'll talk it over with Cade and Callum tonight and let you know what we come up with. But Jesse, remember, fear lies to us. Most of the time, that which we dread never comes to pass. We must be diligent, but we can also trust that God cares for these girls more than we ever will. I know he does, Jesse said quietly. But I've also seen my brother do some terrible things in the name of revenge. It'll make me feel better once he's securely behind bars. Crossing the porch to look out over the town center, Matthew leaned against the rail. I can certainly agree with you there. I just don't want you thinking we have to do it all ourselves. That kind of thinking has gotten many a man in this family in trouble. Thank you, sir, Jesse said. Have a good night. As he walked back to the boarding house that evening, Jesse pondered everything Matthew had told him. Asking the Lord to forgive him of his sins had been one thing, submitting his daily life and decisions to him was something Jesse still struggled with. Lord, will I always try to wrestle the control back from you? I'm sorry, I just don't even realize I'm doing it until it's too late. Remind me who you are, Lord. Remind me of everything you've done. I can't surrender to you if I don't remember those things. Amen. Chapter 6. All right, Jesse said as Robert wrapped his arms around him from behind. If an attacker were to grab you like this, what would you do? The two men, plus Helen and Rose, stood behind the church in a grassy area often used for church picnics as the sun set over the creek. They'd only been at it for a few minutes, but all Jesse had managed to do so far was convince them of the threat. Rose chuckled nervously. I'd probably stomp on his foot and kick backwards. Helen thought as well. Maybe an elbow to the nose if I could reach? That's right, Robert said as he released Jesse. Now, since Callum got stuck at the ranch, I'll partner with Rose. Jesse, you with Helen. We'll give them some real practice. Helen's eyes widened. We can't have any bruises, Robert Jones. The photographers from Carter's Bazaar will be in town soon with a photographer. Even accidental bruises would be difficult to explain. As nervous as she was about Black Jack coming to town, learning self-defense was exciting. If nothing else, she'd feel a bit more confident if she was ever able to venture to some of the places she'd only read about. Not to mention, she had no objections to her sparring partner. We won't hurt ya, Robert said as he rolled his eyes. Papa would skin me, not to mention Callum, but we will do our best to prepare you for any possible threat. Rose put her hands on her hips jokingly. And just why did I get paired with the bear disguised as a man? None of Black Jack's posse were as big as you are, Rob. She winked and held out her hands to the clear head and shoulders advantage Robert had over her. We don't know who his new posse is, Jesse said as his eyes flashed with resolve. For all we know, he has picked up even bigger, more skilled men. Practicing with Robert will give you a leg up. Rose patted Robert's shoulder. I'm ready for you, big guy. Helen turned to Jesse and mimicked her motion. And if one of us happens to swing wildly and you get a bloody nose, know it was all in pursuit of our safety. Jesse feigned a grimace. I'll remember that. So first things first. You have to know how to throw a punch. A male attacker will be stronger than you, but the element of surprise is important. The next hour passed quickly, with Helen and Rose learning a variety of moves meant to slow an attacker enough for them to get away. Jesse showed them the best places to aim for to take a man down, not to mention how to bloody his nose with the heel of their hand as well as to make their eyes water. You don't have to be the better fighter, Jesse said as the ladies caught their breath. You just have to surprise them with a quick enough jab to allow you to get away. The last thing we'll do is cover moves to escape should a man grab you from behind. He turned Helen gently to face away from him and wrapped his arms around her the way Robert had done to him earlier. Now, he said loudly enough for Rose to hear, when I tighten my arms, I want you to do everything you can to get away. Don't worry about hurting me, I'll consider the lesson a success if you do. Helen's eyebrows rose as she pulled from his gentle hold to face him. Are you sure? Absolutely, you'll only learn so much with theoretical scenarios. You both need to know what it feels like to connect a hit. I believe we already do, Helen replied with a smirk. That's what got us into this mess in the first place. After all, had she and Rose not delayed Jack long enough for the law to arrive, he might have gotten away. Robert's shoulders shook with laughter. Credit where credit's due, but you still have plenty to learn. Satisfied, Helen turned back for Jesse to take hold again. All right, I'm ready. His strong arms wrapped around her again, gentle for a moment until they tightened into a grasp that might have been construed as romantic. But it wasn't, and Helen forced herself to remember that. They were only friends, nothing more. So why did it feel like Jesse's heart was racing? Or was that just her own? All of a sudden, Jesse's arms tightened further, and Helen froze. His breath on her ear no longer felt soft but ragged, and the absence of his voice made it easy to forget it was him. Her mind was immediately transported back to the moment she saw Black Jack grab Rose at the bank. She'd run to jump on his back, unthinking of the consequences. Come on, Jesse whispered in her ear. Fight back. Summoning every bit of grit in her, Helen struggled against his hold. All it did was make him tighten further. You know what to do, Helen, he said gently. Fight for your freedom. The dam burst, and Helen unleashed all the techniques Jesse and Robert had given them that day. His boots would be thick enough that stepping on his foot wouldn't work, so she kicked backwards into his kneecap. It connected, and Jesse doubled over with a grunt. With the slight bit of leverage, she twisted just enough to send an elbow into his nose. His arms loosened, and she scrambled forward out of his hold just as Rose did the same with Robert. The sound of distant clapping jarred her from the moment, and she turned to see Papa, Uncle Matthew, and Alex standing next to the church. "Bravo," Uncle Matthew said as he continued his applause. "I'd say with a few more lessons, the students might just best the teachers." Jesse grinned, even as he wiped tears from his eyes after the hit to the nose. "That was excellent, ladies. Well done." "That's right," Robert said as he rubbed his shin. "I'd say you two will give Black Jack a run for his money." "Sorry if we hurt you," Helen said with a grimace. Jesse's nose looked like it might be starting to swell. "Are you all right?" Turning piercing eyes on her, Jesse furrowed his brows. "I'd only be unhappy if you hadn't been able to evade capture. My nose will be fine. The important thing is that you two are learning." Addressing Papa and Uncle Matthew, he gestured toward the setting Sunday. "I think that's probably enough for today." "Same time Thursday?" "Works for us," Helen replied, and turned to the observers. "Will you gentlemen be our next victims?" Papa chuckled, though the pride in his eyes was evident. "We'll see about that. Thank you for helping with this, Jesse. Our family appreciates it. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else." Papa approached Helen then. "Want to head home with me? I think Robert's going to stay at the smithy, but I can take you and Rose home." "I'll take Rose," Uncle Matthew said. "I told Callum I would, and he needed my help with something at the ranch anyway." As she moved to gather her things, Helen turned to Jesse. "Thank you again for helping us." Being friends with Jesse was going to be harder than she originally realized. Without realizing it, every hero in her dime novels had become Jesse. As she created new recipes at the bakery, she found herself wondering what he'd think of it. Even now, as they finished up their lesson, her heart betrayed her, hoping he'd been as affected by their proximity as she had. "It's what friends do," he said quickly before addressing the group as a whole. "Have a good night, everyone." Helen's traitorous heart sank, but she plastered a smile on her face nonetheless. Only Rose seemed to notice, but she didn't say anything. Jesse moved with purposeful strides back in the direction of the boarding house as the rest of them readied to head home for dinner. "At least you gotten a jab to the nose," Rose said softly as she approached from behind. "How many women can say that?" Both women grinned as they followed the men to their horses. "Probably not many," Helen agreed. "Not many at all." 3 days later, Jesse exited the bank at the behest of Ms. Edna. She'd told him that if he didn't go get some lunch, she'd chase him out with a switch. The woman had gumption, he'd give her that. He'd eaten plenty since arriving at Pine Creek, but often skipped lunch or ate a sandwich at his desk that the cook from the boarding house packed him. To Ms. Edna, it clearly meant he was in dire need of sustenance and had apparently taken it upon herself to fatten him up. Thankfully, his nose hadn't swollen much, and the slight bruising faded quickly. He raised his hand to touch his nose, pride welling up at how well Helen had done during their lessons. Initially, he'd left the building heading toward the cafe, but now found himself headed toward the boardwalk down to the bakery. A quick war broke out in his mind about whether it'd be a good idea to stop by. They'd had 2 self-defense lessons now, and his plan of just being friends with Helen hadn't blown up in his face. Holding her in his arms was near torture, but she didn't have to know that. The bakery did serve light lunches, he believed. He could do this. Mind made up, he moved with purpose toward the small, set-apart building near the end of the town center. Folks milled about all over the place, but there seemed to be a large contingent headed the same direction he was. Had the bakery become a lunch destination? As they got closer, he spotted a crowd forming outside the bakery. Was something wrong? His pulse quickened, and his steps sped into a jog to close the distance. Helen's cousin Malachi stood outside with his wife Sarah and their daughter Eliza. Jesse took a spot beside them, his breath calming when he realized most of the crowd wore smiles on their faces. "What's happening?" "It's so exciting," Sarah replied. "The judges from Carter's Bazaar have arrived in town to sample the bakery's food. If they like them enough, they'll move on to the finals and have a huge write-up in the magazine. Malachi shifted Eliza from his hip to his shoulders so she could see better. Helen was beside herself this morning when the town received the news to expect them today. She's been knee-deep in flour and sugar since. Sarah came into town to have tea with Lily, so I took the girls to breakfast there. She was so busy in the kitchen she barely stopped to wave. She deserves this, Sarah added. If they get that right up, they'll have people from all over coming in to try the food. Malachi and Jesse exchanged a look, the former clearly thinking the same thing Jesse was. The more attention on Helen and Rose, the more likely Jack would come back sooner if he wasn't already on the move. He'd been spotted in the area, but they had no way of knowing if and when he'd return to Pine Creek. Jesse's gut turned at the idea of large crowds turning up to try the bakery, and he had to actively stop himself from praying that they wouldn't make the finals. Instead, he did as Marshall Potter had always told him to do and asked the Lord to intervene. As much as he wished he could control things, he just couldn't. "She'll be all right," Malachi said softly. "We'll make sure of it. Besides, from what I hear, they're both quick studies in your self-defense lessons." It was true. They'd only had 2 lessons, but Helen and Rose had each learned quickly. Each had their own style. Rose was slower and more calculated, while Helen tended to throw more energy into her practice. Neither approach was right or wrong, so long as it got the job done. "They're learning," he said. "Will you be there Saturday for shooting lessons?" He was a good shot himself, but Malchi and Matthew were the lawmen. Not to mention, Matthew had taught Edie to shoot and apparently she was a crack shot. Her sister Emily wasn't far behind her. "I'll be there," Malachi said as Eliza drummed happily atop his head. "But I think I'll stand behind you during target practice if it's all the same to you." "Oh, come on now," Sarah chided. "I'm sure Helen's shot a gun before at the homestead. She can't be that bad." Malachi focused on the sight of his cousin through the window where she served the judges a plate piled high with various treats. "It's not that she's incapable," he said. "She just got distracted a lot when she was younger, and Robert said she nearly took his head off a time or 2 during lessons. She gets a story going in her head like one of her books, and it takes her focus off what she's doing. Which can quickly get someone shot," Jesse finished. "That's good to know. I'll have to take that into account when we're teaching them." His gaze returned to the window where Helen, apron covered in flour, stood chatting with the 3 men in suits. One had a bowler hat sitting on the table next to him, another wiped his mustache with a napkin after what looked to be a particularly flaky croissant. Helen clearly charmed all 3, as the last of the men stood to shake her hand. He couldn't hear what they said, but both Helen and Rose beamed from the praise. It might make him nervous that Helen and Rose would foster so much attention across the country, but seeing her bright smile and clear pride over her work made it somewhat easier. He'd not discourage the women from going any further in the competition, despite his anxiety over what it would mean. No, he'd focus on the things he could control and leave the rest to the Lord. He could keep a lookout for Jack and do his best to teach Helen and Rose to defend themselves should the need arise. The idea of them needing to use what they'd learned had him clenching his jaw so tightly he thought his teeth might break, but he forced himself to relax. It was no use borrowing trouble. According to Marshall Potter, all it did was rob a body of the blessings of today. Chapter 7. "Well, Miss Jones, Mrs. Carmichael, the head judge," Mr. Perkins said with a pat of his generous middle. "I do believe I'm as stuffed as I could possibly be. If I eat any more, I'll have to add on, and goodness knows I don't need to do that." His kind eyes wrinkled at the corners as he rumbled a deep chuckle. "Mrs. Ida should be proud of you girls, and I'm happy to say your reputation was not overstated in the slightest." Helen could hardly believe the judging had gone so well. She'd felt nearly weak with nerves the whole time, her hands shaking if she didn't clasp them together. Once they got started, though, the panel was quick with their praise and didn't make a show of making Rose and her squirm. With the clear feelings of insecurity she'd been feeling recently regarding the competition, it was a welcome approach. "I agree," the mustached Mr. Yates said. He stood as well, buttoning his dark blue jacket as he did so. We've enjoyed quite a few dishes on this trip, but I don't know that any other establishment has had quite the eclectic menu as the Pine Creek Bakery. Helen's cheeks had begun to ache from smiling, but she couldn't help herself if she tried. She'd worked long and hard to develop recipes that gave patrons a taste from all over the world, even though many would never leave the borders of Pine Creek, Texas. Thank you, sir. We do our best to change things up as often as we can. It shows, Mr. Yates responded. I have to ask, where did a small-town gal such as yourself learn to cook dishes from all over the world? Rose placed an arm around Helen's shoulder. Helen will tell you that her cousin Edie brought back a stack of cookbooks from Chicago after she finished school, but that's only the half of it. Helen has written off to bakeries all over the country asking for any recipes they were willing to share. Some never respond, but many are impressed with her tenacity and sent them happily. She then adapts them to make them both respectful of the original recipe and unique to our store. Helen could feel the blush rising in her cheeks. I love doing it, truly, and folks have been generous with me. I think you're being modest, Mr. Yates said kindly. A talent like yours is rare, especially at your age with no formal training. It's a shame women aren't permitted in the culinary schools back east. Shrugging, Helen smiled softly. She'd love to attend culinary school, but none she'd written to over the years would accept a woman to their programs. A year or so ago, she'd given up the dream and focused on learning from the books of those who had gone. I think it's all worked out pretty well. And who knows? If we win the competition, I might get a little taste after all. All three judges laughed, and Mr. Perkins plucked one last sausage collage from the table. Of course, we won't have made our final decision until we've visited all the finalists, but you should know you've impressed us regardless. After a few more goodbyes, the judges walked out the door into the fray of onlookers. Rose had closed the bakery while the judges sampled so as to not crowd them, but now the patrons came rushing in. Some were merely curious at the judging and went on about their days, but enough came in to create quite a lunch frenzy. Well, Rose said with a contented sigh, I suppose we'd best get back to work. As much as I'm sure our regulars could serve themselves, I'd hate for them to have to. She winked and moved behind the cash register to take orders of those who'd carry their food out. Helen fluttered from table to table, taking orders of those who'd managed to find a seat. To her delight, she realized Malachi, Sarah and Eliza were among them. Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Helen took Eliza from Sarah's arms and kissed her on the chubby cheek. Eliza giggled and grabbed for Helen's bright red hair, a favorite toy of hers. You're such a joy, little girl. Helen hugged Eliza close, thinking how much she'd miss her cousin's children if she ever had gone off to culinary school. Watching them grow had been so special. Malachi put his arm around Sarah and grinned. We had to come congratulate you in person on how well you've done in the competition, not to mention I had a hankering for one of your chicken sandwiches. One chicken sandwich, coming right up. After taking Sarah's order as well, she moved on to the next table. The nice thing about the bakery's fare is that most of the food was already cooked before the lunch rush came, so it was only a matter of assembly and plating. They only served a few types of sandwiches, but they'd become popular in recent months. Helen had considered adding soups as well, but she didn't want to encroach too much on the cafe's territory. After taking a few more orders, she moved to head behind the counter. Head down studying her notepad, she didn't look where she was going and bumped into a solid wall of a man. Startled, her eyes shot up to meet Jesse's. His expression was decidedly amused as he held his hands out to steady her. Whoa there, he said with a smile. Better look where you're going, or you'll end up creating even more chatter around town by falling flat on your face. Rather than embarrassment, Helen only felt the flush of seeing Jesse unexpectedly. Why couldn't she convince her heart of their commitment to be friends? I am sorry. I'm a little out of sorts, I suppose. I can't imagine. I suppose the judging went well? Quickly, she relayed some of the comments the panel had made as they sampled the spread. She had far too much to do to waste time gabbing with Jesse, but pulling herself away was harder than she'd like to admit. His eyes darkened at one point, worry lines creasing around his eyes, but he masked the expression quickly. That's amazing, Helen. I'm happy for you and Rose. Shifting his weight from one foot to the other, he placed his hands in his pockets. I suppose I'd better get up to the counter and place my order before heading back to the bank. You have a nice day. A twinge of disappointment passed through her, but it was definitely best. I'd better get back to work as well. Enjoy your lunch. Watching where she was going much more carefully this time, she took a couple of deep breaths as she entered the kitchen and placed her notepad on the counter. Get a grip, Jones, she muttered to herself. You've just had an immense blessing happen in the judging. Don't get greedy for things you can't have too. Throwing herself into fixing plates for diners inside the restaurant and bagging up the orders for those taking it with them, she returned to her element. Working with food she'd created was a balm to any wounded spirit she'd ever had. Busy hands ignited the creativity in her mind, a feeling she relished. By the time the lunch rush was over and the bakery cleared out, it was as though her disappointment over Jesse's distance occupied only a small quadrant of her mind. Rose's light footsteps sounded behind her as she brought dishes to the sink. She swiped her forehead with the back of her hand and let out a happy sigh. Well, I'd say that went as well as it could have. She hesitated for a moment, and Helen turned toward her with a furrowed brow. And? Is something wrong? No, Rose said as her cheeks pinked like they always did when she grew nervous. In fact, something's very right. Callum and I are going to have a baby. An irresistible joy rose up in Helen. Oh Rose, congratulations. That was fast. They'd only been married since early August, and it was only late October. I know, Rose said with an excited nod. I'd never have suspected if I hadn't started getting so nauseated and tired. I went to see Edie yesterday, and she confirmed for me. Helen rushed forward to hug her friend tightly. I'm so happy for you both. You'll be the best parents. Suddenly, the thought of what the bakery would look like without Rose hit her. Even if she returned after the baby came, she'd certainly have to reduce her hours. What do you think about hiring some extra help around here to take some of the pressure off you? I'm so glad you said that, Rose said. I've been thinking we needed to hire a third employee for a while, but only just ran the numbers a few days ago. We can definitely afford it, but it'll have to be someone we trust. Helen thought for a moment, but no one immediately came to mind. Let's think on it for a few days. Someone will come to us. Jesse, Robert yelled that afternoon as he jogged toward him. There's been an accident out at the ranch and Uncle Jake sent word that they need help. The bakery's not closed yet, but Pa and I need to go out to the Circle H. Can you escort Helen and Rose home? Of course, Jesse said. He'd left the bank that afternoon around 4 o'clock to pick up their mail from the post office. I'll come out to the ranch after and see if I can be of any help. I hope everyone's all right. Robert nodded quickly. My understanding is no one was hurt, but a large tree fell across the creek and is blocking a good bit of water. They need more muscle to lift it. Pa, Malachi, Alex, Lucas, and a few of his men are headed out now. I'll get them home safely, Jesse vowed. No need to worry. Robert thanked him again and jogged off toward the livery. An hour later, Jesse parked the buckboard he'd rented from Pete outside and approached the bakery to find Helen sweeping up by herself. He opened the door, and her head raised at the sound of its bell. Jesse, she said with wide eyes. What are you doing here? Your pa and brother were needed out at the ranch to help move a tree that fell, Jesse explained. I'm to take you ladies home. Where's Rose? Helen placed the broom in the corner and removed her apron. Callum came to get her earlier. We've decided she's going to leave a little earlier for the time being. Her blush told him there was more to the story, but it was none of his business. We don't get nearly as much business in the afternoon anyway, so it was an easy decision. Well, if that's the case, then I suppose we can get going. Is there anything else you need to finish up? He almost offered to help but figured it might seem too presumptive in their present situation. He didn't want to do anything that might give Helen hope of more than a friendship, no matter how much he wished he could. No, I'm finished. We can go. Helen took a thin cloak from the hook on the wall and put it on, the earlier sunset meaning cooler nights these days. One still could work up an easy sweat during the daytime, but mornings and evenings had cooled off somewhat. Helen locked up and followed Jesse to the buckboard. "You rented this just to take us home? That was thoughtful of you. I didn't figure you'd want to walk after being on your feet all day," Jesse said with a shrug. "It was nothing." She pinned him with a look that he'd come to believe meant she noticed more about him than she let on, but she didn't comment on it. "You were right. I appreciate it." They rode in companionable silence for a moment before Helen spoke up. "Do I know where you grew up?" "I don't think so. I feel like you know so much about my family background, but I know very little of yours. That is, other than what you shared about your mother." Jesse tensed. How much should he tell her? He still wasn't ready to tell her his past as a criminal, nor his brother's identity, so he searched his brain for something safe. "I grew up in Missouri," he replied. "My father took off when I was still a kid, so my mother raised me until she passed." Compassion filled her voice, and Jesse forced himself to keep his eyes on the road rather than the pity he knew filled her eyes. "I'm so sorry. How old were you when she died?" 14, he said quietly. "Thankfully, a marshal eventually took me in and gave me a somewhat normal adolescence. He's the one who introduced me to the Lord." He didn't fill in the gaps where he'd been on the road with Jack, and thankfully she didn't pry. "That makes a few things about you make more sense," she said before hastily adding, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak that last part aloud." "It's fine," Jesse chuckled. "Out of curiosity, what makes sense?" Helen took a deep breath before speaking. "Your independence, for one. You have this spirit about you that doesn't want to need anyone else. The only reason I recognize it is that my father fights the same spirit. You also have a fierce protective streak in you that is understandable for someone who's been through what you have." She let out a small laugh that Jesse wished he heard more often. "Also, the fact that your faith and character were shaped by a lawman makes sense as well. Uncle Matthew has a certain way of looking at things, it's pretty black and white. I see a similar mindset in you." How she had been so spot on about things he thought he kept hidden was unnerving. But then, he'd always suspected Helen's waters ran much deeper than most folks in town realized. "I'd say that's fairly accurate. Like I said," Helen continued. "You remind me a bit of my father. It's subtle, but it's there." He turned to find her studying him, her eyes full of words she didn't speak aloud. If he were a betting man, he'd wager she suspected more about him than she let on. Despite that, and her characteristic boldness, she still didn't ask questions he couldn't answer. They rode the rest of the short drive in silence once again, but the peaceful evening around them provided plenty of noise for the backdrop. Cattle brayed in the pastures around them, dragonflies danced in the tall grass, and crickets sang their nightly song as the sun moved further down over the trees. Approaching the turn to the Jones homestead, only a mile or two from the Circle H, Jesse was struck by its beauty. He'd never actually gone all the way onto the property, though he'd passed by it a few times. They passed pens of goats and a large barn, weathered with age, but as sturdy as the large house her father now stood in front of. With his arms crossed as they were, not to mention his size, the sight would have intimidated most men. Instead, it only sparked Jesse's curiosity about the ways in which Helen said he reminded her of the man before them. "Evening," Cade said with a quick wave. "Jesse, we're mighty thankful for you bringing Helen home safely." He stepped down off the porch and approached Helen's side of the wagon. Jesse received the unspoken message quite clearly. He'd be helping Helen down rather than Jesse. "It was my pleasure, sir. Were you able to move the tree before it blocked too much water?" "We were," Cade said as he deftly lowered Helen to the ground. "It took a little doing and we were mighty glad Lucas brought some equipment from the mill, but everything should be flowing right now. With the drought we've been having, the ranchers really couldn't afford for the water to get any lower." "No one got hurt, did they, Papa?" The mountain of a man looked tenderly at his daughter. "No, sunshine. Well, not unless you count a couple of old men like myself and your uncle trying to do the work of the young guns." His bright blue eyes sparkled as he chuckled, his broad chest bouncing. Next time, I'll just send Prichard here in my stead. I'd be happy to, Jesse replied. I don't know that I'll have quite the effect you do, but I'm happy to give it everything I've got. He might be able to hold his own apprehending a criminal when the situation called for it, but a desk job didn't quite build the same physique as hammering iron all day. Robert stepped out onto the porch, hand raised in a wave. Mama sent me out to let y'all know dinner's ready. Jesse, you're invited if you don't have plans. Helen's eyes widened. Robert, are you staying here tonight? Jesse knew Robert had been staying in the rooms of the back of the smithy, but it wouldn't surprise him if the young man occasionally came home for dinner. His mother's cooking had been one thing he'd sorely missed about her. She'd not been a bad mother, just a distracted one. Mama's quest for the love of a man left her always on the lookout for the next man that might court her. She liked to receive gifts from them, same as anyone, but as he'd gotten older he'd realized it was the affection she hungered after. I decided I would, Robert said. That tree was bigger than we realized, and Mama's mashed potatoes and gravy sounded like just the ticket. Plus, he said as he crossed the distance between them and wrapped his arm around Helen's shoulders, I needed to congratulate my big sister on what I heard was a successful judging today. Helen smiled, and Jesse's pulse quickened. She was so beautiful when she smiled. It was like it lit the corners of his very soul. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. She turned to Jesse. So, what do you say? Mama's mashed potatoes are second to none. She sniffed the air. And if I'm not mistaken, I smell fried chicken too. Jesse sniffed as well, the mouth-watering scent almost taking his thoughts from Helen, and the way her hair seemed to stand out even more vibrantly against the low lighting of the setting Sunday. I suppose I can't turn that down. After parking the wagon and seeing to the horses, Jesse made good on his promise. What had begun as a simple escort home had shaken him a little. Despite Helen's flirtatious manner and bubbly personality, she had a depth to her that impressed him even more. He'd seen her compassion and ambition on multiple occasions, but her perceptiveness had surprised him a little. Perhaps he'd made a mistake accepting the invitation to dinner, but something in him couldn't turn it down. Lord, he prayed quickly as he climbed the steps, I can't see a way for me to pursue Helen as the situation stands. I need you to give me the strength not to lead her on with thoughts of things I can't have with anyone. At least, not until Jack is firmly behind bars for good. Chapter 8. So Jesse, Mama said as she passed the bowl of gravy his way, how much longer do you think your assignment will keep you in Pine Creek? We've certainly been thankful to have you. Helen was curious to know the answer to that as well, but hadn't wanted to ask. He'd been a bit stiff through dinner as her family peppered him with normal curiosity. When it was clear he didn't want to talk too much about his past, they'd shifted naturally into his present and future. If anyone understood that, it was Papa. Did Jesse have the same type of past as Papa? He'd been forced on the road with his outlaw father at 15 in order to save Aunt Carissa and Aunt Beth from an even worse fate. Alex, Lily's husband, had been tight-lipped about his past as well. It turned out he'd been an illegal bare-knuckle fighter back in New York, and it only came to light when his past caught up to him. Jesse took the bowl with a smile of thanks. I'm not sure, ma'am. I've enjoyed Pine Creek, and I wouldn't mind staying through the winter. It'll more or less depend on the bank board's ability to find a new president and whether the Treasury Department needs me before then. Papa studied him for a moment. What do you think the likelihood is of the latter? Not overly likely, Jesse said. Black Jack is pretty high on our priority list. I imagine they'll leave me here until he's captured for sure. After that, I'll make it known that I'd like to stay on for a bit to ensure a smooth transition for whoever comes to take over. Robert reached for a second piece of Mama's fried chicken, surprising no one at the table. So, we know what your days are like here in town, but what about when you're in Washington, D.C.? Pretty boring, actually. Most of my job apart from actually investigating bank fraud involves quite a bit of paperwork. Did that mean he never wanted to take a job at a bank permanently? What about the paperwork involved with the bank? Is that as boring? Surprisingly, no. I thought it would be, but after I got the books straightened out, I realized I enjoyed helping folks I knew personally succeed with their money. It's why I haven't been in any hurry to leave just yet. That makes sense, Mama said. Have you ever been on an assignment as long as you have this one? Jesse chuckled. No, definitely not. I'm typically there and back in a month or two, but not having anyone else in town to get the books under control made it important that I stay. I like to leave towns in better shape than I found them, not worse. That's admirable, Papa said. Like Abigail said, we do appreciate your work here. Later that evening, once they'd finished dinner, Helen walked Jesse to the door. They stepped out onto the porch, a few lanterns giving them just enough light to see. I hope my family didn't pry too much, Helen said. She didn't think they had, but one never knew when they might strike a nerve by mistake. Jesse shook his head, his dark hair and close-cut beard nearly shadowing him in the low light. They were completely respectful. He paused for a moment, then spoke again. Helen, I've been meaning to ask what the story is behind your father and aunts. It's alluded to around town, and I don't mean to pry, but... It's fine, Helen assured him. They're very open with their story and testimony. My grandfather was the notorious outlaw Marcus Jones. Recognition flitted across Jesse's face as his eyes widened. Papa didn't want to join his gang, but he had to in order to protect Aunt Beth and Aunt Carissa. It's a long story, but suffice it to say that his time on the road with the gang wounded Papa deeply. He spent years in prison for his crimes and had a difficult journey to the Lord as a result. Wow, Jesse said as he gazed at the floor. I'm not sure what to say. Helen's eyes narrowed. Would Jesse condemn her father for the sins of his past? He was a lawman, to some degree. Papa served his time and has been forgiven by the Lord. That's all well in the past. Oh, of course, Jesse said, much to her relief. I suppose it's just a lot to digest. That she understood. It is, but the story is one of grace and faith and a hope that runs deep in who Christ is. The work he's done in our family is something few would ever imagine, but it's incredible nonetheless. He shifted from one foot to the other, looking off into the distance. Helen, I dash. The door opened with a loud creak. Robert stood there with an amused expression on his face. Papa sent me to make sure you don't need any help with the horses. Jesse's mouth shut abruptly, whatever he'd been about to tell her was lost to the wind. No, I can handle it. Thank you, Robert. He stepped off the porch and turned back only long enough to wave once more. Have a good evening. Thank your mother again for dinner. Within a moment, he was on his way down the long road that led to their homestead. Helen turned to Robert with a raised brow and lips set in a firm line. Why did you have to interrupt us? He was about to tell me something. Robert grinned and wrapped his arm around Helen's shoulders. Any man with serious feelings for my sister will not have an easy time of it. It's part of my job as your brother. I told you, we've agreed to just be friends. Helen rolled her eyes and shook Robert's arm off. No matter how much I wish it could be different, that's how things stand. She'd never been one to beat around the bush, and she wasn't about to start with her brother. To both her benefit and detriment, Helen was an open book. Let me tell you something, big sister. That man has feelings for you. It's obvious to anyone who sees you together. I don't know why he's so determined not to do anything about it, but my guess is he'll be losing that battle. Robert crossed his newly free arms over his chest and stared off in the direction Jesse had gone. But I want you to be careful. I still have questions about him, but until he comes courting, it's not our business to ask. Sighing, Helen hugged her brother. He was nearly twice her size if one counted his girth too, and his hugs had always been comforting to her. We'll see, I suppose. I guess it's one of those things I have to surrender to the Lord. That's generally the best plan, Robert replied as he hugged her back. It doesn't work out well for you when you take things in your own hands. Thinking back to that day at the church, Helen felt a pang of embarrassment at her behavior. She was impulsive, something she'd worked since childhood to remedy. Long after Robert went back inside, Helen sat on the front porch and took in the sights and sounds of the night around her. Jesse may have feelings for her, but she'd hardly proven herself mature enough to be anyone's wife. The questions rose in her again about the pieces of her personality that seemed so at odds with the person God wanted her to be. At times, it felt like she pushed a boulder uphill when she tried to take on the characteristics of godly women in her life. She wasn't Lily or Edie. She never would be. There had to be a way to honor the Lord with the personality He'd given her, but she had no idea what that might be. Show me, Lord. It can't be hopeless, I refuse to believe that. Teach me how to be more like you. Not for Jesse, though she certainly wanted the kind of marriage her cousins had. No, it seemed much bigger than all that, and all the wondering swirling around in Helen's head felt overwhelming. If nothing else, perhaps Jesse's presence in Pine Creek would draw her nearer to the person God wanted her to be. She'd never asked all these questions before, but now they felt like the most important thing in her life. Thank you so much for your help, Mr. Prichard. Mayor Hinson straightened his tie and stood from the large leather chair that sat across from Jesse's desk. Once the street lamps finish going up, I'll feel much better about any of our ladies walking around in the evening. Jesse smiled, but his expression was a bit forced. When Black Jack came back for Helen and Rose, street lamps certainly wouldn't stop him and his new posse. He hadn't heard word from the U.S. Marshals in a week or so, but it was important they stay on high alert. Getting too comfortable could result in tragedy, and that was a risk Jesse wasn't willing to take. At least shooting lessons with Rose and Helen had gone well that weekend. Rose was a better shot than Helen due to her tendency toward a more patient spirit. Helen could probably do some damage with a pistol, but she'd likely miss her exact target. It's my pleasure, sir. Let me know if you need anything else. Dinner at the Jones homestead the week before had certainly been pleasant, at least until Jesse almost spilled the truth about his past to Helen. Robert stepped out onto the porch and stopped him at just the right time, even though he'd been frustrated in the moment. Something about Helen standing there in the low light and the way she'd spoken about her father made him think she'd understand. She probably would, to be honest. Helen had a streak about her that could pass judgment quickly on someone, but she was also incredibly compassionate. It was easy to imagine her accepting what he said with understanding and grace. But then, that wasn't the only reason he didn't want to tell her. The fact was, Helen liked to fix other folks' problems, and she'd likely insist that his relation to Jack Pruitt shouldn't stand in their way. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy. Jack wasn't the only enemy Jesse had amassed over a career bringing criminals to justice, and it wouldn't be fair to bring a woman into the fray. Not to mention, he was on the road for months at a time. There were plenty of men who made their life work in such a manner, but he didn't think he had it in him. As Mayor Hinson followed Jesse down the hallway from his office, he tried once again to convince Jesse to stay. Our town coffers are healthy, as you well know. Perhaps the town could increase your salary somewhat, if the town council votes that the peace of mind would be worth it. He lowered his glasses to meet Jesse's eye. I think I could convince them. Was that what he wanted? For years, Jesse had been happy on the road with the occasional stint in Washington, D.C., to file his reports. He'd brought down bank fraud schemes all across the country, and there was fulfillment in knowing his work truly mattered. If that was the case, then why had his heart begun aching at the idea of leaving? Mayor Hinson, Pine Creek is a town any man would be proud to be part of, but I just don't know that staying to manage a bank is the best choice for me. It had been the same refrain he echoed every time the mayor asked, so why had it increasingly begun to sit poorly on his stomach? The man before him sighed and pushed his glasses back into place. As you've said before. I can't promise I'll quit trying, but I do respect your wishes. That's all I can ask for, Jesse replied. They finished their walk into the bank lobby, and Jesse spotted Matthew standing by the door with a grim expression. With a quick nod to the mayor, Jesse approached the town sheriff. Whatever news he brought wouldn't be pleasant, not with his lips set into a thin line as they were. Jesse, Matthew said as he spotted him. Can we talk? I've received some news. Of course, should we go to the jail, or will my office suffice? Matthew gestured back down the hallway from which Jesse had just emerged. Your office will be fine. Once inside, Jesse closed the door and offered Matthew a seat. What's happened? The brick that settled in his middle in anticipation over what was sure to be bad news was unpleasant. Has Jack been spotted? In Lehigh, Matthew said quickly. The law there did their best to move in on him and his gang, but they were unsuccessful. He lit out before they had a chance. Jesse bit back a curse. That wasn't the man he'd become, no matter how angry the situation made him. But they're sure it was him? Yes, I made all the surrounding towns aware of his possible descent on the area. They also have his likeness due to the wanted posters. The renderings were spot on, so unless he's disguised himself, he's easy to spot. Matthew's words brought up a point Jesse hadn't considered. What if he has disguised himself and is using a lookalike as a decoy to throw us off? He's cunning, it's how he's kept out of the long arm of the law so long. Jesse's wheels turned like they did when he solved a puzzle or worked a complicated formula. It's a thought, but it would mean he'd split up his posse or went without them. The sheriff said there was a group with him that helped him get away. Matthew stroked his beard for a moment. Allowing himself to be spotted so easily does make one question what he's up to. From what you've described, he might be playing cat and mouse. Drawing them out to leave Helen and Rose unprotected was one possibility. Or we're completely overthinking this, Jesse said as he plopped down into his chair. He knows me, and I'll bet he figures I'm still here. He was always furious when I outsmarted him as a child, so he took to playing games with me that generally resulted in my frustration and his amusement. Like what? Jesse thought back to those moments in childhood. He'd play tricks on me or tell me Ma had left and was never coming back. One time, he even made it look like she'd packed a bag and left when all she'd done was go to the store. He'd do his best to intimidate me, and I was young enough that it worked. It wouldn't surprise me if he's playing games now. Matthew moved back and forth across Jesse's office, something Jesse had noticed he did when deep in thought. Malachi has gone out to let Callum know about the spotting, but I'll ride out this evening and discuss our suspicions with both him and Cade. It might not be a bad idea to discuss it with the whole family, Jesse thought aloud. In fact, moving Helen and Rose both to the big house at the ranch and letting the hands know to keep a lookout could be useful as well. Matthew leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. If only we could close the bakery for a while, but there's no way Helen would allow that. She'd likely sneak out and open up anyway. Jesse smirked without humor. I hate that they're having to deal with this. He felt partially responsible, even though he held no sway in his brother's decisions or actions. Shaking his head, Matthew turned stern eyes on Jesse. You can't go feeling guilty for the sins of others. That's between them and the Lord. He was right, of course, but Jesse still struggled to let go of his connection to the man they sought. He'd never relished feeling like a sitting duck, but leaving to look for Jack left the women in even more danger than before. Not to mention, on the off chance Jack was watching the town, a posse of lawmen setting out would either spook him into hiding or into action. Jesse didn't like to think of what the latter might mean. We'll be ready for them, Jesse. This isn't the first time this town or this family have dealt with outlaws. We stick together and protect one another. Now, I've been trying to think whether Jack will go for Rose or Helen first. Rose seems the most likely choice if the motivation is revenge on her father. But Helen humiliated him and ultimately kept him from getting away, Jesse finished. I couldn't say which I think he'll move on first, but my hunch is that he'll try and get them together. That's why it's imperative the bakery is well guarded anytime it's not bustling with customers. 2 steps ahead of you there, Matthew said. We're already rounding up a team of men to help out with that. I'm sure you'd like to take a shift. The corner of his lip raised, and Jesse inwardly groaned that his attention on Helen wasn't as discreet as he'd thought. Of course, he said. Keep me posted on what you need me to do. After Matthew left, it was Jesse who found himself pacing across the office. No, waiting out his brother didn't suit him at all. If only they had a choice. Chapter 9. Helen hopped down off of her father's wagon, doing her best to keep the frustration from her voice as she waved. Have a good day, Papa. There'd been a time when she thought it would be exciting to be in danger to the point that a lady must be guarded at all times. Her dime novels had certainly made it seem so. But then, generally it was the hero of the story guarding the heroine. Jesse, if he were to be her hero, couldn't simply leave the bank at all hours to stay with her. For weeks, they'd been careful, but now there was even a posted guard at the entrance to the bakery throughout the day. "Good morning, Nathan," Helen said as she waved at this morning's sentinel. Nathan Archer was her friend Emma's husband and the head wrangler at his great uncle's ranch. He'd graciously volunteered to take a few shifts a week, switching out with a bevy of kind men in town who'd vowed to help protect Rose and Helen. "Morning, Helen," Nathan said with his signature disarming grin. To see him, one would think he was simply waiting on the place to open up rather than scanning the horizon for any real or perceived threat. "Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?" He wasn't wrong. October had given way to November with crisp mornings and the early stages of leaves changing around them. The skies were clear blue, a light breeze blowing in from the west. "It certainly is," she agreed. "Thank you for helping us out. I'll be sure to get some sweet rolls out to you once I get them baked." She typically arrived an hour before opening so she could get the day's bread in the oven and treats mixed. Most of their dough was already on the counter rising overnight, and she'd gotten so efficient with their daily offerings that she no longer needed to arrive hours before opening. It also helped that she'd developed a host of recipes that could be cooked on the stove top while the ovens were full of other things. "You know I don't mind," Nathan said with a tip of his Stetson. "Your family's dear to mine, and we'll do whatever we can to help keep you safe. Not to mention, guard duty comes with treats, and that's plenty of payment for me." He hooked his thumbs in the lapel of his coat and grinned. "Plus, if I'm here in the mornings I get to go over and sneak a moment with my wife and babies when my relief comes." Helen laughed, his clear adoration for her friend sweet to see. Emma worked for her family's mercantile not far from the bakery. She took her children in with her, as she'd been nearly raised in the mercantile herself. It helped that both of her parents were around to wrangle them when necessary. "Then I'm happy to facilitate. I'd better get in and get things cooking, but I'll be out soon with your pay." With a wink, she headed inside to light the ovens and get moving on the morning's baking. It didn't take long before she lost herself in the task at hand, hardly noticing the bell above the door jingling to signal Rose's arrival. "Good morning," Rose said in a decidedly less jovial manner than she normally would. "Do we have any coffee made?" Glancing up from where she iced cinnamon rolls on the counter, Helen's brow furrowed at the sight of Rose. Her strawberry blonde hair was hastily braided to the point that multiple strands missed their mark. There were bags under her eyes and an overall paleness to her countenance. "Rose, what's wrong?" Rose sighed deeply and plopped down on the stool they kept beside the counter. "I'm not sleeping well." Apparently, that can be an early pregnancy symptom. Who knew? Not to mention, I have to eat every 2 hours, or I'll get sick. She closed her eyes and pursed her lips, breathing again when the moment passed. "I don't know how Edie and Lily make it look so easy. Sarah says she had terrible nausea with Eliza, but she was long past it before she came here." "Oh Rose," Helen said sympathetically. "I'm so sorry. Why don't you go on home? I can handle things for the day." Shaking her head, Rose smiled tiredly. "I'll either just be nauseous here or at home. Mama and Bonnie have been so helpful preparing meals and cleaning so I can just lie down when I go home, but you have too much on your plate here for me to just leave you. Speaking of which, I've had an idea for someone to work with us here." "What about Violet?" "Now that all the children she nannies for are in school, she's been looking for work around town. She already knows our system because of how much time she's spent here. I think she might be perfect." Rose nodded. "I've considered it, believe me." She paused for a moment. "The only issue is that Violet isn't quite the same vibrant girl she once was. She's grown so bitter at Papa for everything he put us through, and it's eating her from the inside out. She's impatient, easily provoked, and what's normally witty quips have become harsh barbs at folks." She placed her head in her hands. "It's honestly the reason Mama went ahead and moved out to the ranch with us when she did." "I had no idea," Helen said. "I knew she didn't stick around after church for the picnic, but I honestly hadn't thought too much about it." Rose had a point. Whoever they brought to work with them needed to be good with customers. They couldn't afford to have Violet drive folks away, but perhaps Violet needed them more than they needed her. I still think we should ask her, Helen blurted. Surprising both Rose and herself, the idea fit more soundly in her mind with each moment. She doesn't need to be alone all day, and maybe this will help. Rose looked doubtful. If you're sure. I'll tell her frankly that she can't be rude to customers or she'll be let go. Our reputation in town is important, especially with the contest bringing in more people all the time. She smiled again, her exhaustion still present, but at least this one reached her eyes. Thank you, Helen. I think you're right about her needing this. Closing the distance between them, Helen pulled Rose into a hug without unseating her. It'll all work out. Besides, who can be down around me? My nickname is Sunshine after all. Rose chuckled and shook her head. Who, indeed? She pulled a folded paper with Helen's name written on it from her pocket. Oh, I saw this on the way in. It was taped to the door. Helen took the paper with confusion. I didn't even notice it when I came in, but I was distracted talking to Nathan. I wonder who it's from. Unfolding the paper, she stared at the words for a moment. Helen, hope your day is as sweet as your smile. I'll be around. JP. JP? Rose raised a brow. I thought you and Jesse decided to just be friends. That's what didn't make any sense. We did. Folding the note back and putting it in her pocket, Helen decided she'd ask Jesse about it later. It didn't add up, but she didn't have time to concern herself with it that morning. She still had a second batch of muffins to make, and they'd just run out of sugar. Knowing the first batch wouldn't last through the morning rush, she stepped out into the front room where Rose tallied sums in a ledger. I need to run to the mercantile for sugar, do you need anything? Rose thought for a moment. No, I don't believe so. All right, I'll be back in just a moment. Helen hurried out the door, surprising Nathan, who clearly didn't expect her. I've got to run to the mercantile, but I'll just be a minute. Nathan nodded jovially. All righty. I'll stay here since Rose is inside. They'd all come to the agreement that walking in town on busy mornings wasn't much of a threat to Rose or Helen, so they mainly only needed men to keep an eye on the bakery during times when they had no customers. Nathan likely wouldn't stay long past opening, but there would be another come to take his place once the rush died down. Emma's smiling face in the mercantile was a welcome sight. She stood in the baking aisle restocking the very items Helen needed. Hello there, Helen. I just saw your husband, Helen said as she filled her basket with the sugar she needed. He's itching to get over here and see you. Emma's eyes filled with concern. I'm just sorry he has to stand guard at all. This all must be so scary for you. It was, but Helen would rather not worry folks in town more than they already were. We'll be fine. I'm always asking for a bit of adventure in my life, am I not? She hoped her words were convincing, as the excitement she normally craved didn't seem so desirable from her current angle. Emma watched her for a second as though she didn't quite believe her, but didn't ask her any more questions about it. Is there anything else I can help you with this morning? No, this is all. Helen moved to the front of the store where Emma's mother Rachel stood behind the counter. Morning, Rachel. She shared Emma's dark, curly hair and bright smile. They chatted for a moment while Rachel added the sugar to the bakery's tab, then bid Helen good day. Just as she turned, Helen bumped right into Jet Quinn, a farmer who'd moved to town a few years prior. As far as she knew, he grew corn and cotton, but she wasn't sure. Oh, Jet, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. That's quite all right, the stocky blonde assured her. His cheeks pinked, and Helen wondered if he'd been about to approach her. No harm done. It wasn't that he was unattractive. His blonde hair and fair complexion was nearly the exact opposite of Jesse, but he was handsome nonetheless. Years of farming had made him strong, and he had a good reputation among the men in town. Still, Helen just couldn't bring herself to flirt the way she once would have. Whether Jesse had ruined that for her or she was simply growing more mature, the result was the same. Well, thank you for understanding. Have a nice day. She just started to move toward the door when Jet followed her. "Oh, Miss Helen, I wondered if Dash." Just then, the door opened and the man who'd quite possibly ruined her for other men stepped inside. Jesse's build wasn't much larger than Jet's, but the stormy look on his face made him appear much more intimidating. No doubt, he'd seen their interaction through the window. Now, if only Helen could tell if Jesse was only being protective or a teensy bit jealous. If he had indeed left the note, he deserved it. "Jesse," Helen said as she flashed her brilliant smile. "Have you met Jet Quinn?" Fighting to slow his pulse at the sight of Helen with another man, he forced a small smile. "Of course, nice to see you again, Mr. Quinn." Couldn't she see he was too old for her? Well, in reality he probably was only a few years older than Jesse, but the unsettledness he felt thrived nonetheless. Helen smirked at him, his discomfort apparently obvious. "Well fellas, I'm off to the bakery. I wish you both a sweet day." She said the last bit with a glance at Jesse, but he didn't understand whatever it was she meant. Sweet? An odd choice of words, to be sure. The frustration on Quinn's face was clear. "Guess I better get going, too." Had he been attempting to court Helen? Nearly every single man in town had at one point or another, so Jesse couldn't blame him. Still, since their fight at the church, Helen had seemed to welcome it less and less. On one hand, Jesse felt guilty wishing for her not to fall for another man. It wasn't fair to expect her to stay single when he wasn't willing to throw his hat in the ring. If he did, he knew she'd accept his pursuit. Helen Jones was many things, among them an open book with her emotions. It was one of the things he liked most about her. Where other women he'd known quietly brooded when slighted, Helen responded with boldness. It'd make a husband crazy, he imagined, but it'd be worth it. On the other hand, it was a much more welcome idea to him that he might be able to return many years from now and rekindle a romance they never really started. Perhaps, by then, the criminals he'd put behind bars would forget his name. Jack would be long in prison with no one left to try and exact their revenge. No, that wasn't fair to her. She deserved a long and happy marriage of babies and the adventure she so craved. He cared too deeply for her to want anything else. He'd simply have to get used to the idea that one day she'd move on without him, and he'd pray he was long gone from Pine Creek by the time she did. He walked through the aisles of the mercantile, picking up the things both he and the bank needed. A familiar laugh sounded from the next aisle over. Jean Watkins stood next to the fabric with her mother as they spoke loudly. Jean was a pretty woman, but Jesse simply wasn't interested, and so far she hadn't seemed to take the hint. Rather than finish his shopping then, he decided to come back during lunch. Undoubtedly, if Jean and her mother spotted him, he'd get pulled into a conversation he didn't have time for and likely get a dinner invitation as well. He'd accepted the first one due to being new in town and not knowing anyone, but they'd continued asking and he was running out of excuses. After a quick wave at Rachel as he stepped toward the door, she smiled knowingly and winked. Jesse sighed in relief once he got out onto the boardwalk unnoticed. A glance down toward the bakery told him Nathan was still there for the moment, but he'd likely be leaving soon as the morning crowd had descended. Nathan spotted him and tipped his Stetson Jesse's direction. He nodded back before turning toward the bank. The ladies were taken care of, and he'd escaped the mercantile without dinner plans for the evening. If nothing else, he could get his day started content with that knowledge. Chapter 10. Over the next few weeks, Helen grew more and more frustrated with feeling like she couldn't move about her own town without a host of men watching out for her. She knew it was slightly dramatic, as they really didn't stay with her at all times, but even walking freely about town she spotted many eyes upon her. It didn't help that the gossip mill had begun to churn about her as well. None of her family and friends ever participated, of course, but rumors had spread once she started turning down offers from gentlemen she normally would have accepted. She'd been the object of rumors before, as her flirtatious and friendly nature often irked some of the older women in town. The younger ones, for the most part, understood it was harmless until the object of her affections happened to be theirs as well. At that point, she'd learned to ignore much of the gossip churning. I told Mrs. Finch it was none of her business, Rose said as she finished relaying a run-in she'd had earlier, but I doubt she'll drop it. She and Helen stood in the kitchen sipping coffee as they prepared for another day of business. Apparently, the latest rumor was that Helen had decided to go back east to become a stage performer, and that's why she'd stopped allowing the attention of men in town. Another rumor, one Helen happened to like better, was that she'd accepted a job as a food columnist in New York City for a periodical and would be moving for that. All I've done is try and focus on myself a little more, Helen said with a shake of her head. The flirting just isn't fun anymore, so I stopped. Rose nodded in understanding. Why do you think that is? Her meaning was clear, but Rose was too polite to bring up Jesse specifically. I don't know. I've wondered whether it was my feelings for Jesse, but I was honestly growing tired of it all before he even got here. They were interrupted by the door opening, and Violet stepping inside. I'm here, she said, albeit with a bit less cheer than she once would have. Helen was hit with a wave of guilt that she hadn't noticed how deeply Violet was struggling. As exhausted and sick as Rose was, Violet was clearly nursing something as well. Her blonde hair, usually shiny and perfectly groomed, hung limply around her face. It was pinned back impatiently with clips but had no real style. She'd lost weight, though not nearly as much as Rose had when she was barely eating in order to feed her family. Mostly, the light in her eyes had gone out. All three of the Gilbert sisters were beautiful, but Violet had a similar countenance about her that Helen had always been told she did. Violet was smart and quick-witted, independent and delightful to be around. It was no wonder Helen's cousin Nicholas had taken a shine to her, though Helen had no idea if Violet had sent him on his way. From the nonsense expression she wore now, not to mention the droop of her shoulders, Helen wouldn't be surprised. Welcome, Vi, Rose said as she moved around the counter to hug her sister. We're so thankful that you're willing to help out. We've needed a third hand in here for a while, but it was my pregnancy that finally convinced us to pull the trigger. Violet smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. I hope I can be a help to you both. I know you will, Helen said as she wiped the last bit of flour from her hands. For the next few days, Rose will train you on running the front. Hopefully, you'll get the hang of it quickly, and she can take some time off until she feels better. Nodding, Violet glanced back into the kitchen. I reminded Rose that I'm not a great baker. You're better than you think, but that's fine, Rose said as she waved a hand in front of her face. Neither am I, Helen is the master of the kitchen. We're just here to keep the place running smoothly. Relief spread over Violet's face. That's good. As the first customers of the day came in, all three women got to work. Violet was easily flustered and grew agitated on occasion, but she did a fair job overall. The breakfast rush was their busiest time of day by far. If she could get through that demand, she could get through the rest. Around noon, their dining room full of patrons, Rose came back to pick up a few sandwich orders. I think she's doing well, she whispered. It surprised me a little, but she hasn't been surly with the customers. She's certainly not her normal self, but I'll take polite distance any day. Just as the words left her mouth, a loud crash in the dining room sounded. A woman's squeal sounded, and folks stood from their seats. Rose and Helen rushed to the front to see Violet frozen in the middle of the dining room, a pot of tea on the floor. The teapot itself was fine, but the cups she'd brought out with them lay on the ground in a shattered pile. Mr. Halstead, an elderly gentleman who'd lived in the town since long before Helen was born, knelt down to pick up the pieces. I'm so sorry, Miss Violet. I didn't see you come in at all. Violet's face went from shocked white to angry red in a moment. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Helen swept forward and grabbed her by the shoulders. With her biggest smile, she turned to Mr. Halstead. That's quite all right, Mr. Halstead. Accidents happen. Violet, if you'll get the broom from the back, we can get this cleaned up in a jiffy. She steered a sputtering Violet toward the kitchen where Rose intercepted her. That had been a close call. Broken teacups were one thing, but an employee scolding a customer as Violet had surely been about to do was unacceptable. Helen widened her eyes at Rose, who nodded quickly. She'd talked to her sister. Helen could clean up the mess in the dining room. Don't worry about it, Mr. Halstead. We'll get this cleaned up. You can go on back to your lunch. Helen grinned at the old man who'd always been so kind to her and her family. He and his wife Ginger had been among the first people Aunt Carissa and Aunt Beth met when they came to Pine Creek. Oh, I'll help. I can't believe I was so clumsy. I'll pay for the cups as well. Nonsense, Helen said as she grabbed a rag from behind the counter and began to wipe the spilled tea. You're one of our best customers, we'd never make you pay for an accident. It was true, he came in at least 3 times a week for lunch and often brought his wife in on Saturday mornings. He hesitated a moment, still crouched to pick up the broken pieces of glass. If you're sure. But I will help you clean up. When they nearly had everything picked up that wasn't too small, Rose and Violet emerged with the broom and dustpan. Without a word, Violet swept up the remaining pieces and deposited them in the trash. As she stayed out front to ensure all customers had what they needed, Helen spotted tears shimmering in Violet's eyes. The poor girl. She'd experienced Frank Gilbert's demise just as keenly as Rose had, but she hadn't had Callum to turn to. Rose had incredibly been able to forgive her father for his wrongs quickly, even going so far as to have their wedding at their home while he was on house arrest, preceding his trial. Violet clearly hadn't been able to do so, and it was breaking her heart. Customers aside, Helen had felt a stirring in her heart that they needed to hire Violet for her own good as well as theirs. Lord, Helen prayed as she made her way back into the kitchen to clean up from lunch, help us love her well. I've never been through something like what they have. Guide her back to you, Father. It's the only place she'll find her joy again. Later that day, just as she, Rose and Violet finished up the last of the day's tasks, Helen happened to glance out the back window that looked out onto an open field. The window was particularly helpful in the early days of a recipe when she might overbake an item or two, not to mention during the dead of summer when even the smallest breeze was welcome. A piece of paper was stuck in the window, folded as the last note she'd received from Jesse had been. What in the world? Rose and Violet were in the dining room and wouldn't hear her muttering, but she kept it quiet nonetheless. Something didn't sit right with her about the notes. Pushing the window open, she caught the paper before it fluttered to the ground outside. Helen, your smile is brighter than the sun, JP. Ire raised, Helen crumpled the note in a ball and marched through the dining room. I'll be back, she growled to Rose and Violet as she passed. If Jesse Prichard thought he could leave notes that led her on and then pursue nothing with her, he had another thing coming. The idea that he'd been a bit jealous that morning at the Mercantile had been welcome, but he still clung to the idea that they couldn't be more than friends. If that remained the case, the notes had better stop. It was hard enough trying to move past her feelings for Jesse without him stringing her along. The door to Jesse's office swung open and crashed against the wall. He was on his feet, hand prepared to pull his gun before he realized who stood before him. Helen, what are you doing here? The glare on her face was a stark contrast to what he normally saw from her. She held one hand tightly fisted, the other loose at her side. If anything, her hair shone more red to match her mood. Tossing a crumpled-up piece of paper at his face, she took a step forward and slapped a hand down on his desk. These stop today. It's not fair, Jesse, and I won't allow myself to be strung along. What was she talking about? His brow furrowed as he took the note that had bounced from his forehead into his hand. Reading it, his heart sank into his belly. Helen, I didn't leave you this. Her eyes narrowed into slits. You didn't? What about the other one? Jesse moved from worried to downright scared for her. How many have you received? Just 2, the first was a few days ago. It confused me, but I forgot to mention it to you. Helen backed away from his desk and sank down in the large leather chair across from his desk. If you didn't leave them, who did? Jesse shook his head. I hope my suspicions are wrong, but we need to get over to your uncle's office and talk to him and Malachi before we do anything. Her face blanched, and Jesse wished with everything he had he could take the fear away from her. You think Jack is the one leaving these notes? The sheen of tears appeared in her eyes, but he saw her work to fight them. He's coming to the bakery? Jesse rounded his desk, nothing in the world able to keep him from comforting her. He reached down and clasped her arms gently, pulling her to her feet. Wrapping his arms around her, he felt her stiffen at first before melting into him. She sniffed once or twice before her shoulders shook with the tears she'd tried to hide. He tightened his hold as much as he could without hurting her, doing his best not to think about how well she fit in his arms. Without consciously deciding to, he pressed a kiss to her hair and inhaled the sweet smell of the bakery as it lingered on her. "I promise you, Helen, we're going to catch him. You're safe." It was more than a promise, it was a vow he made as much to God and himself as he did to her. "You don't have to be afraid." He had a million questions for her. Where had she found the notes? Exactly when had she noticed them? Had she seen any suspicious activity around the bakery? But at the moment, all that mattered was holding her close and running his hand over her back as her sobs ebbed. Whether 10 minutes or an hour later, he couldn't have said, but Helen pulled back and pierced his gaze with her bright blue eyes. "Thank you." Whether she meant for keeping her safe or for comforting her, he didn't know. All he knew was that no force but God himself could have kept him from leaning forward to press his lips to hers. His conscious mind screamed at him that it was a terrible idea, that the consequences could be disastrous, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He closed most of the distance between them and paused. If she didn't want this, he wouldn't push. With a quick sigh, she moved the rest of the way and wrapped her arms around his neck. As much as he wanted to keep kissing her, to hold her like this all afternoon, they needed to talk to Matthew about the notes. Not to mention, he'd not sacrifice her reputation for anything in the world. He didn't think Ms. Edna would spread any rumors if she spotted them, but he wasn't willing to take the chance. Pulling back, he ran a hand over his face. "I wish I could say I was sorry, but I'm not." All the reasons he shouldn't pursue any relationship with any woman ran through his mind, but something about kissing Helen just felt right. "I'm not either," Helen said. "I'm just not sure what it all means." Taking a step back from Helen, Jesse turned to stare out the window at the house that was technically reserved for the bank's president. He hadn't felt right moving in, even though it sat empty. The sight of the house sobered him like a bucket of water over the head. If Jack was closing in, growing impatient, it wouldn't be long before he made his move. As soon as he was behind bars, Jesse would be going back to Washington, D.C. "Right now," he said with frustration, "we need to go see Matthew and Malachi. We can talk about everything else later." He didn't have it in him right now to tell her their previous arrangement stood. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to later either, but he'd have to cross that bridge when he came to it. Chapter 11. Helen sat in a stiff wooden chair in Uncle Matthew's office as she waited for the rest of the men to arrive. Callum was too far out on the ranch to go fetch, but Papa and Robert had come over from the smithy while Malachi rode out to fill Callum in on what was happening. Papa placed his hand on the back of Helen's chair and pinned Jesse with a look. "And you're convinced this is Black Jack's doing? There's no possibility this is a prank from one of her cousins or another man in town that she's turned down?" Uncle Matthew removed his Stetson and placed it on his desk. "That's part of what Malachi's gone to do at the ranch. He'll let Callum and Rose know, as they're likely home by now, but first he'll stop and make sure the twins haven't extended their pranks past their sister." Despite the seriousness of the situation, Helen smirked. Simon and Nicholas had a tendency to engage in prank wars with Lily and Malachi. They had since childhood, and each time it brought great amusement to the family. Now that Lily had married Alex, he joined in on the pranks whenever he could. Of course, that meant he'd also become a recipient. Jesse glanced at Helen but addressed Papa. "I'm hoping that's all it is. The idea of Jack that close to Helen is nearly enough to drive me mad, but I have to consider all possible angles here." He paused and met Uncle Matthew's gaze. "Jesse and I have been discussing whether Jack is trying to play a game with us," Uncle Matthew said. "When he was spotted in Lehigh, it was somewhat suspicious to the point that we wondered if he wanted to get caught. With these notes showing up, it's just providing more puzzle pieces for us to put together." Luckily, Jesse added, "I'm good with puzzles." They spent the next few minutes discussing all the information they had, as well as a few theories Uncle Matthew and Jesse tossed around. None of the theories were anything, but at least they had something to go on. Jesse paced while he spoke, but no one seemed to mind. The U.S. Marshals and the Rangers both have teams in the area searching for Jack and his men. One of the reasons we think he meant to be found in Lehigh is because they still haven't found their new camp. Jack's smart, as smart as any criminal I've ever worked to catch. He also possesses the ability to put folks around him who can fill in gaps he can't. Robert, who'd been characteristically quiet through the discussions, spoke up then. It just doesn't make sense to me that he'd risk getting caught all for the sake of revenge. If he's so smart, why not move on to another part of the country? It's possible he left something here and wants it back, Uncle Matthew answered. Frank Gilbert didn't know of anything else he'd left in town or at the bank, but criminals are notoriously distrusting. If he wasn't sure about Frank's loyalty, he might have hidden part of his spoils elsewhere nearby. Nodding, Jesse paused his pacing and wiped a hand down his beard. That, plus Jack has a greater thirst for his version of justice than any man would call reasonable. For him, Rose and Helen were part of taking what belonged to him. No matter what logic tells you and me that they likely would still have gotten caught, Jack won't believe it. He's smart, but he also has an inflated view of his own capabilities. Robert narrowed his eyes. I know this is your job, but this seems personal to you. Jesse sighed and pulled back the chair next to Helen. Turning the back towards the rest of them, he sat and straddled the chair. With a quick glance at Uncle Matthew, he crossed his arms over the top of the chair and closed his eyes. It is personal, Jesse said quietly. Papa cocked his head to the side, understanding breaking across his face. Why? He asked as though he already knew the answer to the question, but Helen couldn't imagine how. Because Black Jack Pruitt is my half-brother, Jesse said. I was on the road with him for a while. It's how I know his ways so well, and it's why I feel this case so deeply. Jesse opened his eyes, half expecting to see Cade and Robert Jones moving toward him to toss him out of town. Neither did. Instead, everyone remained exactly as they were before he shared his greatest secret. Cade's face was unreadable, but he didn't look angry or shocked. Both he and Robert simply stared at Jesse, silently urging him to go on. Helen's eyes had gone wide, and her hand now covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't speak either, something Jesse found a bit surprising under the circumstances. Helen didn't hold her tongue well. The door opened and Malachi strode through, Helen's uncle Jake, Callum, and Rose at his heels. They decided to come back with me, he said as he shut the door. And it was definitely not the twins. They had no clue what I was talking about. Matthew nodded and took a seat on the corner of his desk. You're all just in time. Jesse was just telling us some pertinent information about the case at hand. He pierced Jake Carson with a look. He told me, Callum, and Malachi all of this a while back, and we all trust the work he's done here. I know all of us will listen to his explanation with patience. A confused look crossed the weathered rancher's face, but Jesse was grateful for the chance to say his piece. At times, Jake had been known to fly off the handle. He'd rather not be on the receiving end of that particular stick of dynamite. I was just telling them why this case is so personal to me, Jesse continued. It's because Jack is my half-brother. As he launched into the tale of their childhood, his mother's desperation to win a man's affection, and her untimely demise, he spotted tears in the eyes of the ladies in the room. Rose studied him with understanding, while Helen's gaze was simply full of compassion. At 14, I didn't know what else to do. The house had been paid for long before from Ma's earnings at odd jobs she did for folks, but I had no clue how to keep the place up when I was still in school myself. Jack came back a couple of weeks after she passed and offered me a deal. He stopped, ashamed of what he would say next, but knowing it was important to finally speak the truth. I could have found something else in town were it not for Jack's and my father's reputation. For that matter, my mother's wasn't much better. I tried for 2 weeks to find work with nearly every business and farmer in town, but they all turned me down. I'd scrounged enough food to survive, but my belly was empty. Risking a glance at his audience, Jesse was immediately drawn to Cade Jones's face. It held hurt and perhaps a bit of anger, but he probably understood Jesse's past better than anyone in the room. When Jack offered me plenty of food, protection, and a cut of his spoils, I joined up. At first, it was all small theft and no one got hurt. But as time went on, Jack got more and more greedy. Having me along gave him extra leverage, and with a bandana over my face, no one could tell I was just a boy. Matthew crossed his arms over his chest and studied Jesse. When did you quit? When did you meet the Lord? Smiling for the first time since he'd walked in the jailhouse, Jesse recounted the story of Marshall Hayward Potter and how he'd taught Jesse to be a man of honor and integrity. More importantly, one of his requirements for staying with him was that I'd attend church with him every Sunday. In time, between the way he treated me and the acceptance of others in the church, I began to ask questions. Helen spoke for the first time since he'd begun speaking. Where is he now? He passed not too long ago, Jesse said sadly. At the time, it had been an even harsher blow than when his mother passed. At least, with Marshall Potter, he could be assured of the man's eternity with Jesus. I went back to St. Louis to say my goodbyes, but didn't stay long. It reminds me too much of who I once was and the man I never want to be again. Cade removed his hand from the back of Helen's chair. No one in this room will hold your past against you, son, provided it stays in the past. His meaning was clear: keep on the right side of the law and he'd have no trouble. I've left that life so far behind me that it almost feels like another person. I don't regret not telling you folks sooner, as I didn't want word to get out and compromise the investigation, but I'm glad you know now. He'd have understood if his words were met with anger, but that didn't seem to be the case. Even Jake Carson stayed relaxed in his stance. Breaking the tension, Robert grinned widely. I knew there was more to you than you'd let on. It never made sense why you'd be so sure Jack would come back for revenge. Now, it does. After a quick chuckle, though one lacking any real mirth, Jesse replied. You pinned me. Jack's father was around before my mother had me, but apparently his core value was an eye for an eye. Jack inherited that, and he took it to the extreme. He debated telling them about the fire in their hometown, but he'd made it this far. After the fire, I realized that Jack was more like his father than even he knew at the time. Malachi shook his head, hands in his pockets. I doubt he's changed all that much in the years since you've known him, so I'll trust you. Not to mention, he does seem to be playing some sort of game with you if the notes are indeed from him. Rose raised an eyebrow. Who else would they be from? The twins have said they're not involved. No, Helen said quickly, but that's not the only person who might have a desire to scare me a little. Or, Matthew said, depending on whether the JP means Jack or Jesse, it could be someone trying to spur along a relationship between the two of you. When everyone looked his way, he placed his hands in the air. I'm not saying it's right, just that this town loves a good romance. He's not wrong, Jake said with a nod. Over the years, we've had more than a few wishful matchmakers try and take up the cause. All that to say, Matthew said, it could be harmless, but we need to treat it seriously until we get to the bottom of this. Cade nodded and knelt to face Helen. I know you're sick of all this, but we have to take this seriously. I know, she said quietly. Can we just go home? Jesse didn't normally get a glimpse into the vulnerability of Helen, but there it was. It was almost as if he could see a piece of the little girl she'd been, confident her father could fight off any threat. Hopefully, he still could. Of course, Cade replied gently. I need to get some things at the shop, but I'll come back by and pick you up in the wagon. Oh, Helen said as she glanced toward the door, I left my bag at the bakery, and it has a few books in it that I bought at the mercantile. I planned on leafing through them tonight and seeing if there are any new recipes I wanted to try. Jesse stepped forward, eager for a moment to ensure Helen wasn't angry at him for the truth he'd omitted from her. I'll be happy to walk you over to the bakery and wait there with you until your father comes by. Helen narrowed her eyes at him for only a moment, but not with any disdain. It was more the way he stared at a particularly difficult puzzle, one that had stumped him for too long. All right. Papa, I'll see you soon. With a wave at her brother and uncles and a quick hug with Rose, Helen stepped through the door Jesse held and out onto the jailhouse porch. Well, she said with a sigh as they walked through the dusky haze of sunset, I'll be glad to be done with today. What parts of today did she mean? Jesse knew he shouldn't have kissed her, but he still couldn't bring himself to regret it. The way she felt in his arms, his finally being able to show her how much he cared for her. It was intoxicating. "I'm sorry today has been so difficult for you." He was weary, his brain exhausted from the discussions of the last hour or so, but a fresh burst of energy hit when she turned those blue eyes on him. "What do you want, Jesse?" That's hard to answer. What he wanted was for his brother to be behind bars and to build a life with Helen, but what he wanted and what he could have may well be two different things. "It doesn't have to be so complicated," she said as she pushed a lock of hair impatiently away from her face. "You're making this so much more difficult than it needs to be." Even after all he'd revealed that evening, she still didn't understand what held him back. "It's not worth it to me, Helen." He meant that his happiness wasn't worth her safety, but the way she stopped short and stared at him with hurt in her eyes had him realizing how it sounded. "Oh, Helen dash. It's not worth it to you?" Helen's eyes flashed fire despite the sheen of tears. "I'm not worth it to you?" "Well," she said as she turned on her heel and continued toward the bakery, "glad to know where I stand." Jesse chased after her, uncaring of what fodder they provided for the gossip mill in town. "Helen, stop. Of course you're worth it." Her pace slowed, but only a little, so Jesse continued. "You're the most beautiful, compassionate, infuriating, delightful woman I've ever met." Her lip turned up at his description of her, and it bolstered his resolve. "You're more than worth it. What's not worth it is the danger I'll put you in if word gets back to any of the men I put in prison that I've married." The threats he got through the mail in Washington, D.C., happened more often than he'd like to tell her, and he'd had a few instances in which someone tried to approach him in the street there. It wasn't a risk he was willing to take. There were lawmen, and then there were criminals turned lawmen. He was the latter and considered the deepest of traitors. "Jesse, you don't think other people in my family have been put in danger because of who they fall in love with?" Helen's eyes softened, but still held their determination. "Aunt Carissa married a U.S. Marshal responsible for the justice of countless criminals, her brothers included. Mama was being chased to be forced into an unwanted marriage by some of the deepest pockets you could imagine. Alex betrayed a kingpin back in New York City when he threw a boxing match, and Lily was kidnapped in the process. That's not even everyone. Love isn't always safe, Jesse. That's not how it works." Her argument was convincing, but Jesse still couldn't reconcile the idea of her or future children being in danger because of him. "I can't do it, Helen. I won't." Spotting her father waiting for them at the bakery, their progress slowed significantly by their discussion. Jesse delivered her to his care. "Have a good evening, Mr. Jones, Helen." It took everything in him to turn back towards the boarding house and walk away from her. Once they brought Jack to justice, he had to leave Pine Creek immediately. Every time he saw her, it weakened his resolve and only exposed more of his own selfishness. There was nothing else it could be, not when she was so clearly better off away from him. Her words echoed over and over in his mind. "Love isn't always safe, Jesse. That's not how it works." He realized, in that moment, that he knew very little of what love truly looked like. His mother had loved him, but she was so starved for love herself that she'd made his life more difficult than it needed to be. Marshall Potter had loved him in his own way. He wasn't an overly affectionate man, but gave Jesse the tools he needed to grow into a man of honor. He'd always been more of a mentor than a father figure, and it was why Jesse had never truly grown comfortable calling him by his first name. As he climbed the stairs to the boarding house that evening, he realized that the only place he could really go to learn of love would be the Bible he kept by his bed. That evening, by the light of a dim kerosene lamp, Jesse asked the Lord to allow him to look at the 13th chapter of the book of 1 Corinthians in a new light. As he read it over and over again, small portions began to take on more meaning to him. Chapter 12. Helen placed the last of the pumpkin and fall squash preserves into each woman's individual baskets. Helen, Rose, Sarah, Edie, and Emily were all over at Lily's house working to preserve the latest fall harvest together. The late frost meant they'd have many of their summer vegetables well into November, but were blessed with a nice fall crop as well. Edie placed her arm around Helen's shoulders as she moved back from the dining room into the kitchen. You know, when your father told us about Jesse's past, I was surprised. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. It does, Rose said as she wiped down another jar they just pulled from the stock pot. Callum told us ages ago that there was more to Jesse than we knew, but I suppose a past riding with Black Jack wasn't something that even occurred to me. She wasn't the only one. It was a shock, but I'm sure he feels better having the truth out there. No doubt, Lily said. Alex told me that even though there was so much turmoil surrounding our learning of his past, it was also a huge relief. Edie turned back to Helen, eyes full of compassion. The question is, can you trust him now? It was a question Helen had pondered long and hard. Honestly, it wasn't Jesse's past that gave her pause, but the fact that he'd kept it from everyone. She understood his need to protect the integrity of the investigation, but it still stung. Not that he'd have any responsibility to tell her anyway. We're not together, so I don't know that it matters how much I trust him. She hadn't told her family about their kiss at the bank, nor his incredibly comforting embrace after she learned the notes weren't from him. It was hard to believe that was only a few days before, as it felt like a lifetime. Lily glanced at the clock and mercifully changed the subject. I suppose it's time to get the little ones up. Let's finish up this batch and start to clean up. Edie nodded, as did Sarah. I can't believe it's that time already. When will Alex get back from Lehigh? He should be back by dinner. He and Jesse left early this morning, so I can't see that it would take any longer than that. Jesse went with him? She'd seen him just yesterday, albeit only in passing, and he hadn't mentioned anything about going out of town. Sarah stood by the sink, paying attention to each jar as it popped its seal. What were they going for? Alex needed to go pick up some new hymn books the church there is giving us, and Jesse tagged along to speak with the sheriff there. I believe he also wanted to take a look at the site where Jack's camp was spotted. Apparently, he's trying to investigate a few theories as to whether Jack was truly in the area or whether he was playing tricks. Irritation rose up in Helen at that. She knew it was mostly misplaced, as Jesse had no requirement to tell her everything about the case any more than he needed to tell Rose. Still, she would have appreciated finding out from him rather than Lily. You're awfully quiet today, Rose said as they moved out to the front porch some time later. Are you just worried about Jack or is it something else? Helen took a deep breath as she stared out into the pasture land that surrounded two sides of Lily's home. Jesse kissed me. Rose's eyebrows raised, and a grin crept over her face. And it was wonderful. Despite what folks in town likely thought, Helen hadn't gone around giving away kisses to every young man who paid her mind. Jesse had been her first kiss, and she couldn't imagine a better one. Disappointment splashed over her like cold water when she remembered their conversation after the jailhouse. But it still can't go anywhere. He's convinced that someone he's put behind bars will threaten any woman he marries, so he's determined to stay single. Rose pondered that for a moment. He could be right. From what Callum tells me, Jesse's been instrumental in bringing down a number of bank fraud schemes. People like that, they're not just common criminals. They have resources and deep pockets. Still, whoever said falling in love was safe? Helen didn't shy away from danger, never had. It was a part of her personality that she imagined would never change, at least not until she had a reason to. In a way, Rose said slowly. But in others, love is the safest place for us. I don't mean nothing bad will ever happen to us, goodness knows Callum and I have lived through plenty of trials, but there should be a comfort and peace with the person God brings us to marry. Even if the world around us is in turmoil, the home is our safe place. Helen thought hard over Rose's words. I know you're right. I suppose I just meant that we can't know what's around every corner. I could be just as much in danger marrying a cowboy or a lawyer as I could Jesse. That's definitely true, Rose said with a chuckle. I nearly got kicked by a horse a few weeks ago and Callum nearly had a heart attack. It was before we knew for certain that I was pregnant, so I can't imagine how he would have reacted had he known. Helen shook her head. Men and their need to protect. It's God-given, but I won't say it's not frustrating at times. Shifting her gaze to town, she spotted the bakery in the distance. How has Violet been settling in at the bakery? Rose spent much more time with her on a daily basis than Helen did, though they hadn't had any more incidents. She's been doing better than I anticipated, Rose said honestly. I feared we'd have to let her go, but she's clearly trying to keep her impatience at bay. She stared at the cottage where Violet undoubtedly puttered around. I wish she'd have come today. She needs to get out and interact with people. Bitterness is a tough thing, Helen said. I pray for her every night that God would help her forgive your father. Rose shook her head. I do too. I just can't understand how Mama, Bonnie, and I can do it, but she can't seem to. I didn't realize she harbored so much resentment in her heart over the years. It could certainly sneak up on a body if they let it. The mention of Bonnie brought something to mind Helen had been pondering. Has it been difficult to hand the reins of Bonnie's parenting back over to your mother since she moved out to the ranch and began her recovery? Rose sighed. It hasn't always been easy, but prayer and patience has been instrumental in making it happen. For years, Rose had essentially acted as Bonnie's mother due to the melancholy and nerves of their mother. She was her older sister, but she'd taken that role early and done it well. Mama's also been sensitive to my feelings as well, and she and Bonnie are almost more like good friends than mother and daughter. Thankfully, she doesn't need too much correction. I imagine most wouldn't have dealt with it with your grace, Helen said. You're already such a great mother, and you will be to this little one as well. The door opened, and the rest of the ladies stepped out. Edie and Lily held their infants while all the older children followed along like rambunctious ducklings. Before we leave, Sarah said with a smile, Eliza has something to tell everyone. She gazed lovingly at her toddler and whispered something in her ear. Eliza giggled and clapped wildly before squealing with abandon. Everyone laughed, and Sarah shrugged her shoulders with a smile. What Eliza means to say is that she's going to be a big sister. Joy washed over Helen at the news that Sarah and Malachi were going to have another baby. Edie held back from the hugs, but grinned as she undoubtedly already knew. After all, she was the only physician in town. Sarah grasped Rose's hand. I can't wait to experience pregnancy with you. If nothing else, you'll have someone to commiserate with. She winked as the rest of the women laughed. It's worth every minute, but the journey isn't always the most fun. Amen to that, Edie said with a hand raised. We're so happy for you both, and I can't wait to meet these little blessings God has given our family. After another round of hugs, all the ladies began to go their separate ways. Callum had arrived with Bonnie to bring Rose and Sarah back to the ranch, while Edie loaded her children up in the wagon to take back home. Just as Helen began to wonder where Robert had gotten off to, he came riding up on an old horse of Pete's. He led a white mare by the lead rope, and Helen climbed up to mount. Thank you so much for having us, Lily. She lifted her basket of preserves that would no doubt make Mama very happy. My pleasure, Lily said as she fed the baby on the porch. I love having you ladies here. The contentment Helen spotted in all of her cousins was something she cherished for them. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to share it. Even Emily, the only other single young lady of the family, didn't seem to mind that she'd not made her way down the altar yet. Granted, she was younger, but everyone had assumed she'd marry her childhood sweetheart before he left for the army. It had been years since he'd been back to town, and Emily didn't seem to be pining for him the way she once had. Ready to go, sis? Robert nudged his mount forward as Helen followed suit. Got any pumpkin in that basket? Shaking her head, Helen grinned. Of course, and I just might bake you a pie or two as a thank you for your guard duty if you play your cards right. You'd probably prefer Jesse, Robert said with a smirk, but he decided to join Alex at the last minute this morning and came by before they left. That made her feel a little better. At least Jesse hadn't purposely omitted information from her. Do you know what he had to talk to the sheriff about? She only knew what Lily told her, and none of it was really news. Nope. I imagine they'll tell me when I need to know. A rabbit hopped across their path on the short road home. I admire that about you, Robert. You don't have the same insatiable thirst for information that gets me into trouble. Robert shrugged. It's funny you say that, as I admire your curiosity. Sometimes, I wonder if it wouldn't serve me well in life. Though, you're right, it does get you into trouble. With a roll of her eyes, Helen chuckled. Of course, but it also keeps life interesting. Helen, Robert said with a grin, life with you is never boring. Alex and Jesse ambled down the road on horseback, their trip to Lehigh complete. Colored leaves rustled on either side of the trail, occasional wind blowing them to the ground. The sky above them was light blue, providing welcome warmth when they weren't under the cover of trees. Alex turned to Jesse for a moment before setting his eyes back on the road. What did you find out from the sheriff? Frustratingly little. All he could tell me was that the man his deputy spotted matched the image of Jack on the wanted posters, and the marshals confirmed it. There was a small group with him, but not as large a posse as the U.S. Marshals reported he had. So we're back at square one, Alex said. I'm sorry, I know you were hoping to get some real information today. Unfortunately, investigations just went that way sometimes. It happens. I just can't escape the feeling that I'm missing something. I guess I keep expecting him to pop out from right under our noses, but I also wonder if he's doing this on purpose. Jesse was patient when it came to solving puzzles, it was how he kept a clear head. This, however, felt much more personal. I know when Lily was in danger from men from my past, every frustration felt magnified. It's a good thing I had Malachi to think straight for me. I don't think I could have done it. Jesse didn't correct Alex's assumption that Helen was as important to him as Lily had been to Alex. He wasn't far from the truth, and he knew it. I don't want him to make a move because Helen or Rose could end up hurt, but this waiting is one of the hardest things I've ever done. Alex sighed knowingly. It usually is. For all the traits the Lord gives us, our ability to wait patiently seems to be one all humans struggle with on this side of heaven. And if you were waiting for something that would never happen, it seemed even more impossible. Before he could talk himself out of asking, Jesse voiced a question he'd wondered since he'd heard Alex and Lily's story. How did you convince yourself to pursue Lily despite knowing she was never fully safe from your past? Even though the ringleader who wanted revenge on Alex met his justice, there was always the possibility that another of his cronies could come calling. Rather than look offended at Jesse's nosiness, Alex stared thoughtfully down the road. I suppose I just had to come to trust that the God who drew us together loved her more than I did. I can't guarantee Lily's safety from my past any more than I can guarantee one of my children won't run out in front of a horse and buggy on the street one day. At some point, I just had to trust God and recognize that my past is just that, my past. If I let it control my future, it's stolen more from me than it ever needed to. That was an angle Jesse never thought of, and it hit him over the head like a ton of bricks. He didn't respond, but Alex didn't seem bothered. As Jesse pondered the pastor's words, he thought back to what he'd learned about love and charity from Scripture. It was patient and kind. It always protects. Always perseveres. It never fails. Perhaps, the love in that scripture didn't mean the love between a man and a woman exclusively. Maybe, it meant the love from the father to his children too. By the time they plodded back into Pine Creek, it was nearly time for dinner. You go on back to Lily and the kids, Jesse told Alex. I'll take the horses back to the livery and see to them. Are you sure? I don't mind. From the look on Alex's face, Jesse could tell he'd missed the day with his family. Jesse gestured toward the parsonage. Go on, and thanks for everything today. I'm always around if you need to talk or just someone to listen. I'm better at the first, but marriage has taught me to excel at the second as well. He winked, and Jesse chuckled. I'm sure it has. Have a nice night, Alex. Jesse led the horses back to their stables at the livery, still deep in thought. Somehow, Alex's words sat more right with him than all of his declarations that he and Helen could never be together. Perhaps they could, once Black Jack was brought to justice. That was, if he was ever brought to justice. Chapter 13. Helen, it's here. Rose burst through the door of the bakery with a mile-wide grin on her face. Both Helen and Violet were startled by her abrupt appearance but quickly recovered when it became apparent that the spread of finalists from the Carter's Bazaar competition came in. Both women excitedly flipped to the pages where the judges had written up each finalist's establishment and read their piece. Helen could barely believe how much they gushed over her food. She'd known they liked it, but could never have imagined it would stand up against some of the other restaurants and bakeries in the competition. Why, some of her role models, chefs and bakers who wrote many of the books that adorned her shelves, made the list. Rose and Helen were by far the youngest, judging by the photos they took before the panel tried their food, but it almost seemed surreal. Never in her life had Helen Jones struggled with confidence until recently, but seeing some of the other names they competed against was more than a little overwhelming. I can't believe we're in the finals with these places. Do you almost wonder if they made a mistake? Rose rolled her eyes. Of course not. Did you not listen to the judges when they came to test your food? Of course they raved about it. She glanced up at Violet and filled her in on some of the things the men had said. Before that, I hadn't known whether we had a chance. After they left, I went home and told Callum I thought we had as good of a shot as anyone else. The optimism Rose had in them was encouraging, but Helen still couldn't get over seeing herself alongside some of the greatest cooks in the country. Violet, who'd been mostly quiet as she and Rose scoured over the article, placed a hand on Helen's arm. You're incredibly talented, Helen. They made the right choice. That might have been the first compliment Helen had received from Violet since she'd retreated so fully into herself. That made it mean more, in some strange way. Thank you, Violet. That means a great deal. It was true. Violet didn't speak much these days unless it was to take someone's order or ask for clarification about something at work. She hadn't had any more bouts of impatience, but her eyes remained as sad as they ever had. Rose held the magazine to her chest and did a little jig. I'm just so excited. I'm almost as excited about this as I was about finding out I was going to be a mother, but the competition doesn't make me sick. She giggled, and Helen was hit with a wave of longing that she did her best to shove down. Before the summer, she'd always dreamed of falling in love and marrying a man, but never of having a family with him. That simply hadn't seemed exciting enough for her imagination to ponder. After all, what dime novel didn't end with the first kiss or the wedding vows? Past that, her future had always seemed blurry enough for anything to happen. But lately, and she wasn't naive enough to believe it had nothing to do with Jesse, the thought of a home and children right here in Pine Creek sounded more and more appealing. She wanted to travel and see as much of the world as she could, but the idea of raising her family in this place that had raised her felt more right than anything she'd ever done. Are you all right, Helen? Rose looked at her with concern in her eyes, no doubt wondering why Helen herself wasn't the one dancing a jig. Of course, Helen said as she shook the unpleasant thoughts away. It's just entirely too wonderful to believe it's real. Rose seemed to accept that answer as she pulled another envelope from their stack of mail. Oh, and Mrs. Ida is coming into town soon to congratulate us in person. Mrs. Ida owned the bakery but lived with her daughter a few towns over. She'd allowed Helen and Rose free rein for a couple of years, and they simply sent her a portion of their profits each month. How nice, Helen said as she read over their boss's letter. Mrs. Ida truly was a gem. She could be a bit of a firecracker when she needed to be, but no one was a greater encouragement or more instrumental in Helen's love of cooking. I can't wait to see her. Violet had moved back behind the counter, and customers ready for lunch approached the door. Well, Helen said as she breathed deeply to brace herself for the rush, I guess we'd better man our stations. That afternoon, once the frenzy had died down, Helen glanced up from the sourdough starter she fed to see a flash of white fluttering in the breeze outside. Another note was stuck into the window pane, and Helen narrowed her eyes. Violet, she called out to the front where Violet swept up crumbs from lunch and Rose wiped down tables. Would you go to the bank and get Jesse for me? Then, swing by the sheriff's office and see if Uncle Matthew or Malachi is there. Heat rose up in her at the idea that Jack might have been so close once again. They hadn't placed any guards at the back of the bakery since the only entrance was the front door. She worked to steady her breath as Rose rounded the counter to meet her in the kitchen. What's happened? Her eyes were wide as saucers, and Helen knew the same dread moved through her friend as rushed in her veins that moment. Rather than answering, she simply pointed to the note pushed into a gap in the window pane. Rose stepped forward and opened the window slowly so as to not dislodge the note. With all the courage she had in her, Helen reached out to take the note. For some reason, even though they'd met with Jesse, Malachi, and Robert on multiple occasions to practice both defense and marksmanship, it didn't feel like enough. Not to mention, they didn't even have a gun in the bakery. Jesse had ordered a small one for them to keep there, but it hadn't come in yet. They could have easily used one of the extra pistols they had at the ranch, but both Helen and Rose preferred the smaller model Edie carried. The bell above the door jingled and Jesse moved quickly inside, followed by Uncle Matthew and Violet. He closed the distance between himself and Helen with only a few strides before placing one hand on each of her arms. "What's wrong?" His brown eyes burned with intensity he was clearly trying to keep at bay. Helen held up the note that clearly read Helen across the front in the same familiar handwriting. "I found this." "Where?" Jesse glanced out the open window as Uncle Matthew stepped back out the front door. "It was stuck in the window pane, just as the last one was. I don't know when it was left, but I think I would have seen it this morning." Uncle Matthew walked by the back window, eyes facing the ground. He spoke through the opening Rose and Helen had left. "Definite tracks back here, a man's boots for sure. I don't see any horse tracks, but I'll scout a wider perimeter and see if I can't spot some." Jesse's brow furrowed as he turned back to Helen. "Do folks go around the back of the bakery often?" "No," Helen said. "It's just a field back there, so unless children are playing hide and seek it's empty." She'd always loved throwing the window open to let fresh air come through in the spring, fresh flowers coloring the field behind them. Now, all she saw was potential threat. Jesse must have read the fear on Helen's face, as he turned her body back from the window to face him. "We're going to find him, Helen. As soon as Malachi gets back from the Jensen farm, we're going to go out and scout around town. If he's here, we'll find him." Helen swallowed, willing herself to be brave even though her heart pounded in her chest. "I know you will. I don't have to be afraid." "What does the note say?" Jesse, Helen and Rose glanced down at the folded paper in his hand. Jesse opened it slowly, and they all took in the words. "The article was excellent, and the photo of you both was lovely. It'll be a lucky man who lands you. J.P." Folding the note and placing it in his pocket, Jesse turned his face to the ceiling. Closing his eyes, Helen thought he might be sick until she realized he was praying. His mouth didn't move, but by the time he turned his attention to her, his entire demeanor had relaxed. "When your uncle gets back, Malachi and I'll go out and see what we can find. I'll ask that you and Rose stay together if you can. Maybe you can go to his house since it's here in town." Helen nodded. "We'll do that. And Jesse," she said as she took his hand in hers, "be careful." The bell above the front door jingled again and Uncle Matthew stepped back through. Apparently, he'd flipped the open sign to closed before he left. Jesse moved out to speak with him while Helen and Rose gathered their things. Both were shaken, but Helen decided to take Jesse's lead and ask for the Lord's peace. As she did, the same sense of calm that had visibly relaxed Jesse seemed to do the same for her. Nothing had been solved yet, but there was a quiet confidence there just beneath the surface that gave her the strength she needed. After getting the ladies settled at Matthew and Carissa's house, Jesse headed over to the smithy to let Cade and Robert know what had happened. As he entered, both men were hard at work hammering down a large piece of equipment Jesse imagined would go on some type of plow or farmer's tool. In the firelight, both men looked even larger and more intimidating than they already did, but Jesse had bigger things to deal with. "Mr. Jones?" Cade looked up from where he held the tool for Robert and grunted. "Be with you in a moment." A minute or so later, he came to the front still in his leather apron and thick gloves. "What can I do for you, Jesse?" "There's been another note left for Helen at the bakery." "No use beating around the bush." Cade shut his eyes and let out a hiss. "Where is she now?" "Matthew and I took the ladies to his house." He's staying there until you and Robert can make it, then a few of us are riding out to see if we can find where they're camped. They'd been sitting ducks for too long, and both Matthew and Jesse were through. Cade had already begun removing his gloves. Robert, you go on over. I'll put the fire out and clean up here. Yes, sir, Robert said as he removed his own protective gear and headed out the door. See you in a minute, Pa. As soon as he was out of earshot, Cade turned back to Jesse. You pretty sure this is him? I wish I could be sure of anything regarding this case, but I know we'll regret it if we don't try to find them before he makes a stronger move. Cade's eyes held a determined acceptance. Sounds reasonable. I'll go on over to Matthew's, you just do what you can to keep my girl safe. His girl. If only Cade knew how badly Jesse wanted to be able to say that for himself, he'd probably take the hammer Robert had just been pounding to his head. I will, sir. I'll do everything in my power. I know you will, Cade said gruffly. And when you're done, we're gonna talk about why you haven't asked me if you can court her yet. The mountain of a man stepped out the door before Jesse could even close his jaw that had just gone slack. Did he mean? Surely, Cade wouldn't be all right with his courting Helen, even once Black Jack was behind bars. Shaking his head to dispel the confusion, Jesse put it from his mind. He didn't have time to dwell on what Cade might or might not have meant. At the moment, they had a criminal to catch. By the time he reached the sheriff's office, Matthew had already arrived and stood with Malachi and Alex. Jesse, Matthew said as he stepped through the door. You're just in time. We thought it'd be best if Alex and I head out to the south of town while you and Malachi go north. We won't be able to cover every piece of ground nearby, but we'll have a better idea of what we might be dealing with. The plan made sense. It had rained recently enough that they should be able to spot a few tracks, but not so recently that the ground was mush. Sounds good. Cade and Robert have gone to the house to keep watch. They should all be safe there. Callum was supposed to come get Rose at the bakery in a bit, Malachi said. I sent Jemison Fillingham out to the ranch to let him know to go to Matthew's instead. Rose and Helen know to stay put, right? Matthew nodded. I gave them strict instructions, and Carissa's feeding their anxiety with as much bread and fresh churned butter as they can stomach. He shrugged. What can I say? She loves with food. As the group split up, Jesse and Malachi headed north until they reached the spot where Matthew lost the tracks. It was close enough to the bakery that the man could have doubled back, so Jesse was grateful for their foresight to check the south as well. As they rode and kept their eyes peeled, Malachi was the first to break the silence. You doing twice as much prayin' as you are worryin' over there? No, not if he were honest. He'd prayed there in the bakery, but had allowed the worry to take over again. No, I suppose I'm not. Malachi didn't say anything else, just returned to scouring the ground beneath them for signs of movement, as well as the horizon for any smoke. Likely, the camp would need to keep a fire that evening, as the nights had grown mighty cold. As long as they got close, they'd likely be able to see smoke with the clear nights they'd been having. The sun hadn't yet begun to set, but it would before too many more hours. Lord, I'm ready for a long night if need be. Just please, lead us to the camp. He's done his best to draw us out, and he's done just that. Don't let us be making a mistake, here. As they rode, Jesse tried to take Malachi's advice to do twice as much praying as he did worrying. Night fell, and rather than growing discouraged, Jesse felt more energized with each passing step. The Lord was with them in the darkness, just as Marshall Potter had always said he would be. Chapter 14. Helen sat with her mother and Aunt Carissa around her aunt's dining room table. They sipped mugs of hot peppermint tea, one of Helen's favorites. Papa and Robert stayed mostly outside, but roamed the perimeter of the property, keeping their eyes peeled for intruders. Callum had arrived in time for dinner, and he sat with Rose in the parlor. Aunt Carissa raised her steaming mug to her lips and blinked slowly. I so pray they find the camp tonight. I know this has been a nightmare for both you and Rose. Helen couldn't decide which outcome she hoped for. On one hand, all 4 men on the trail were men she loved. She imagined they'd split up, but couldn't imagine Jesse not going the direction they felt most likely to be fruitful. I just pray for their safety. We don't know how large the posse is, and I hate the idea that they're riding into a trap. Mama reached across the table and placed her hand atop Helen's. Your uncle has been doing this a long time. Jesse and Malachi have as well. Alex may not be a lawman, but he's got good instincts and will be very careful. Whenever Matthew's been gone over the years, Aunt Carissa said, I always have to work to continue surrendering him back to the Lord. It was a habit I was grateful he'd cultivated in me once we had children as well. My first instinct is toward anxiety and worry, but that doesn't help anything. There's a reason Scripture tells us to cast every care we have on him. The Lord can handle it much better than we can, and his perspective is much bigger. Her aunt's words sparked a chord in Helen that she'd spent many hours thinking over. You say your first instinct is to worry. How do you reconcile parts of who you are when they're at odds with who the Lord wants you to be? Sometimes, I wonder if he could possibly use someone like me. All her shortcomings flooded her mind. I'm impulsive and quick to anger. I say things I don't mean and hurt people's feelings. I suppose, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure why he created me this way. Helen hadn't voiced her concerns aloud to that point, but something about spilling her heart lifted a weight from her shoulders. Aunt Carissa just smiled. We can't control how we were created, but we can work to turn all our qualities into ones that honor him. Helen's brows furrowed. How can I do that? By taking stock of what tempts us to sin and what can be used to further the kingdom, Aunt Carissa said. For example, my worry does nothing to further the kingdom, and it's going against a specific command in Scripture. That, I can pray God delivers me from. On the other hand, the same inclination in me that makes me worry also helps me be prepared for things and think on my feet. It's true, Mama said. When you were little, we were all over here when your brother fell off the porch and cut his arm on a saw. Had that happened at home, I might have frozen with indecision. Instead, Aunt Carissa marched out back and wrapped his arm as tightly as possible while holding his arm above his heart. She didn't even flinch at all the blood and sent Callum for Dr. Light. He stitched Robert up quickly and told us that it could have been much worse had she not been there. I'm not sure I ever did get the blood out of that dress, Aunt Carissa said with a chuckle. But I can tell you that I was mighty grateful for the Lord's provision in that crisis. It made sense, but Helen still wondered if God could use some of her less savory qualities. What happens to the pieces of you that can't be used for good? That, Mama said, is where grace comes in. With prayer and conscious decision, we can ask the Lord to redeem the places in us that are not producing good fruit. Think of Peter in the Bible. He reminds me a little bit of you, my sunshine. He was bold and brash, quick to speak and often quick to act, but the Lord used him in spite of his shortcomings to bring the gospel all over the world. There are qualities in us that the Lord desires to mold to his will, and ones that he will use in spite of us. As you measure each decision against Scripture, you'll be able to more clearly see where you fall. Tears sprang to Helen's eyes. She'd never thought of it that way, but Peter did act very similar to the way she often did. Aunt Carissa took another sip and gazed at her thoughtfully. Recently, I've noticed you pulling back some. Is this why you haven't been yourself? These worries? This, Helen admitted, and things with Jesse and the competition. I suppose I've never struggled with confidence before now, but it's been more difficult as of late. Real confidence, Mama said, doesn't just go away when things get difficult. Is it possible that what you thought was confidence was actually pride? Ouch. With a sigh, Helen shut her eyes. You might be right. Mama continued gently. My love, you're a vibrant young woman with more talent and courage than she knows what to do with. You display so many of the fruits of the Spirit that Scripture outlines. You are so loving and joyful, and your goodness overflows with compassion for others. Simply ask the Lord to guide you in the rest, and he will be faithful to do so. We'll never be perfect on this side of heaven, but we can be made more like him. Everything Mama and Aunt Carissa said made so much sense, and it all echoed back to what Uncle Matthew had said weeks before. For years, her worth had been in external things, but perhaps this was what he meant when he told her to find her worth in the Lord. Thank you both, Helen said as she sipped the last little bit of tea from her mug. I think I might go on up to bed and pray about some of the things we talked about. She'd share a room with Emily tonight, while Rose and Callum would take his old room. As she stood, a pounding on the door jarred her from her thoughts. Robert rushed through the back door just as Papa opened the front door with John Thompson from the Mercantile on his heels. The man looked out of breath, as though he'd run from their apartment above the store. John, Aunt Carissa said quickly. What's wrong? With a deep breath, John shook his head. I was out behind the store organizing some old crates when I heard a crash of glass. Thinking it might be an accident, I ran to see if someone needed help, but heard commotion coming from the bakery. I ran as quickly as I could, but couldn't get a good look at the two men before they ran away. Mr. Butler and Mr. Wyatt had heard the same noise, and the criminals went running before they could get a look at them. Mr. Butler and Mr. Wyatt both stayed at the bakery, but I came here to let you know. Helen's heart had fallen into her stomach the moment he started speaking. It had to be Black Jack. Who else could possibly have something to gain by breaking into the bakery? They didn't even leave much cash on site. Do you know if they destroyed anything? One of her ovens was old and could stand to be replaced soon. The other was newer, and there was no way they'd be able to replace them both at once. I didn't see, John said quickly. I came straight here to let the Carmichaels know. Rose and Callum had been listening from their spot in the parlor, and Callum stood then. I imagine you'll both want to go over and check things out. Cade, Robert, let's all go with them. Helen looked at her cousin gratefully. Thank you, Callum. Once we know the coast is clear, Robert said, I'll ride out and try to find Jesse to let him know. If Black Jack is behind this, he'll want to be aware. He was right about that. Helen couldn't even imagine how hard it would be for Jesse knowing he wasn't around for this. It wouldn't matter to him that he'd been out trying to find their camp. He'd believe he should have been in two places at once. That sounds good, Robert. Gathering her shawl, Helen wiped away the stray tear that threatened to spill over. She'd not fall apart now, not before they knew the extent of the damage. No, regardless of what happened at the bakery, the Lord knew every one of her worries. He'd guide them in the days to come. Jesse reined in his mount and signaled to Malachi with a tight whistle that sounded like a bird. They'd developed the signal through the night as they'd followed as many potential tracks as they could. Since many of the leaves had fallen to thin the canopy, the moon had lit the night, but it'd still be difficult to locate much of anything through the night. By this point, the moon had begun to fade as dawn approached. Malachi approached on his own mount from just through the tree line. What did you find? Pointing up into the distance, Jesse noted a small puff of smoke rising from a hilltop only a few miles from where they stood. It was far enough outside Pine Creek that they'd had trouble seeing it before, but now it was the best lead they had. Think we'd better check it out? Peering towards the camp, Malachi was slow to speak. I don't know that we ought to approach the camp with no backup when we could be outnumbered 3 or 4 to 1. Why don't we head back to town and round up a posse, then ride out? Every bone in Jesse's body itched to move toward Jack and ensure he stayed far away from Helen, but Malachi was right. If they rode into an outlaw camp with only 2 men, they'd be no good to anyone and would likely find themselves staring down the business end of a pistol. Let's go. If I've got my bearings, Malachi said, the main road should be just through those trees there. We can get back faster if we're not worried about our horses on this uneven ground. Malachi was correct, and the road was only a few hundred yards east of where they saw the smoke. Good, it would help them find the camp again, and they could get to it faster. They'd almost reached the ranches that stood to the north of Pine Creek when a lone rider approached in the distance. The man was bulky, and Jesse's instincts told him it was Cade or Robert. The morning sun lit the sky by then, and his suspicions were confirmed as the rider drew nearer. Hairs on the back of Jesse's neck stood up. What's happened? There was a break-in at the bakery, Robert said quickly. Rose and Helen are there now with Pa and Callum. By the time you get there, Uncle Matthew and Alex may be back too. Rage rose up in Jesse at the thought that Jack had gotten his hands on the bakery. It was not only Helen's livelihood, but also her pride and joy. With a quick nod to Robert and Malachi, he urged his horse into a run and moved as quickly as the beast would carry him back to town. Along the way, he prayed that God would calm his anger. "I'm no use to anyone if I can't think straight. Give me peace, Lord. And help us bring my brother to justice." As he prayed, God poured scripture after scripture into his mind about justice belonging to the Lord. He thought of verses in Exodus that reminded God's people that he would fight for them. He thought of David and his mighty men defeating armies much larger than theirs. Every piece of his flesh wanted to tear Jack limb from limb, but justice would be doled out through the proper systems. Pushing as hard as he could, Jesse realized that he'd been fooling himself by believing he could stay away from Helen after Jack was brought to justice. Leaving Pine Creek would mean leaving his heart here, and Malachi's words about trusting Helen to the Lord echoed in his mind. "Father, I leave the justice to you. We'll work to find Jack, but I can't do anything but surrender it. If you'll deliver him to us, I'll stop fighting my feelings for Helen. Make it clear if that's not what you want, because right now it feels like it is." The cool morning breeze whipped past his face and through his hair as he prayed and listened for the Lord's guidance. It had been a long time since he'd regularly given his decisions over to the Lord, and he supposed that's what Marshall Potter had always meant by submitting to the lordship of Christ, not just his grace. By the time town came into sight, Jesse felt the pressure he had felt in his chest since he arrived in Pine Creek subside. He'd do his job. He'd work to find Jack and bring him in, but he'd leave his thirst for justice to the Lord. Chapter 15. Helen did her best to breathe deeply and stay calm. Rose stood behind the counter in the bakery, her face a mask of fear and confusion. Meanwhile, Helen lived up to every ounce of the stereotypes about red hair and paced from one end of the kitchen to the other. What possible good could this have done? She knew she shouted, but Black Jack had gone too far. Not only had he busted out 2 of the windows in the bakery, but they'd flipped tables, tossed the cash register off the counter, and seemed to have taken a sledgehammer to both of her ovens. Bags of flour, sugar, yeast, and who knew what else had been slashed open and littered the floor. The only piece of glass in the whole building left intact was the back window Jack had left Helen's notes on. It was there, taunting them in the pre-dawn light. Justice. JP. At this moment, Helen hoped the burglars would come back. If she could have mounted a horse and taken off after them, she'd have been tempted to do just that. This bakery was her everything. Even as the words entered her thoughts, she realized the idolatry of them. The bakery couldn't be everything to her if Christ was everything to her. Equal parts shame and frustration sluiced through Helen as she puttered around the kitchen cleaning. The rest of her family focused on the dining room, giving her some time alone. She examined each of her dishes to sort those that had been damaged versus those that had come through unscathed. Over half the china would have to be replaced, as well as a few of her baking dishes. Thankfully, much of her equipment was cast iron and sturdy enough to take a man down. 2 of her skillets and all of her ladles still hung above the stove as they always had, close enough to be on hand but not in her way. She preferred iron ladles and spoons to the wooden ones she had, but perhaps that was because Papa had made them for her. Tears sprang to her eyes in gratitude that at least those precious pieces had been spared. Their dark finishes contrasted against the cheery blue walls they'd painted the place and felt comforting rather than ominous as one might think, but perhaps that was more about their origin. The front door opened, and Jesse rushed through with Malachi and Robert at his heels. Before she realized it, Helen had sprung forward into his arms. The tears that had been held at bay by her anger gave way, and Jesse simply held her there in the dining room of the bakery. Her conscious mind registered somewhere that her entire family stood there, most likely staring at them and drawing their own conclusions, but Helen couldn't bring herself to care. "SSH," Jesse whispered as he stroked her hair. "It's going to be all right. Things can all be replaced." Sobs racked her body as the images of broken glass, destroyed ovens, and flipped tables filled her mind again. How would they ever be able to rebuild? Would Mrs. Ida decide to sell the building and just let it go? Thoughts of the elderly woman who owned the bakery jarred Helen from Jesse's arms. Eyes wide, she turned to Rose who stood with a broom and dustpan by the door. Rose, Mrs. Ida is supposed to come this week, isn't she? Before Rose could respond, a familiar voice sounded from just outside the broken windows. I sure am, Dovies. Mrs. Ida, in all 5'0" of her dignified glory, opened the door and stepped through. She wore an elegant forest green traveling suit with her hair pulled neatly into a bun atop her head. Her black cane, one she barely used, hung from one hand as she pursed her lips and surveyed the damage. Rose left the shelter of Jesse's arms and moved quickly to hug their boss. Mrs. Ida, I'm so sorry you've arrived to all this. We can explain what happened. Jesse stepped forward then, his deep voice echoing in the room. Helen and Rose have no responsibility in this, Mrs. Ida. Rest assured, we'll bring those responsible to justice and your bakery will be set to rights. Mrs. Ida narrowed her eyes as she continued to hold Helen around the waist. And who might you be, young man? Tipping his upper body forward in the slightest of bows, Jesse introduced himself. Jesse Prichard, ma'am, I'm an investigator with the United States Treasury Department. A smirk ran across Mrs. Ida's wrinkled face, and she winked at Helen. He's handsome, dear. You've picked a good one. Oh, Mrs. Ida Helen began to correct her, but the woman cut her off. Now don't you try and convince me that there's nothing there. She pointed her cane at Jesse and then Helen and back again. I was here long enough to see you in his arms and, considering your papa didn't tear the man limb from limb, I'm going to say he's a fine gentleman. Papa snorted from his spot in the corner where he worked to cover the windows. Besides, she continued, Rose over here has been writing me weekly letters, keeping me up to date on all the happenings in town. I had always planned to come visit soon, but all this mess with Black Jack Pruitt had me worried for my dovies. Yesterday, something in my spirit prompted me to come, and I caught the first stage leaving Lehigh this morning. Helen glanced at Rose, her friend's grin only slightly guilty. Mrs. Ida knows all about everything that's happened in the past few months. I thought it best to keep her up to date. The way her eyes moved between Helen and Jesse, Helen got the idea that Mrs. Ida had known exactly who he was when she walked in the door. The twinkle in the woman's eye confirmed it. Now, she said as she nearly floated the rest of the way inside, I assume that you lawmen have some criminals to catch. While you're gone, we'll get this place as orderly as we can and take stock of what needs to be purchased in the coming days. The sense of relief that swept through Helen at the idea that Mrs. Ida didn't intend to throw in the towel was palpable. Thank you, she said through the lump in her throat. Oh Dovey, Mrs. Ida said as she placed a weathered hand on Helen's cheek, we don't let bullies ruin our day or our bakery. Besides, how can I sign the place over to you girls if it's not fully outfitted? Helen's jaw dropped open, but Rose simply smiled. You're planning to sign the place over to us now? She'd made noises about it in the past, but hadn't made the move to do so just yet. Of course, she said gently, you two deserve it. And with the extra help you've hired, I have no doubt you'll have this place up and running in no time. Speaking of which, Rose said, could someone go over to the cottage and let Violet know what's happened? She wasn't scheduled to work this morning, so she probably hasn't heard. Callum moved toward the door. I'll go let her know, and I'll make sure Alex and Pa know as well. They should have been back by now, but when Pa gets focused on a trail, he tends to be single-minded. Robert, Jesse said as he placed a strong hand on Helen's shoulder, will you stay here and make sure the ladies are safe while the rest of us try and chase down Jack? I don't know what game he's playing, but I don't want to take any chances. Robert stood from where he'd been picking up larger pieces of china off the floor. I'll be here. Jesse turned back to Helen and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Stay safe, I'll be back. It wasn't the first time he'd ever kissed her, but the meaning smoldering in Jesse's brown eyes made her weak at the knees. Be sure you do. As everyone began to disperse to their assignments, Mama and Aunt Carissa heading over to gather some things at each of their homes and then to the mercantile to purchase what they could to replenish the slashed bags of flour and sugar, Helen thought of all her family had been through in the past. You've been with us through every fire, Lord. Guide us in this one as well. Protect Jesse and Malachi and all the men going out to join the search. She began to sweep up the flour, sugar, and yeast that had been spilled on the floor and echoed the prayer in her head as often as she was tempted to worry. Violet arrived shortly, and she worked with Rose and Mrs. Ida to clean as much of the dining room as they could. Come what may, they'd face every new challenge with courage, and pray that God would lead Jack and his crew to justice. Pushing their mounts as quickly as was safe down the dirt road to the north of town, Jesse hoped the campfire from the night before would either still be smoking or they'd remember exactly where they'd seen it. Leaving Helen at the bakery after all that had happened was one of the hardest things he'd ever done, but his window to find Jack and bring him in closed a little more with each passing hour. It's just a little further up here, Malachi shouted over the roar of horses' hooves. Turn off the road to the right at the large willow tree with a notch in the trunk. Cade rode with them, and Malachi had given Callum instructions as well once he could find Matthew and Alex. Hopefully, the whole posse would join them shortly, and they'd stand a chance against the large following Jack was rumored to have. Maneuvering their horses over the rocks, roots, and streams in the woods was much easier in the daylight, and fairly soon they came upon the clearing where they'd first spotted the fire the night before. The smoke rose from about halfway up the hill, Malachi remembered. Jesse did too. The sight was burned in his mind, and he likely could have found the spot with his eyes closed. Let's go. The hillside wasn't too difficult to traverse, but it was certainly taller than Jesse had realized at first glance. At one point, they had to take a detour around a patch of briars that would have surely torn their horses' legs apart. Once they were back on track, Jesse noticed the underbrush growing more and more dense. The wheels of his mind started turning, and a sense of dread settled in his gut. Why would Jack and his men set up camp in such a difficult spot? Not to mention, the hillside gave them the higher ground, but it also made it easier for Jesse and Malachi to spot them. They were so close, but with every step his horse took, Jesse became more and more certain that they'd been tricked. Sure enough, a moment later they came upon the spot where they'd seen the smoke the night before. The embers still glowed, but there was no other sign of a camp, not even the remains of one hastily abandoned. Malachi blew out a frustrated breath. Of course. Anger burned in Jesse that he fought to tamp down. I should have known. Jack's too smart to set a fire on a hillside. Cade looked from Jesse to Malachi, his eyebrow raised. So what does this mean? Is Jack gone from town? Malachi met Jesse's gaze, and both shook their heads even as they reined their horses back towards the bottom of the hill. No, Jesse said as he spurred the beast on. It means they were trying to draw us out, and I fell for it. Chapter 16. Helen surveyed the progress she'd made on the damage to the kitchen. Once the rest of the women finished up out front, they'd come back and help her as well. So far, she'd gotten all the broken glass, flour, and sugar swept up and wiped from the countertops. Robert said that when he got back from making sure no one had been poking around outside, he'd help her board up the window and back. He'd already done so with the ones in the front between his rounds of the building. There was nothing that could be done about the ovens at this point, but they'd have to be replaced before they could reopen. If Helen was so inclined, she could look on the bright side that she might be able to convince Mrs. Ida that they should purchase the one she and Rose had seen in a catalog a few months back. It was perfect, nearly half again as large as the one she had with a third rack and a drawer underneath to allow bread to rise. It was a new design, and one Helen wasn't quite sure she'd prefer over her current method, but certainly worth a try. Just as she allowed her mind to wander, she heard the door open and a squeal from the dining room. Rushing forward, her heart dropped into her stomach when she spotted the familiar bushy black hair, eyebrows, and mustache of Black Jack Pruitt. 3 men stood by as well. One held a pistol trained on Mrs. Ida, Rose, and Violet, where they sat back to back on the floor while the other one ran a rope around the 3 of them. Jack stepped forward, his smirk dark and threatening. He towered over Helen, and she noticed he shared a few characteristics with Jesse. On Jack, they felt much darker and more sinister, while his brother's size and coloring felt comforting and mysterious. "There's my brother's girl," he said with a raspy chuckle. Helen narrowed her eyes. "Where's Robert, and what have you done with him?" Despite the fact that they'd locked the door and pulled down the curtain, there was no way that Robert wouldn't be bursting through the door in a moment if he'd heard the commotion. One of his cronies, a balding man with a scar running from his forehead down his cheek, spoke. "Oh, your bodyguard? He's taking a nap for a bit. I imagine when he wakes up, he'll have somewhat of a headache." Thinking through every possible avenue out of the bakery, Helen came up short. The bald man guarded the door, and the windows in front were boarded up. No one could even see inside the bakery, much less know to help them. Mrs. Ida, Violet, and Rose struggled against their ropes, but couldn't pull even a finger free. All three had their arms positioned behind their backs and legs straight out ahead of them. "Lord, get us out of this mess." Helen's prayer was short and sweet, but she hoped he was listening. It would be the Lord and only the Lord who would have to fight on her behalf, as there was no way she could overpower 4 men alone. With no way out but the door, and vastly outnumbered, Helen did the only thing that came to mind. As Jack took another step towards her, she remembered the training from Jesse, Malachi, and Robert. Pushing upwards with the heel of her hand, she collided with Jack's nose and saw his eyes immediately begin to water. There was a satisfying crunch as her blow connected, and she thought she felt a shift as she hit. As he was distracted, she dashed around the counter to take hold of 2 of their cast iron ladles and a skillet. At the last second, she grabbed a knife as well. While Jack still held his face, blood pouring from his hands out in the dining room, the balding man who'd guarded the door descended on her. With all the strength she possessed, Helen swung the ladle in her right hand until it connected with the spot on his temple Robert had shown her. The man slumped and hit the floor just as Helen moved back into the dining room. She hoped she hadn't killed him but couldn't think about that at the moment. Violet's grunt pulled her attention to the corner where she kicked outward at their guard's knee. A crunch, similar to the sound Jack had made when she broke his nose, was followed by the man's roar. He leaned forward and clutched his knee just as Rose pulled free of their ropes. She held a knife in her hand with a satisfied grin. The knife, Helen recognized as one of Callum's that he must have given her to keep. Just as Rose met her eye, she opened her mouth and gasped at something behind Helen. Arms wrapped around Helen's body from the back, and Helen panicked for a moment. She'd forgotten about the 4th man. Jack moved towards her, his shirt stained a bright red, and lifted his arm. Rather than wait for the blow she knew was coming, Helen used her captor's weight against him and swung her legs up to kick Jack as close to his middle as she could. Both feet connected, and the man behind her was so surprised that his grip loosened just long enough for her to push an elbow into his side once her feet met the floor. She still held the skillet, so she swung with both hands and clobbered him right on the face just as a gunshot sounded behind her. Whipping around, she spotted Rose with their captor's smoking pistol in her hand as the man howled and clutched his side. Helen wasn't sure how Rose had gotten the pistol, but she was certainly grateful as Rose was a much better shot than she was. Jack surged forward, his face a mask of anger and pain. He was still slightly hunched and moving slowly, so Helen was more than ready for him. He'd made Jesse's life miserable long enough and made her and Rose live in fear. It would all end today. Raising her arms above her head, Helen let out a shout she didn't know she possessed and brought the skillet down on the top of Jack's head. He didn't crumple the way the other men had, but dove forward towards her like a rabid dog. "You're mine," he slurred as he grabbed her arm and pulled her down to the ground in a heap. Despite all his injuries, Jack seemed to have drawn new strength from her fighting. She had no doubt he'd fight to the death. Whether it was his death or hers, she didn't know. They'd not covered how to fight once you'd been pulled to the ground in their lessons, so Helen was less sure on the hard floor. Jack sat on top of her and placed a hand around her throat, his eyes alight with rage even as his nose still poured blood. Helen felt her airway close, and her vision clouded with black dots. Shouts rang in the distance, but as if they were coming through a tunnel. The last thing Helen saw just before her vision went black was Jesse's face, a beautiful mirage she must have dreamed up. All of a sudden, another gunshot sounded, and Jack's full weight fell on top of her. Thankfully, his hold on her throat relaxed. His weight was ripped from her and similar but much more welcome eyes stared down at her with pure terror. "Helen," Jesse said as he stroked her face. "Helen, love, are you all right?" "Love?" It occurred to Helen that Jesse's slip of an endearment probably shouldn't be the first thing on her mind at the moment, but it was. So he had been here. She hadn't dreamed the image of his face in her oxygen-deprived state. She realized she still hadn't spoken as he frantically spoke again. "Are you all right, Helen?" She nodded, her throat sore after Jack's hands took hold of it. "I'm all right," she croaked. It had been on the tip of her tongue to ask when they got there, as she couldn't see them from her spot on the floor behind the counter, but her voice gave out. "SSH, he said as he helped her into a sitting position, "we only arrived just now." Helen struggled to believe everything that had just happened, even though she'd been fully conscious. With a start, the other ladies filled her mind. Where are the others? Is Rose all right? The baby? To Helen's immense relief, Rose swept around the counter and crouched next to her. "We're all fine. I was on my way over to shoot Jack myself when Jesse and the men arrived." Mrs. Ida and Violet appeared next, both looking mighty pleased with themselves. "You never mess with a mother or her cub," Mrs. Ida said as she placed a hand on Rose's shoulder. "You will unleash every instinct she has within her." Helen allowed Jesse to help her slowly to her feet and surveyed the second round of damage done that day. The balding man still lay in a heap in the kitchen, while the one who'd grabbed her was starting to come to. Malachi had the man tied up on the ground while Papa did the same with the one who'd held a gun to the other women. The door hung open on its hinges, the doorframe clearly broken into shards. She spotted Callum, Matthew, and Alex moving slowly inside, aiding a wobbling Robert as he crossed the threshold. A large bump on his head spoke of the manner in which he'd been taken down. "I'm so sorry, Helen," he said quietly. "I can't believe they got the jump on me." "We're all just fine," Helen said as she walked around the counter to hug her brother. "It's all over now, and we're just fine." Jesse watched Helen comfort her brother, in awe of her selflessness. It was she who'd been nearly choked to death, she who'd had to fight her way out of the situation. Shooting Jack hadn't been his intention, but the man had been about to kill Helen. He'd shouted, told Jack to let go or he'd fire, then Jack pulled his knife. Jesse didn't think Helen had seen him pull the weapon, but his intent was clear even though he couldn't see Jack's face. He intended to kill Helen, whether out of revenge or the knowledge that Jesse loved her, he didn't know. While Helen stood with her father and brother recounting the afternoon's events, Jesse, Malachi, Alex, and Matthew carried the prisoners and Jack from the bakery. Jesse wanted to be present for questioning, but he needed to call Washington and let them know what had happened, not to mention both the Texas Rangers and U.S. Marshals headquarters. Jesse had hoisted Jack over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, blood still dripping from his fatal wound. Helen gasped at the sight, and Cade turned her so she didn't have to watch him be taken from the building. Hopefully, someone would have the foresight to mop the place so that Helen and Rose didn't have to deal with it after all they'd been through. Folks in the street stopped and gasped at the sight of the two walking prisoners in handcuffs and the other man who was either unconscious or dead. Jack, it was clear, had no life left in him. Nathan Archer's mother, Mary, stood with Rachel Thompson on the steps of the Mercantile, both with hands covering their mouths. As they approached the jail, he spotted a horse and rider, skirt flying behind, nearly flying down the road from the sawmill. Someone must have gotten a message to Edie, and she'd come to make sure no one needed medical attention. The 3 members of Jack's posse who were still breathing would likely need it, but that could come after she checked on the women to be sure. Jesse placed Jack's body unceremoniously on a cot in one of the jail cells. His nose was badly broken and off-center, blood staining the path down to his shirt. Were the situation not so serious, he might have smiled at Helen's use of their self-defense lessons. Even as it was, she'd done an admirable job, according to Rose. He didn't have the full story, but planned to hear it as soon as he could. Taking in his brother's body, it was all he could do to keep standing. Would this be him if Marshall Potter had not taken mercy on him? Would the blood on his shirt be his own instead of his brother's? A chill ran up his spine at the thought of what might have happened to Helen. Not every moment of his childhood memories with Jack were bad. Some, even those out on the road, had made him feel appreciated and respected. Of course it was all for show, but he'd felt it nonetheless. With a sigh, Jesse stepped from the cell where he'd laid his brother. Lawman and possibly a circuit medical examiner would want to come see the body, so he'd help Matthew wrap it up in a bit. Right now, he had calls to make. The mayor's office looked the same as it had when he arrived a few months before, but he certainly looked different. Blood stained the white shirt he wore under the black vest he still donned from the day before. He'd not bothered to change since they set out for Jack's camp but had apparently traded his suit jacket for someone else's heavier coat, along the way. The events of the night before were such a blur in his exhausted state, such details were hazy. The mayor's assistant looked up from her desk in surprise. "Mr. Prichard, are you Dash?" "Prichard," the mayor said as he breezed through the front door, "there you are. The town is all in a tizzy over what happened at the bakery. Tell me those responsible are in custody." His eyes widened at the sight of the blood on Jesse's shirt, but didn't comment on it. Whether the mayor had meant the break-in or what had happened after, Jesse had no idea. Still, he really didn't want to explain it any more than he had to. "If you'll let me use the phone in your office, you're welcome to listen in as I inform my superiors." The mayor nodded and gestured toward the door of his office. Once inside, he closed the large mahogany door and pulled down his phone's receiver for Jesse. "Call whoever you need." The operator connected him to Washington, and he took deep breaths to quiet his mind as he listened to the ring of his boss's phone. It wasn't lost on him that his boss would expect him to head back to Washington now to take his next case, but Jesse had something even more important in Pine Creek than his career. The phone seemed to ring forever, but it was probably only a few rings. "Jesse," the man said when he answered the phone, "I hope you have good news for me." Chapter 17. Helen sat in her church pew, the one she shared with her family, that Sunday with a combination of gratitude and confusion. The weather had continued to grow a bit colder with each passing day, and the falling leaves had provided a beautiful backdrop for her to take long walks through the woods and pray. As much as she'd gained comfort from those walks and the quiet time she'd spent working alongside Mrs. Ida, Rose, and Violet to set the bakery to rights, there'd been one face that she hadn't seen since she watched him carry his brother's body out of the building. Jesse had been around, as he was back and forth between working at the bank and helping Uncle Matthew and Malachi with the posse's questioning of Jack's men. Thankfully, all three had survived, as she didn't know what her heart would have done if she'd killed one of them with the tools Papa had made for her. As it was, he'd agreed to make more since she didn't think she could bring herself to cook with the ones she'd had. Helen glanced back to see Jesse all alone in the back row, his expression unreadable. Mama reached over and squeezed Helen's hand as Alex took the pulpit. "Friends," he said with gentleness, "it's been a rough week for our family. We could have lost 4 souls who are very dear to us, but we didn't. God made a way using the gifts he'd given each of those women to defend themselves and a precious unborn baby. The gifts he'd given them." Helen had done a good deal of soul-searching as the week had progressed, pondering the words that Mama and Aunt Carissa had spoken that night that seemed ages ago. The Lord had given her good gifts, her boldness among them. Were it not for her impulsivity when Jack and his crew descended on the bakery, the outcome might have been much different. Alex moved around the side of the pulpit, Bible in hand. "The book of Proverbs tells us that it is joy to the just to do judgment, but destruction will be to the workers of iniquity." He paused for a moment and took in his congregation. "Justice has been served, and we can rejoice in that, but I imagine there are some among us who are hurting as a result of all that's happened." That thought truly hadn't occurred to Helen, and she felt terrible about it. Jesse had done it to save her. Malachi had told her about the knife Jack pulled, but Jesse had ultimately fired the shot that killed the only family he had left. There wasn't another option, but he'd done it nonetheless. Fighting the desire to look back at Jesse again, Helen turned her thoughts back to Alex's sermon. As he spoke, she thought of how deeply the Lord had worked in her life over the past 6 months or so. When Jesse had arrived, she'd been losing her patience with the shallow nature of her life, but hadn't any idea how to fix it. Whether the change was in part due to Jesse's arrival or the events were simply parallel, Helen was much less inclined to find her worth in outside sources. They ought to find out who won the Carter's Bazaar competition within the next few days, but Helen found she didn't covet the accolade nearly as much as she once did. For that matter, whether or not she won didn't feel like an indictment on her as a baker or the Pine Creek Bakery. It simply felt like an honor to move to the finals. Now that Mrs. Ida had officially signed the bakery over to them, she and Rose had the freedom to rebuild the bakery as they pleased. An elbow nudged her side, and Helen realized her mind had wandered again. The rest of the congregation had stood for the closing hymn, Mama taking her place at the piano. Light shone through the single stained glass pane behind the pulpit, the image of Jesus washing the disciples' feet illuminated for all to see. The back door squeaked open, and Helen turned to see Jesse disappearing through it. Without thinking through whether it was a wise plan, Helen pushed past Robert on the end of the pew and followed him outside. He walked down the creek bank, quickly enough that he'd most certainly have been out of sight if she'd waited. "Jesse," she called and hurried after him, "wait." He turned, and it was impossible not to notice the bags under his eyes. His beard, normally well-groomed, was a bit out of place. It was plain as day, Jack's death had taken a toll on him. He didn't speak as she walked his way, as carefully as if she were approaching an unbroken filly. The sound of the townspeople milling out of the church in the distance combined with the light rustling of the wind through the trees. "Oh, Jesse." His eyes glistened in the November sunlight, and Helen closed the distance between them. Wrapping her arms around him, she hugged him the same way he'd hugged her that day at the bank. He stiffened at first, but quickly relaxed and wrapped his arms around her as well. Whether he shed the tears that she'd noticed in his eyes, she didn't know. All she knew was her silent prayer was that she could give him some modicum of comfort. After who knew how long, Jesse pulled back and his brown eyes bore into hers. "Would you take a walk with me?" "Of course," she said softly and took his hand. They walked in silence for a few minutes, comfortable to hear only the sound of the creek lapping over the rocks and the breeze on the grass. Finally, Jesse spoke. "I didn't realize it would affect me this way." He sounded almost guilty. "Jesse, you're a good man. I'd worry more if you were just fine." He sighed, gazing out over the fields and creek as they walked. "Taking a life, it's inevitable for most lawmen, but I don't normally work that closely with hardened criminals. My arrests have usually been those high in rank at banks or heavy investors." He stopped, then turned to Helen. "I don't regret pulling the trigger. I'd do it again to save your life. I'm just not certain how to move forward." Helen squeezed his hand. "I'm so sorry. I don't know how you move forward either. I know both Malachi and Uncle Matthew have talked about the toll it takes on a lawman when he has to take a life, but I think it runs much deeper when it's your family." A familiar, rumbling voice sounded behind her. "I know how that feels." Turning, Helen spotted her papa coming towards them. Compassion was written all over his face, and she didn't think he was there to scold her for being out walking with Jesse. It dawned on her then that a part of her father's story he didn't talk about much was killing their father to save Aunt Beth and Aunt Carissa. They'd been kidnapped, and it came down to shooting Marcus Jones or allowing him to kill one or both of them. Papa had been the one to pull the trigger. "I killed my father to save my sisters," Papa said with his eyes fixed on Jesse. "He was an evil man, one as notorious in the West for all those he killed as for anything he stole, but he was my father." Jesse stared at him, his expression difficult to decipher. How did you dash? Get over it?" Papa shook his head. "I don't think you ever get over it, son. I spent many years bitter and angry about all that life had dealt me. I wondered why the Lord allowed it, and if he truly loved his people, how he could let them suffer. But my perspective was all wrong. I don't believe the Lord causes all the terrible things in the world to happen. They're often results of our poor choices or even the consequences of sin in the world. No, I believe he allows them at times, but he can also use these things for his glory and our good." Jesse sniffed, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. "I don't regret it." "Neither do I," Papa said confidently. "And I'm mighty grateful you were there for my daughter when she needed you, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't tear a man up inside. I don't have all the answers for you, Jesse, but I can point you to the one who does. You won't feel like this forever, not if you lay it at the feet of our Lord." Helen still held Jesse's hand, and she could feel it trembling in her grasp. Papa stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. "Don't carry this burden any longer, Jesse. Let the Lord help you heal. If you're anything like I was, you're not just dealing with how Jack's life ended, You're also dealing with all the hurt he dealt you while he was alive. Jesse marveled at how Cade seemed to put into words everything he was feeling. He didn't know all of the Jones siblings' backstory, but he knew enough to know the man wasn't all that different than he was. Thank you, sir. I'll leave you two alone for a bit, Cade said as he turned kind eyes on his daughter, but know that I won't be too far away. He winked at Helen and feigned a threatening look at Jesse before heading back towards the church. Don't be too long, he called over his shoulder, or you'll miss out on all your mama's apple pie. Helen shook her head. I'd forgotten about that part of his story. Her bright blue eyes, the ones she shared with her father, were full of compassion and understanding. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were struggling so much. He put out a hand and smoothed a lock of wayward hair from her face. I've been thinking through lots of things, and I honestly wasn't fit company for anyone. So, Helen said as she bit her lower lip, now that the case is closed, what does that mean for you? The trial for the living posse wouldn't take place for a few more weeks, but that wasn't what she meant. That's one of the things I've been thinking through. And what did you decide? Helen was clearly trying so hard to be strong, but he had no illusion that his leaving wouldn't break her heart. He took a deep breath. I have to go back to Washington for a bit, he said quickly, but I've spoken to the mayor and told him that if the town will have me, I'll be happy to stay on at the bank. The smile that lit her face was radiant, but the feel of her as she jumped forward into his arms brought Jesse more joy than he'd experienced in a while. Now, without the threat of her safety hanging over his head, he'd been able to think more clearly regarding what a future might look like for them. Reluctantly, he pulled back, one hand on either arm. Helen, I think we need to court for a while before I ask you to be my bride. I have some growing to do, not to mention healing, and I don't want to rush into anything for both our sakes. Helen nodded brightly, her smile still firmly affixed to her beautiful face. That sounds good to me, as long as you're staying. I'm staying, he said as a great sense of contentment settled over him. Now, let's get back to the church before the men in your family form their own posse and come after me. Hand in hand, they walked back up the creek and entered the churchyard. Much of the food was gone, but Helen's mother had saved them a couple of plates. As she handed one to Jesse, she grinned at their clasped hands. Do I sense congratulations are in order? I'd like to speak with you and your husband first, ma'am, but yes. With your blessing, I've asked Helen to allow me to court her, and she's accepted. Well, of course she's accepted, Helen's cousin Nicholas said from behind Helen's mother. She's only been pining for you for half a year. He and his twin brother, Simon, snickered even as Helen rolled her eyes. I don't know that we need to talk about pining for anyone, Nicholas Carson. That is, unless your sudden presence helping with bakery cleanup has nothing at all to do with our most recent hire. Color rose up his neck and Nicholas stammered as his brother let out a guffaw next to him. Helen smirked and turned back to Jesse. He's not wrong, though, but I think you just might be worth it. I certainly hope so, Jesse said as he led Helen to the bevy of blankets where her family gathered every Sunday for lunch after church. Her cousin's children ran around playing, their plates long since abandoned. Nicholas and Simon had returned to the blankets as well and engaged in a spirited discussion with their father surrounding the rise of rodeos in the West and whether or not they'd be a good match for a bucking bronco. Alex leaned over from Jesse's other side and nudged his rib cage. This family may be loud, but they're the perfect place for men who just need a little peace. Knowing exactly the type of peace he meant, Jesse took in the myriad of conversations taking place around him. Yes, for someone who'd spent much of his life on one side or the other of the law, he was content to gain some peace in leaving the justice to the Lord and the lawmen around them. Chapter 18. 3 weeks later. Helen, Mama said as they gazed out the window at the countryside, I hope you know how proud of you we are. They were on their way back from New York City after a whirlwind week of private cooking and baking lessons, with some of the best chefs in the world, not to mention a surprising opportunity from Carter's Bazaar. I still can't believe they asked me to write an official A Taste of the West column. It's all just difficult to take in. Roughly 2 weeks ago, the mayor had received a call from New York City that the Pine Creek Bakery had won the competition. They wired Helen and a companion the money to purchase train tickets, and Mama had offered to accompany her. Rose was supposed to go as well, but the nausea she was experiencing in the last few weeks was just too much for the long train ride. She and Violet had originally planned to do as much at the bakery as they could, but Helen begged them to wait. She didn't want Rose tiring herself out, and Mrs. Ida certainly couldn't help them like she could have 20 years before. "I hope Rose has gotten some good rest this week," Helen said as she watched the beautiful landscape of Arkansas. The Ozark Mountains in the distance had provided a gorgeous backdrop, as had the timeless beauty of some of the grasslands and rivers they passed. The corner of Mama's mouth turned up. "I'm sure Callum made sure that happened. What else do you girls have left to do at the bakery when you get home?" "Well, if the new ovens we ordered weren't delayed, we could open as soon as they arrived. The windows are still boarded up because we're waiting on the glass, and the paint needs to be redone due to some of the dents in the walls, but most of the tables and chairs themselves were undamaged despite being so roughly handled. They'd been able to fashion a makeshift case, and their new cash register should have arrived by the time they got back. All in all, we still have a ways to go before it has the charm it once had." Mama smiled from her seat next to Helen in their train car. "I imagine it'll all move a little quicker than you think. The Lord hasn't let you down yet, has he?" "No," Helen said honestly. "He most certainly hasn't." They sat in comfortable quiet for a while until the conductor announced they'd crossed into Texas. "Are you excited to see Jesse?" Helen couldn't hold a grin back from enveloping her features. "I am. It hasn't been long, but it certainly feels like it." She and Jesse had only begun courting 3 weeks ago, and the trip to New York even felt a little bittersweet knowing she'd have to leave him behind. Still, it was the experience of a lifetime, and there was no way Helen would pass on it, nor would Jesse ever let her. "That's how young love feels," Mama said wistfully. "Every moment you're apart feels like a lifetime, but the reunions are sweet as well." "How have his meetings with your papa and Alex been going?" "I know your father has been enjoying them." Since that day at the creek, Jesse had been meeting with both Alex and Papa a few times a week. They'd pored over different scriptures that Jesse had read before but now saw in a new light as his view of the Lord shifted. "I think it was difficult for him to trust the Lord before because his own father was so horrible," Helen said. "He had Marshall Potter, but even that was a relatively short period in his life. I think meeting with Papa and Alex feels more like meeting with a father and brother figure that he's always wanted, and it helps him see the Lord in a new light." "I think you're smart not to rush into an engagement," Mama said. "Your father had quite a few demons to fight before we married, and giving him the space to do that made our first years of marriage much more enjoyable. It's not that Jesse won't still struggle from time to time, but he'll have the tools to fight them." Helen sighed. "As much as I'd love to walk down the aisle tomorrow, I think you're right. I'm not given to patience, but if a little of it now sets us off on a firm foundation later, I'd rather do that." Mama wrapped an arm around Helen and squeezed her close. "Oh, my girl. You have grown so much recently. It's hard to believe that the same girl who got so angry with your father for bidding on your basket at the Harvest Festival is the same one sitting in front of me right now." As they rode the rest of the way into Dallas to catch the last train that ran right up to Pine Creek, Helen's giddiness grew. The line was put in due to the sawmill a few years ago, but it allowed a few passengers as well. Before, it would have taken a whole day to reach Dallas by stage, something most people still did, but Helen was incredibly grateful to not have to wait too much longer. The train from Dallas to Pine Creek was much smaller and decidedly less comfortable than their previous line, but Helen couldn't bring herself to mind. She'd be back in Pine Creek by that evening. Sleeping on the train all this time had given her a stiff back, so she stood once the train left the station and walked up and down the aisles. She and Mama were the lone passengers, save a couple of mill workers Helen vaguely recognized. They must have taken a shipment into Dallas that morning and now returned home. As she walked, Helen took in the simple wooden seats and lack of fancy decor. In some ways, this train was a bit like Pine Creek. It lacked some of the more modern amenities that the big city boasted, and Helen had always thought it fairly boring. But now, as she glanced out the window at the pastureland that didn't seem as grand as the mountains of Arkansas, or the magnificent buildings of New York, she relished the beauty in its simplicity. New York was lovely, and she hoped to go back there one day with Jesse. In fact, she hoped to travel all over the world with him and whatever children the Lord gave them. Home, though, felt more like pastureland and wildflowers, dusty roads and family dinners. Mama's familiar scent filled the air and she felt a gentle hand on her back as she stood in the back of the train, watching Dallas fade away. "Ready to go home, my sunshine?" Helen turned to Mama and blinked back the tears that threatened to fall. "I think I am." Jesse paced back and forth across the bakery, checking his pocket watch every few steps. Callum and Rose watched from their seats in the corner, as did Robert. "If you don't stop that," Robert said, "you're gonna pace a hole straight through the floor. We just got this place fixed up, don't ruin it now." "She'll be here soon," Rose said gently. "And she's going to love everything we did." Jesse sure hoped so. He'd gone to Dallas himself to purchase the ovens since the ones they'd ordered had been delayed. It saved the bakery a good deal of money since he was able to cancel their other order, and the ovens he'd purchased were identical to the ones Rose said Helen wanted. They'd also papered the walls with a gentle, light green pattern that Jesse hoped Helen would love. She often wore the color, so he figured his chances were good. Glancing again out the brand new windows, Jesse kicked himself yet again for opting to wait at the bakery rather than ride out to the mill and pick Helen up with her father. He'd wanted to make a moment of walking out the door and gesturing inside to the new bakery. That was all well and good, but her train had probably arrived by now and he could have had her in his arms. The week she spent in New York felt like a month, even with all the busyness of working at the bank during the day and the bakery in the evenings. The whole town had pitched in, something Jesse was eternally grateful for. Had it not been for Rachel and Emma Thompson's willingness to go to Lehigh a few days before and pick out both the new dishes and the wallpaper, they'd never have made it. Pete from the livery had also donated 2 large buckboards to transport the ovens from the train stop, and Jesse had no doubt Lucas had made a few calls to make the process in Dallas so seamless. Now, if only Helen would arrive to see it. Another 5 minutes passed, and Jesse was convinced time conspired against him to slow, but a wagon finally appeared in the distance down the road to the mill. His heart raced, and his hands suddenly felt clammy. There they were, Helen and Abigail's hair evident even in dusk's low light. "They're coming." Rose, Callum, and Robert stood while the rest of Helen's family gathered outside. Mrs. Ida, Violet, Mrs. Edna from the bank, and a handful of others descended as well, having clearly seen the wagon from their homes. Unable to help himself, Jesse stepped outside and stood next to Alex. Between all the work at the bakery and their weekly time in scripture, Jesse had grown closer to Alex than he ever thought he'd be to a pastor. "Breathe, man," Alex said with a smirk. "She's going to love it." Jesse did his best to let out the breath he'd been holding and took in Helen's surprised face as she came into view. He stepped forward as Cade pulled the wagon to a stop, lifting her from the wagon onto the ground. "Jesse," she said with a look of disbelief at the bakery and all those gathered around, "what is all this? Did you replace the glass in the windows?" He just smiled and took her hand. "Come and see." The bell above the door jingled a familiar sound as they crossed the threshold. Helen gasped, her hand going to her mouth and eyes filling with tears. "You did all this?" She moved from his side and took in the new wallpaper, the bakery case that had been completely redone thanks to Helen's cousin Simon, and the china that sat on shelves behind the counter. "I had a little help," he said as he gestured towards Callum, Rose, and Robert. "In fact, this has been an effort of the whole town." Helen didn't speak, but the tears flowing silently down her cheeks told him enough. When Helen was angry or upset, she did her best to hold her tears back. When she was happy, she let them flow. Stepping into the kitchen, Helen gasped again at the sight of her new ovens and ironware. Cade told him Helen had asked for a new set, and Jesse couldn't say he blamed her. Helen gazed around the kitchen, pausing briefly on the cheery curtains her Aunt Beth had sewn for her in the back window. He didn't know if Helen would want them closed or open after finding the notes there, but she had a choice. Turning back to Jesse, she still didn't speak, but closed the distance between them in seconds. He wrapped his arms around her and rubbed her back, enjoying the feel of how perfectly she fit in his arms. She pulled back a little, but didn't let go. Through teary eyes, she pinned him with a look he hoped would remain etched in his memory forever. "Thank you." Her voice was low, husky from the crying, but Jesse thought it the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard. "I wish I could make this the most perfect moment of our lives by dropping to my knee and asking you to be my bride, but I just need a little more time." The more he met with Cade and Alex, the more he realized how deeply he'd missed out on personal discipleship since leaving Marshall Potter's home. To give Helen the husband she deserved, they'd need to wait a little longer. "You can be assured, every time you step into this bakery, that I love you and that day will come. You're worth waiting for," she said softly. Slowly, he lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on her lips. Her whole family waited outside, no doubt to welcome her home properly, but they'd have to wait just a moment. He'd fought his feelings for this woman for months, fought who the Lord wanted him to be for years. He'd finally surrendered to both things, and he was going to enjoy the moment. When they stepped outside into the light of the setting sun, it seemed the whole town had gathered to welcome Helen home. A cheer went up, and Helen's tears started again. She didn't shy away from the praise, as some might, but she also took it in with humility. As the cheers died down, her Uncle Matthew stepped forward. "Helen, we hope you know how hard this man of yours and all those who love you have worked to give you and Rose the bakery of your dreams. You deserve any award they give you, but we hope that you'll always know this place as your home." It hadn't occurred to Jesse that Helen may prefer the big city, but he knew he'd follow her anywhere she wanted to go. That said, Helen only smiled softly and hugged her uncle before responding. "There was once a time when my answer might have been different, but not anymore. Whatever the Lord may bring, He's made it clear that this is my home." She sent a hopeful look Jesse's way, one he happily returned with a wink and a squeeze of her hand. It seemed he'd waited a lifetime for a place he could really call home, and who could have known that a pursuit of justice would bring him there. He wrapped his arm around Helen's shoulders and took in the friendly faces that had gathered to show their love. He may not be ready to ask Helen to marry him just yet, but for the first time in his life, the future looked bright and hopeful rather than difficult and long. He'd still worry occasionally that a face from his past would show up in town, but that was something he'd have to give daily to the Lord. "Well," Helen said as loudly as she could so as to be heard, "I learned a new technique for donuts while in New York City, and I do believe we have all the ingredients here to make them. If you're able to stay, I'd love to treat you all as a thank you for this beautiful bakery." Excited murmurs rose through the crowd as Helen turned to Jesse with a grin. "And thank you for everything you've done." She rose to the tips of her toes and planted a sweet kiss on Jesse's lips before pulling back. "That was quite a thanks," Jesse said with a wink, "but I still get a donut, right?" Epilogue. The next evening, the whole family gathered at the Circle H for family dinner. This time, not only was Jesse included, but Mrs. Ida was present as well. She'd be leaving the next day to go back to her daughter's house, but she'd agreed to come that evening to celebrate all the exciting days ahead. Most surprisingly, Violet agreed to attend after many months of politely declining her sister's invitations. Helen watched her family mill about the large ranch house. Children played on the floor in the parlor, their laughter echoing off the walls. Women chatted amongst themselves, while men did the same. A hand at her back pulled her from her thoughts, and Jesse's familiar presence stood at her side. "Penny, for your thoughts? I was just thinking about how thankful I am for my family. I still want to travel, I want to see the beautiful things the world has to offer, but I'm so thankful for the home the Lord has given me here. I never thought I'd have this," Jesse said thoughtfully as he gently turned her and they moved onto the porch. "It didn't even cross my mind." They sat down on the porch swing, the one that many of her family's couples had adorned over the years. "I'm glad you can find it with us." Leaning back, she settled into the crook of his arm, a place she knew would bring her great comfort for years to come. They sat that way for a few moments until the front door opened again, and Violet rushed out onto the porch. Nicholas followed her, but neither seemed to notice the couple on the swing. "Nicholas," Violet said in an exasperated tone, "I've told you in every way I know how. You're a kind man, but I'm not interested in courting anyone." Nicholas ran a hand over his face in frustration. "Why not, Vi? What about me is so repulsive?" Helen opened her mouth to inform the pair of their presence, but Violet threw her hands in the air and groaned. It's not you, Nicholas. The front door opened, and Lily stepped out onto the porch. Violet, there you are. I meant to ask you this earlier in the week, but I got distracted by the little ones. I've been asked to head up the children's program for the church Christmas play this year. So, before it escapes my brain again, would you mind helping me with it? Violet's jaw dropped open. You want me to help you with the Christmas program? Why me? Lily smiled gently. I remember what a beautiful voice you have, Violet. Don't forget, you were my student once upon a time. What's more, since you live at the cottage, it'll be easy for us to get together to plan. Helen glanced at Jesse, his lips turned up in a smirk. Well, I guess I could help you. I'm not sure what I have to offer, but I'll do whatever you need me to do. Violet's face had turned a bright shade of red, but the smirk on Nicholas's face matched Jesse's rather well for someone who'd just been rejected. Lily, apparently oblivious to the tension, sighed in relief. Oh good, then I've enlisted all the help I need. Between you helping me with the children, Aunt Abigail playing piano, and Simon and Nicholas building the set, we should be all set. Thank you so much. She turned and noticed Helen and Jesse on the swing. Oh, good evening, love birds. I've got to get back inside, but it sure is a beautiful sunset tonight. Helen bit her lip to keep from laughing at the fact that Violet had just agreed to work in the same production as Nicholas, but neither she nor Jesse risked it at the moment. Both Nicholas and Violet looked their way, noticing them for the first time. Helen, Violet stammered, how long have you two been there? Long enough, Helen answered as she stood and took Jesse's hand, but don't let us keep you. It seems you two have a production to work on, and we'll just be in the way. Helen heard Jesse snickering as they moved back inside. Once the door shut, he spoke in a low voice. Will they really be seeing each other that much? Won't he just build the set here with Simon and take it to town? No, if I know Lily, she's conspiring. She'll concoct something that has to be built on site, forcing them together as often as possible. Helen glanced over where Lily washed dishes with her mother in the kitchen. A satisfied grin had spread across her face, and Helen had no doubt her assumption was correct. Why, Miss Jones, have I just shackled myself to a family of schemers? Jesse winked at her and wrapped his arms around her waist. That you have, Helen replied, but only for the greater good. Jesse shook his head, his amusement clear. In that case, I can't wait. Thank you for listening. If you love Christian romance audiobooks, be sure to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload.